1, 2, check. Mic check. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Check 1, 2. What's going on, boys and girls? Good morning. Give me just a second here. A little behind this morning. I think everybody's hungover this morning. I think so. Not sure about that. Switch over to an intro here. Just a second here. What are we doing here? I got to do this other thing here. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Let me, I'm doing some kind of wonky here. Edit. Customization. Hold on there. Who can participate? Subscribers can participate after a minute. Save. All right. Check 1, 2. Good morning. How's everybody doing this morning? I'll tell you what, I think the whole market, even FinTwit this morning's a little hungover. It wasn't, let me see here. I'm going to switch right over, turn this right into the mainstream here. I'm a little late this morning myself. Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? Who's out there? Good morning, Kid Time. Good morning, Jay Cortina. Good morning, Dylan. Good morning, Yellow. Good morning, Otis. J Money, Bink. Binky, good to see you. Good Kid Time, Dean, Mahesh, John, Saparito's in the house. RS, Winky Face, my brother. Good morning, brother. Winky's telling everybody he's getting off Twitter this morning. I don't want him to get off Twitter. I'm kind of pissed about it. I'm having a bad morning just seeing that shit. Good morning, Matthew. Good morning, Otis. Good morning, Matthew as well. Matthew and Matthew Phillip, H-Bomb, Devin, Binky, SOS, CSM Jazz, Cato. Mike, a bunch of people in here this morning. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I figured as much, Winky. I know you're a busy man, so I'm missing on you. I'm missing on you right now. I seriously am. So hopefully I can catch back up with you. Good morning, Chaz. How are you? Chance Sue's in the house. Brad, Justin, Thomas, Chan's here. Binky, Cato, Elite, 1987, Cruzen. Everybody's in the house, showing up every morning, right? Rohit, Dave G. I got a little thing down here saying that I'll be away today. I might be away part of the day today, so I just wanted to put that up there just in case. We're going to talk about some stuff real quick before we get into it, okay? We want to look at some stuff before the market opens. I haven't changed the levels yet. I put the levels out this morning. Haven't had a chance yet to update the levels, so we'll do the levels together today. There is something important this morning you want to be watching, right? Kind of getting a gap up here off the bell. And we're also you can see that we're in positive gamma, okay? So there's a few things going on. I tried to make it simple yesterday. I was like, think about a yacht being out in the middle of nowhere, and they're paying $10,000 a minute to watch CNBC on some shitty satellite dish news service, and they hear Pivot. They haven't heard Pivot all year long. So calling up their broker and they're saying, I've got trillions, or $1 trillion, and I'm going to throw $20 billion just in case, right? I'm going to buy this bottom. And so you're going to see this melt up, right? Saw this melt up yesterday in the market. And we're also in positive gamma now. We have a good gamma flip going on. So markets are going to be supportive until we encounter some resistance. Does that make sense? So you'll be buying dips when they come out. When there's a dip, you should be buying it. You shouldn't be selling rips right now. Be conscious of that, okay? Now there are gamma levels. Well, there's pivots. Like we talk every day, there's pivots. We trade down below there. Yeah, we can start selling rips. Right? Be conscious of that as we open up this morning. And I want you to see something here in a larger time frame, okay? We're going to go to a 3-month chart here. I still haven't cleaned this up from yesterday. But you can see, I think everybody knows that we're above. We're now above the channel, rightfully so, right? So if we do have a trend change, there's a couple things. There's a couple things. This is the first good news we've had all year long. If we had that good news down below here, we would have taken off, right? We never get good news at the top of a channel, ever. All year, never once. So sometimes we come above that channel, right? Here's the, you can start it right here if you want. Right to the peak. See how we sell it right there? Oh, hold on. Sold it back here, right? Sold it right over here. I'm going to explain this better to you here in just a moment. Sold it right here, right? We've never had a reason to break out of this down channel. So you have to think about this from the perspective of there are these algorithms. These algorithms are going to seek out where resistance is support is, right? So these algorithms are going to jump on up. We're going to trade all the way up to resistance. If that's real resistance, we'll trade back down until we find some support. Keywords there. Until we find some support, right? If there's no support, we continue down. If we finally find support, we're then going to trade up until we find real resistance. And so we know that everyone wants to sell this or has all year long. We get an untimely JPOW, right? Unexpected JPOW yesterday saying, no. We'll go into that later, but so what you're going to have to expect is that when we open today, we're going to go higher and see if there's resistance still at the top of this channel. If we don't encounter that resistance here at the top of this channel, and you can see we've broken above now, what you'll find is we should have a supportive market. And that supportive market, what it should do is it should at least at a minimum consolidate here and wait to see if buyers step in here and want to drive it up further to the first natural point of resistance. Or there's a few of them. And we're going to look at those right now. We know we've got a few, right? We know we've got right up here. You can see right here where we are here. So we started to sell the market down, right? We knew we had sellers back here. I'll show you a few places. We knew sellers came back into the market over here, right? We also know some sellers came in over here. And you can't see it, so let me move this over for a minute. Clean all this up. You had some sellers that came in here, right? So we're going to put a natural line there, 414.84. You've got a small gap right here, right? So we'll snap a line there. And we had more sellers back here. Now, so there's some other keys here. See where these sellers came in over here and started selling it down? We already got this line here, right? Going all the way across. We're going to snap some lines here. And we're going to start slamming in some targets, all right? So we're going to slam in. We've got one right here. We know that we've had some firm resistance there. We know where that line is. We got another one right here. Pop one in there. We've got this gap to fill above. Right? So we've got some upper targets. We've got a supportive market. We have range expansion as well, right? If you notice the levels that I put out this morning, they're huge. There's some huge moves that can be made in here. And so what I'm going to expect on the open today is some consolidation. I'm going to expect it maybe for 3 days. Could take 3 days. But I believe they're going to be supportive at this point. I don't think they're going to have an immediate rollover. Before what JPOW said yesterday, I would have said, I got my chance. I now have my chance to put some put spreads on. I can throw them on here for the 3 months out on them, and they'll probably print. I posted a tweet I timestamped. I went back through last night and watched all the fucking broadcasts that we had yesterday. And I posted earlier in the day, I gave you 3 or 4 options as to what could happen. And this was the option that happened yesterday. What he did say yesterday, we went straight up. And what would the expectation be if we do go straight up? That expectation is going to be, and we'll talk about PE ratios for the S&P 500. We're going to, when you're looking at this is a moving target on PE ratios for the S&P 500. If economic conditions changes next year and they're laying people off, we will be under our PE expectations. And not this ER season, we didn't really, or the analysts were right more frequently than they have been in the past. I think we only had a 65% beat this year, or this season. But there'll be a fair chance that they'll be wrong again. They're normally, if you look at most ER seasons, the analysts are wrong like 75% of the time. And there's a real possibility they could be very wrong coming into this upcoming year, where they're saying, we're expecting a decline, and then all of a sudden inflation comes down, price controls come down, shortages come down. We end up beating GDP expectations, and you'd find a huge chasm here into this upcoming year. So, because I heard that argument this morning as well, and I was like, it's a moving target for this year, easily. So, anyways, you got these numbers here, right? They're going to take a chance at it. If you haven't had a good reason to go up or break this channel even for a minute, you got it yesterday. So the whole argument that we're going to roll this market over, go to the depths of hell today, probably not correct. You're probably looking for some consolidation up here and a continuation of this. Move this up here. Some kind of a continuation, right? Consolidation, continuation up higher, and start at least checking these levels above. And the market's going to want to check these levels, trade this up here until it meets some resistance, comes back down, and finds out. So you get the idea here? Here is that you consolidate, you trade up until you're told no, and then we'll come back down, right? And then come back and recheck if we're actually heading lower down here. So trade the levels. I posted that this morning. Trade the level. I posted levels, and I said to you last night, I think, trade each level, no matter what, every single time. No matter how you're feeling. You could be feeling bullish. You could be feeling bearish. It doesn't matter what you feel. It matters how you trade this market, right? It matters that you can shift with this market, trade this market, go level to level, no matter what. No matter what your biases are. And even yesterday in stream, I was going back in the video, and I even told you guys yesterday, they said, why do you feel so bearish? And I said, I'll never lie to you. I always want to be honest with you as to how I'm feeling inside, how I'm trading. You guys knew I had calls. You knew I wanted to sell those calls at that red bar. We slapped it. And I wanted to sell the market at that point. And we were listening live to JPOW. Had to turn off the news yesterday, the news stream, because no one had caught on that we had a policy shift, or at least that was the implication, about 3 minutes into JPOW's conversation. And you have to be able to dissect what these speakers or events are saying, what the implications are. And that's what I posted last night. Hey, if we hear this, expect this. If you hear that, expect that. Someone else yesterday asked me why I wasn't longing Tesla before the news. And I explained why yesterday, right? You don't know if it's going up or if it's going down. You might get it right once or 3 times out of 10. If you want to stay in this game, you wait for that break of the news or whatever event, and you trade the reaction. Always. I assure you that those people come and they go. Don't ever look towards those people that are like, well, I picked it right this time. And I'm the greatest ever. You always want to be open to change, because I've smoked accounts doing that shit. I've smoked them. So don't ever do that. Anyways, rant over. So we've got some upper targets here. We're going to take a look at the levels, and we're going to plug some levels in for the day. We'll do this together today, so we can actually, if you guys are doing this at home or at your desk at work or something, we'll start taking some looks higher, okay? And see where we're headed. Get rid of this gap over here. I'm going to put up the book map for you so you can see it. Hold on, man. I'm going to do some work on the book map first for you. We have some sellers right now, just so you know. We have some upper targets, 4150. Got some lower targets, right? 4045. Let me bring this over so you can see what I'm doing over here for work. Just a second here. All right, your pivot point. Let me see if we can get some of this together. Bring some of this up. Amazing day yesterday, right? It was a pretty wild day. We also had another neat part about yesterday was at one point we had hundreds of people watching. And hundreds. We were in the thousands at one point. And as soon as we thought the day was over, I was like, you know what? I'm going to leave some calls on to the end and walk away. I'll be back with you guys at the end, right? And then I ended up staying on live yesterday. And what we did was we had, let me see, 402.95. Right there, there's your pivot. Can you believe that? 402.95. This is the pivot point right here. Look at how low that is. Crazy. Crazy where that pivot is. The market kept going up right to the end. There was at least 3 or 4 opportunities to just enter a call position and just diamond hand them right into the bell. And they just kept grinding up and just grinding up and grinding up. 100%, 200%, 300%, 400%, 500% right into the bell yesterday. It was insane. And for all those that stayed yesterday, there's no reason you didn't make money going into that bell yesterday. A pivot point today on the SPY of 402.95, right? We got a R1 as 412. Jeez. Oh, shit. Look at that. 412.41. That's R1. Is that not wild? You see that? How big of a move that would be? Wait till you see where R2 is. And R3. You're not going to believe this, right? So R2 is 417 right here. 15, and you're probably going to be like, there's no way, Cap. Here's R2. And then ready? 426.61. You're going to be like, nah, Cap, no way. I knew this range expansion was going to be insane. $426.61. How's that for an R3? Look at that real quick. It's giant. Hold on a second here. Give me a second. So it's huge. Huge moves. Right? I don't think we'd go there today, but it's amazing just the range expansion that's possible with that move yesterday. We've got the channel here. Let me mute Bookmap here for you. Oh, no, hold on. Almost starting to trade below. Watch this yellow channel right here. Keep your eyes on this yellow channel, right? Pivot points down below is the point of control, basically, right? Pivot. We got pivot. Support number 1 is 398.28. We'll kick all these down. I made a post and I said to people, I made a post I think 2 days ago. I think it was on Tuesday or something. And I said, wait, get ready for some range expansion. You got it. We got range expansion. There's S1 right here. No need to even put retracements in, do we? S2. Let me see, move some of these down here. $388.75. $398, $388, $384. Insane. Talk about range expansion. Hold on here. S3 384.01. Whew. Way down here. Look at how big that is. Take a look at that live on stream. It's kind of crazy over here, right? A lot going on. So what are my expectations going to be? You're probably asking, right? So we'll look at BOOKMAP right here. Can see sellers. We'll slide over to the BOOKMAP. Oh, I got to get rid of that Papa J Pow. I got to get rid of that one on the ticker. So you can see some sellers coming to the market. Market's still supportive, still strong. So we're going to take a look right here, right? We know that we've got some supply here. So we'll put some. Put a little red there for the bears. Keep the bears happy. Got on a smaller time frame. On a 5-minute chart now. Now I'll tell you what, we've got some fucking buyers sitting right here. Unreal. So what would my expectations be? My expectations would be that we probably break here and try to find some support at 403 at the pivot point. I'd like to see no more than a breakdown to the pivot point, maybe possible down to S1, consolidate, and then the move higher. Probably going to take a few days of consolidation. I'm going to give it let's give it to like the 3rd of December. So maybe today, tomorrow, into Monday. That's what I'm gonna hope for. So we get some consolidation and then get the strength to move higher. That's gonna be the hope from at least from my side. What's what I think is gonna happen today. Got a little gap down here. But I would not be selling the rip here. I guess that would be my point, is that I would not sell the rip here. If you want to take a put spread on a smaller time frame, man, I don't know. I'd put some time on it, a month. They're gonna try to slam it higher. I think the game changed. Have all of you guys seen melt ups before? And if there's something broken in the system, you're probably not going to see that rollover until they make an attempt higher. You'll see an attack. No matter what, you're gonna see an attack higher. There hasn't been a reason at all this year to even come out of downtrend. Yesterday was the first reason, and we had the bingo card for even that stuff, right? We had Ukraine war, cessation of hostilities, probably put 300 points on the board. No problem. No problem. If you had some kind of like a Reagan-esque type populist president that was like, don't worry, we're going to fix everything and, pump up the Ponzi scheme, that would do it. Tonal shift from the Fed, that would do it. Because they'll front run it, right? Into the before we actually have a reasonable. That doesn't mean we're going to have a reasonable economy. We're going to talk about that as well today. We have some big stuff to talk about this morning. And that would be, when do you short this? How do you know when to short this? You're going to see a ramp. More than likely, you'll see a ramp that takes place between now and springtime. And in this ramp, you're going to see the market will roll over and down. We're going to sell the minutes, basically. So they'll have a meeting. They'll ramp into the meeting, trying to front run any kind of a change. And then they're gonna sell into the minutes. More than likely, they'll sell into the minutes to find out the truth in case they're lying to us. And they'll ramp into the next few Fed meetings. You can actually time them. I haven't done the chart yet, but I'll show you in previous cycles when we've made the shift where the meetings were, where the minutes were, and how the market reacted leading up to and then down afterwards. And what they'll do is the plan would be, I would assume, by big money in the background is going to be, or bank money in the background, is that they're going to pause and wait, pump and wait, and see all the way through into next year and be ahead of supposedly our economy becoming stronger into 2023, 2024, and 2025. Hold on here. See what you guys are doing. Good morning, Mr. Unrealized Gains. Good morning, Derivative Yield. Yeah, be unbiased. Somehow saying there are 8 trading days. I'm going to warn any of you out there right now, okay? They will not use that news yesterday is bigger than. I mean, unless they find a reason to use a small. I mean, not the PC is a small news event or CPI, but that tonal shift yesterday will get front run until you get minutes or a statement from the Fed that changes. They're going to try to front run this. I promise you, that will be the plan. And I can show you instances of it in the past when it happens. It's wild. So you'd look for your biggest rollovers more than likely at the release of the minutes, at the minutes of each meeting in the next few months. You'd see the most weakness in the market. And we'll show that with data from the past, how that happens. Yeah, FMC is I'm going to assume they're going to ramp into FMC, and then they're going to sell into FMC minutes, because you get the truth from them. You get the truth from the Fed speakers in the minutes, no matter what they're saying publicly. I'm going to take a look at GDX this morning. Front run what? Wow. Let me do a poll right now and find out. I want to find out people that are watching this right now. I was talking about this yesterday briefly with a friend. I remember one of the biggest ones I've ever seen was in the 2020 crash. We were on I was in Wall Street Bets then, and I remember when the Fed signaled a policy shift. We were heading down. We spiked up. We rolled over. when we rolled over, right, we immediately reversed, and it was off to the races. One warning for you is we were making so much money on puts that if you hadn't started at the beginning of when the market rolled over, you couldn't actually buy into anything without $20, $30, $40,000. Like you needed some real weight to continue to make some bank. Okay. And I got a warning for you. I watched guys give back $1 million. You guys don't believe that, but I'm going to do a poll right now. I want to know how long you guys have been trading. And I want you to think about that. This isn't a like right or wrong or nothing, but I want to ask this question. So I think the reason I think it's important is because I think if you've had time in market, I think you've seen how quiet FinTwit is. I think it's because there's a lot of guys with a lot of time in market that aren't necessarily saying we're going up and we're going to have this huge melt up. But I think there are guys out there that have been in market long enough that are like, oh fuck, is this the shift? So there's like a moment for pause. Here's my question. I'm going to put it in right now. There's no right or wrong answer to this. Just be honest in your answer so that everybody can get a fair idea of how long you've been in market. Because I think if you've been in market for a long time, you're at least shaken by what was said yesterday. When they talk about the Ponzi scheme, when they talk about a shift, does any of you that were even trading before 2020 remember? You know what I did? I remember the bottom, right? And I remember the talk was, there's no fucking way the market's turning around, even with the money printer turned on. I remember I actually watched that 2020 interview with Jerome. And it was a Sunday night. Yeah, it was Sunday night. And I remember that interview, and I was like, oh, fuck. And what's crazier is there was even discussions of, well, the S&P 500 will go up, but there's no way small caps is going up. That was the big one. Small caps is not going up because all these small and medium-sized businesses are closed. It wound up being the biggest mover. That was the one index that everybody said, there's no fucking way that one's going up. That shit's going to fucking sideways and bleed. No way it's going up. And they Ponzi schemed it. So it doesn't mean, whenever, especially when you're like, there's no way this is happening. That's when it happens. That's when it happens, is when you're like, the least probable time. So just be conscious of that. Always be open to that idea. You can be positioned short here. I still have a Dow short. I've got not a short, but I got a long put triple leverage puts on the Dow that I'm totally fucked on for March. So I don't know. I don't know if that's just gonna get torched and burn and never ever come back. Probably, but just be open to this crazy melt up is my point. Do not believe for a second that the money that came into the market yesterday was just short covering. You saw the volume yesterday come into the market. Most people trying to. Hold on a second here. This really weird thing going on. See what you guys are talking about. Yeah, I'm more than suggesting that QT could be over. So there there are data sets that show money supply, data sets that show that the Fed not only could be. So here's the idea. The idea would be. I was talking to someone last night about it. And I was trying to explain that they warehouse shit too, QT shit. So let me see if I make this simple. So let's say I say to you, let's say I think Jedi Marcus at one point posted a link a few months ago about the mechanics of how the Fed was conducting QT, and like simply saying it would be like this. It would be like, okay, I'm gonna take some money out of the market right now, right, and try to sell some of our assets, and if the market can't take it, right, they're warehousing it to the side for like a later generation to deal with. Although in the books it shows that it's gone. So when you look at money supply right now, it's starting to level off. When you start to look at QT, shortages, inflation, there's like a year lag in that stuff. When you start to look around, you see that jobs are still strong. When you start to look around, you're seeing that companies haven't folded, FTX is folded, but so there's all these things that are like, we're gonna start seeing there's a potential of inflation coming down in the next year or two. Shortages coming down next year or two. Acceptance of higher prices. When we reprice things, that's sometimes how inflation goes away. See, like a guy that sells eggs, and he's only able to raise the price of eggs every decade or so, and you start to accept it, and that's how inflation actually goes away. Now I have a bunch of data for you guys. If I have some time today, I'm going to try to step away for a minute and start posting stuff for you guys to look at. So yeah, am I suggesting that QT is ending? Yes. I'm suggesting that it's going to end, or not end, paused by springtime, and will begin to end by summertime. You might not get QE. It'll be a wait and see. That's why you're going to wait at every minute. That's why you're going to sell into the minutes. And it's going to QT is going to gradually become no QT, and then probably some kind of a QE pump into 2025 or something like that. It's kind of wild. The crazy part is you could possibly see that blow off top. I think Pelk or someone posted a few days ago a chart that showed that 1930 type blow off top. You could get something like that. You get something really gnarly in a few years. And you guys are following me every day. You guys always hear me say the timing's not right. The timing's not right. The timing's not right. Timing's not right. You need certain things. You need like high unemployment. You need companies fucking going bankrupt. You need a big GE type style company to break. You need to start like seeing these things in the economy. So it's almost like it's this manipulated modern monetary theory shit that they're doing. They did it in the crash, right, of 2020, right? They stepped right in and tried to prevent the crash. We would have kept melting up in December of 2021. Or excuse me, December of 2021 would have kept melting up. And so they stepped in there and tried to prevent a blow off top, right? And so we're now down here, and we're looking for a crash. We're coming into this last top, or this last bottom, this last bottom and top of this down channel, and people are pointing their fingers saying we're going down to 2,400, 1,600. And you saw the Q&A yesterday, the softball, quote unquote softball questions. This is the fucking Fed stepping in and saying we're going to attempt to prevent a crash. I don't know if that works or not, but I'm telling you, they're going to try. They're going to try right now, and they're going to try the next 3 or 4 months into next year. That's the whole game right now, the whole system, whole fucking Ponzi scheme. The whole thing is an attempt to manipulate the tops and the bottoms. You know, it's not just bottoms; it's the tops and the bottoms, and it's huge. A little bit of a rug pull here in BOOKMAP. Liquidity break. See if we can. So let's look at what I think. We got a little bit of a liquidity break here. I'll see if we get a catch and a rip. We start selling eventually. So let's look for some expectations. I think I told you guys. I'm expecting a pullback to a pivot point or at least S1. Be a good place for some accumulation for a trip higher. And then I would expect at least 3 days of accumulation to head into the move higher. There's a rug pull. A second here. This would be your main what you're looking for here. A small gap down below will show that too. I didn't see that gap. I'll get some charts out to you guys showing when the next meetings are, the next minutes are, and try to track a trend into March maybe. Be looking for a bottom in January and then another one in March. And you're either going to get your touch and go. You'll get some kind of a bottoming process into January. You get a bottoming process into March. And as they check the minutes into the next 3 months, they'll be keen as they ramp. They'll be keen eyes on ramp and dump. There'll be keen eyes on, are we going to do the touch and go? Like that whole touch and go soft landing, lining up for March, guaranteed. If we don't do that touch and go, and if the Fed does start to loosen tightening, pause tightening, pull back tightening, inflation starts to come down, shortages start to disappear, any of that stuff starts happening, you're going to see the ramp, right? The blast off and the build up into that blast off into March. Now, if that doesn't happen, they will sell this market down to the depths of hell by March. Morning, Jay Conks. How are you? That's top chat. I'm missing a whole bunch of I've got 2 different chats going. I got top chat, live chat, all that kind of stuff. So I got 106 votes. Let me end the poll and see what the results are here. So you have 1 to 3 years, 55% of us. 3 to 5 years, 20% of us. 10 plus years, 16%. 5 to 10 years, 6%. So that's slightly telling. It's not a negative thing. The cool part about this stuff is for the group of you that are 1 to 3 year traders, the cool part is, let's pretend you traded the crash or the rise from the crash in 2020, right? And you've traded this decline this year. And if there is a shift in this market, a trend shift, as you start to add these things into your quill, right, your toolbox, these experiences, you'll start to know what to at least look for major trend changes, or the attempt to trend change at least. I think that was my point this morning. I think even people with time market are like, fuck, Like that speech yesterday and that Q&A yesterday, man. Even as a bull, just like spooked me. I was like, what the fuck did I just hear? And I'm sure long, and if you're a long time market participant, if you're part of that 10 plus years, 16% of you are saying you've been a market participant for 10 plus years. If you can, you don't have to. Let us know in the chat what your initial thoughts were on what was said yesterday. Help out traders or investors that only have small time in the market. But I think that's a hard thing to. Well, yeah, you're only going to get that with experience. So I don't know. I think that new investors, new traders would be willing to listen to what a long-time market participant would have to say about this. I think that counts for something. I think people that have been in market, time in market's a hard thing, and it's like a valuable thing to find people that have time in market so that they can at least answer questions and say, "Hey, man, what was it like when this happened in the past, right? Or what was your take on what happened yesterday?" I think right now specifically, if you're have small time in the market, that you should be asking people that have many years in market what they thought about what was said yesterday. You're hungry for calls. I'm hungry for some consolidation down here. This is what I want. Want to buy this shit down here. How do you think about JPM? I said this morning briefly. I looked at the new. Is it the new collar came out today? I reposted. I think the new collar positioning, but I haven't had a chance to take a look at it. I was up late last night. I was celebrating and I think I saw the collar come out this morning. I think I reposted it from Gex or Market or Gex Edge or some Edge Market Edge or someone posted some information. I haven't had a chance to take a look at it yet. I saw that, right? I saw it was like 350 to 410. You took it as dovish, but I'm so abused by the market that I think everything is a lie. Yeah, I'm agree with that too. The wild thing too is if they or if like you front run a market, right? So you won't see this in the economy. You won't see the economy good for like a year or two from now. But they'll squeeze the stock market prior to that happening or in anticipation of that possibly happening, so that if you're like Jim Boner, like Captain Jim Boner, and you're a mechanic, I'm a mechanic, right? I work as a mechanic, and all of a sudden the economy is getting better perceptively, just in perceiving that the economy is getting better. I'm like, hey, economy is doing great. Look at that Apple stock. It's huge. It's trading at 200. I got to go in there and buy some Apple. Economy is great. Meanwhile, Jim the mechanic guy doesn't realize that all these banks came in a year prior and fucking juiced it. That's why you get stuck bag holding. How many fucking top buyers were there in 2021? How many top buyers were there in 2020 with spec growth, right? That market fucking ended in December of 2020. You guys know that, right? All the speculative growth stuff ended in 2 years ago. That was the top for speculative growth 2 years ago. And then it like started collapsing in on big tickers, right? Big S&P companies. Then they left the ones that were had corporate debt bonds from the Fed, right? It's like the last ones, Apple's, like the Apples out there, Microsoft, all those kind of companies. And the S&P 500 was the last one you could trade right up until December of 2021. I was shocked. I thought that they were gonna, in my view, right? My view was the 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 cat's out of the bag that they're gonna end QE or they're possibly end QT in next year. So last week when I heard all those Fed heads talking and they were were just smearing shit on the wall. They had numbers all over the place. If you listened closely last 2 weeks ago, they're like, well, they're basically like, well, shortages might come down in 2023, but I expect them not to come down until 2024. And you're like, whoa, hold on there. you're like, that's a pretty fucking wide spread right there, buddy. And so my thoughts going into yesterday, I wrote a rant about it, that they can lie all they want into springtime. Yesterday morning before market open, I was like, they're gonna. On my view, I was like, they're gonna fucking lie from the way they had the speeches last week. I was like, they're gonna fucking lie until every minutes, and the minutes are gonna tell a different story into springtime. So at some point, the gig's gonna be up. And then yesterday when he talked, I was like, he's actually telling the truth, or wants to pump the market, or what? I don't know. Why he's being so truthful? I was quite shocked. Started to trade down into the gap fill. Just closed the gap at 406.40. Just slammed right down on that gap down below. Price target down below 402.96. See it right here. Notice how the chart's not above your screen up here. That's because we're going down. If you took that trade, congratulations. Got more price targets down below. We've got a pivot point at 402.96. We have this trend here, this yellow line. This is the top of the key, or I think this is the bottom of the key. I'm not sure. We'll look at it in a bigger, just so you guys can see, have some context of where we are. Let me mute this Bookmap real quick, so you can get some perspective of where we are. So here's your pivot point right here from yesterday. This is actually when the Q&A happened, I believe. No. This is the initial push-up. No, we had initial push-up to right here. Right? And then I think we started this consolidation. We had a pump, and then we had one more pump. Then in here was when I think this was like 3 to 5 minutes, I think, into the interview. And he had hit on like 3 or 4 major topics that made us go straight bars up. I think this was the interview. I could be wrong. Or this could have been the interview. Maybe I'm ahead one step. And as things unraveled and unfolded, we just kept melting to the close. So let's just look at the key, the trend. All right, here's the trend up. Traded outside of trend, came back up and outside of trend. It's going to be looking for some kind of support in here. This is the gap that needed to be filled. This is the pivot point when you start getting negative again, right? You want to get all bearish and stuff. You want to see a break of this, right? You want to get all bearish. It's down here. Otherwise, you're going to be looking for a dip to buy here or here if you're a bull. For continuation. Or something like this to keep on moving on in current trend. Hold on a second here. Remember that markets are supportive. So here, bring this down. There's S1 down here. Huge range today, right? Massive range. Unreal range, trading range. The unreal trading range. Let's see what you guys are saying. Yeah, cash in for I can't trust anything those motherfuckers say. Yeah, you can't trust the Fed, man. It's not really manipulated. It's full hands on. It was bad in the 70s, but today's market is 100% manipulated. Not manipulated, it's like hands on. Morning, Metamorph. 405 looking to buy. Let me look at 405. Saying you want to be looking to buy in here. Let's put some moving averages up. It broke the moving averages, broke VWAP. Look at a 5-minute chart. Let me do some stuff here. Got some people shouting out some areas they were interested in buying. Look at a 5-minute. Got something going on here. We're at the 200 on the 5-minute. Got a 15-minute chart way down here. This is where we get S1 down here. We got this yellow bar of support right here. Make sure we know where that is. That's at 401, 400. Let's call it 400. On the 15-minute chart, 400, place of interest. You guys should already know that every round number and for every number 5, there should be some kind of a be an interesting little place. Someone said 400. I think someone said 400. We'll put a little. This is 404. Put that one in there and just see what's up. Make that one yellow. We can go to a 1 minute here. That beautiful, beautiful, beautiful selling action. Wait a minute here. Hold on, guys. This is the pivot. This is S1, right? This is where I want to buy. Show you where I want to buy. I'd like to buy right there. That's where I want to. That's what I want to buy. Probably move this box up a little bit. Let's look on Bookmap. Let's look lower. Seems like we're finding some kind of a support. You can also look below to 39.6250. So it's actually lower. So 39.6250 is hang tight here. 39.6250 is somewhere in here. It's kind of like a put wall down here. 39.62. It's somewhere in here. So we'll make that lower. It's probably a better chart right there. So I want to buy that right there. I was saying it's right here, but it's not. It's lower. And I think that's the retracement too. That's a full retracement. Let me mute that real quick. You can see it right over here. And that's exactly where it starts, right there. Matches up to BOOKMAP supply, or excuse me, demand. Oh, wait a minute. We got a new bar coming out. See that new bar on here? We have, damn it, I got all this stuff's happening. See that little white bar down at the bottom there? It's right at 4,000. That's S1 right here. So take note of that. See that white bar just popped up? Get some stink bids down lower. If you're looking on your screen, you see right here. We'll go to the 5 minute. Probably a better time frame for this. If you're looking for a dip to buy today, what do we normally look for? We're looking for some volume, at least the initial spike, right? 3 to 5 million buyers, right? You want to see like a 3 to 5 million volume bar on a 5 minute, like 3 million on a 5 minute chart. 5 million would be nice. 5 million above on a 15-minute chart. Right now, it's kind of like low buyers, low volume. So I'm not buying that. No interest in it. We're below VWAP right now. $399.93. So that'd be a 398 flat, I think, which is where S1 is. So if you see this on ES, the S1 is going to be 398. It's going to be S1. Still lots of accumulation this morning. Huge volume. See that consolidation volume? Like 296,000 buyers, 300,000 sellers. It's crazy. Fucking insane. All these trap bulls are trying to, all these bulls that have been trapped for like 3 months are like, buy my shares. I just want out. How far back is that going? Let's look at, I'm going to look and see. I'm in my mind, I'm just saying to myself, I wonder how many bulls, I wonder how, like, think about this from the perspective of like a Tesla stock buyer. Let's look at it from a Tesla stock buyer's perspective. So, like, let's say you drank the Kool-Aid, you're a bull, and you drank the Kool-Aid back here on October 15th or November 15th. You're like, November 15th, you're a Tesla bull, and you're like, I'm buying a bunch of Tesla stock. And then it started rolling over and down and started blasting down to like 161. And you're like, please, Lord Elon, just bring it back to 199, 200 so I can sell out of my position. That's what's happening right now. Just get me out. I don't want to play anymore. I time when I buy wrong. Just get me out. So they're doing all that right now. You can see those like 300,000. If you can see the volume on the markets right now is massive. It's like all these upside down investors and portfolio managers that are like, here, you take it. You think we're going up? I just want out right now. Let's see what you're saying here. Squilling, or that's why good traders investors are able to change their bias on a whim, in my opinion. Yeah, you have to be able to change your bias on a whim. And you have to be honest about what your bias is too. Have to. I'm a bull. Everybody knows I'm a fucking bull. I'm like the old school bull. I get yelled at. I get people that come in my comments every single week saying, when are you bulls going to learn? Fuck you, bull. Like, people are just come straight in and scream at me. So you have to be honest. Like, now I was feeling super bearish. The most bearish I've felt in fucking all year long. And it's because they were lying. And I'm like, I know they're going to get caught. They're going to get caught between now and March. If they don't say some shit, they're going to get fucked. And sure enough, they said something yesterday. But that doesn't mean that's how you trade either. And that doesn't mean you're not like bullish and bearish on different timelines. But if you're to ask what I was, I'm a bull. I trade easier as a bull. I know some guys trade easier as a bear. Some people like to share short. They trade better shorting. I understand that. And the other thing too is like saying bull or bear is typically like a heel for what banks are doing. It's not. There's only really retail bulls and bears. It's like it's more of a joke or an oxymoron. Not an oxymoron, but it's like a heel. It's just something that you use like a placeholder to say I'm bearish or I'm bullish. But in reality, you're just looking for supply and demand, right? Where's supply? Where's demand? I prefer to sell in supply, and I prefer to buy in demand, right? So you're trying to buy with these computers, these algorithms, and trying to sell with these algorithms. So it's more of just like a fucking heel. It's like a wrestling heel. You know, like the heels in wrestling aren't really bad guys. So I guess sometimes in life they are, but you know, you're playing a role of a heel, just like you're playing a role of a hero in wrestling. I know wrestling's real, but you know, like when the storylines, the soap opera, that kind of stuff, that shit's made up just to have something to talk about. And some people trade better, in supply zones. Some people trade better in demand zones. He also said Fed was dovish, which they were yesterday. Then it's bearish. Yeah. So if the Fed was dovish, which they were yesterday, then who's saying that if the Fed was dovish yesterday? Let me see what Squam's saying. Let's see what's going on. I'm missing some of this conversation. I don't know what happened to that conversation. Hope nobody went too crazy buying yesterday unless you closed. Fast downside. Still can't get new long equipment. Been on a wait list for a year. Yeah. Yeah, there's still shortages for sure. I'm not sure if this breaks out. I don't even know what the time you guys are writing this. Can't trust anything those motherfuckers say. So you had a pivot point like 402 or 398. Does that make sense to buy calls since it was going down? He also said if it was dovish yesterday, which they were, then it's bearish. Yeah, there's some. So my take on being bearish on the Fed stopping raising rates or restarting QE hasn't happened yet. And you're also looking for what you were not looking for yesterday. This is kind of like dovish's bear or dovish's hawkish dovish stuff is they're in full manipulation mode. So what you would normally expect yesterday is for the Fed to remain. So the context of someone just made a comment. They said if the Fed was dovish, then it's bearish. So what you're looking for yesterday, right, is you're looking for the Fed to be hawkish yesterday, right? You're looking for a bull would be looking for the Fed to be hawkish yesterday, hawkish throughout the next 3 to 4 to 5 months or even years. And you'd want to see the economy actually, inflation come down, the crash should be managed. It's like the slow trade down. And then you'd want to see just the full control from the Fed. and the market would probably move up. It'd probably bottom, move up, maybe even crash and keep moving. But the timing's wrong with the other stuff, like the unemployment and all that other kind of stuff. And what would happen would be eventually the Fed would say to you, which has happened in the past, the Fed would say to you, they would come out publicly and say, like point blank, we've stopped QT, we're instituting QE. Then you see the crash right after that happens. But they're in mass manipulation mode right now. We shouldn't have seen the Fed say what they said yesterday. You should have seen the Fed stay on message until they broke something. Yeah, there's no reason, Matthew, to long right now. No reason. You're waiting for consolidation and possibly distribution, but there's a massive amount of positioning going on right now. You've got a massive amount of trap bulls trying to get out. You got a massive amount of bulls trying to get in for a move up higher. Not bulls, but computers. And then you've got just got a giant volume and consolidation here. It's amazing to kind of look at right now. This morning, MCLS hit $83 from Monday high. John Haggard is jumping in, $74, but I let my last three go for 500s overnight to head on MQs at 12/100s. Nice. Yeah, now waiting. I agree with that. More than just some guy. Let's see what you guys are saying here. Brian Watt adopted his GOAT Sicilian chart to include a three-day VWAP. Nice. Yeah, I like the idea of putting I want to do a larger VWAP. I don't know if I can on this charting software or not. I haven't looked at it, but I keep telling myself I want to. Well, let's take a look at some other stuff. I got some stuff for you guys to look at least for the start today. I want it to be Friday so bad because there's so much shit to do for next week. There's like a ton of shit we got to look at. I was talking to some guys last night about putting a team of people together. Let me see here. Give me a second here. Give me a second, guys. So, hold on here. So let's take a look back in time. This is a price percent oscillator here. I'm going to follow my cursor over here, okay? So if you want an easy way, it's a pretty simple, easy way. I want you to see that. So you're just right now, okay? Pulled up right here. All right, you're going to expect the market to come back down, right? Consolidate, right? If you start to see the PPO rise again off this white line, right? What's that telling you out there? It's telling you they're going to ramp, right? So let's say you see another trend down at some point, and it starts coming back up. You'll see something like that, right? It'll also confirm, just like it did back here, right? We're above, stay above, right? So if you've got bears, let's say on Twitter, or bulls on Twitter, it doesn't matter. You just got market participants on Twitter saying, I don't know, that was a fake fucking pump yesterday. The fucking market's going to burn. What do they need to really make that statement true is what? We know what they need, right? You need that break below here, right? Even if it's just a minor break below. Because that's where you got this, right? This is where you got the argument for... This is where the argument is for we're in a bear market. We're in a bear trend, right? That's all this right here, right? You see what I'm saying? So if we start breaking down here, a second here. If you start to see this break down below, right? You'd also start to see the stock price coming back down. No continuation here. So if you're like a market participant, you're like, that was just a bear rally. You're going to be looking for that to make that statement. Bear market, just bear market rally. We're right back into the downtrend. Until that happens right there, you can't fucking say that, can you? What else is cool about this is that you could see... Hold on here. What else is cool is that you could see consolidation on PPO, right? You could actually see this come straight down into this green buy area again. If you see this, what is this going to tell you? If you see that we're like right here, right? And we're not down here. We're not down here, right? If we're like right here, what is that going to tell you? You know what I'm saying? Hold on a second here. We trade down a little bit. Trade down here where you have a divergence, right? And you've come all the way down here. What is that telling you? What would that be telling you? It's going to fucking tell you that we're fucking going to blast off right here, isn't it? As you can correlate this right here to this whole timeline back here. Make sense? So keep your eyes on the PPO. Keep your eyes on a market breadth indicator. See where the breadth is. If you're a bull, that's what you want to see this as a bull. This is the setup you're looking for as a bull. Heading into January, March. You see this setup heading into January and March, right? I can assure you. It would be something like this, you know. And we come back down here. You'd be looking for this into March, something like this. You'd come down, you'd bump, you'd stay up. You'd be down and up. This would be like January, March. Be January. This would be March. And you'd see us stay above PPO. If you see that in January and March, we've fucking bottomed. There ain't nothing you can say about it if that's what the data shows. And that goes back to trading the levels, right? Goes back to telling you to always be open to a shift. Yeah, I had my best. I had calls before the speech. I was holding, and I got stopped out of them. I thought, you know what's the crazy part about yesterday's speech was? So I went in, I bought, I think, 394Cs. 394s or 396s, I bought them. And then I got panicky. I was like, I'm going to put on 70 cents. I think I put a stop at 70 cents. And we fucking slammed down real quick, like an instant, like a millisecond. Knocked me out of my calls and then blasted off to that red mark yesterday. that red upper range, and tagged it. Bam! So I fucking missed. I think I missed like a 300% trade right there. And then as soon as we hit there was like when the comments started changing to bullish, and I was like in stream going, "What the? Are we having a policy shift change right now?" And I was like, "You have to instantaneously." I'm like fucking getting the bear suit off, going, "What the fuck is he saying right now?" It was kind of fucking crazy. It was fucking kind of crazy. What's Sparky saying? Sparky's always got the shit. He knows what's up. Sport K is awesome too. Real ugly 30-minute and hourly candles closing here. Retest the highs, question mark. All I see in Bookmap is one circle that is labeled as CVD with DX. Yeah, I got to get rid of that. I have that's on my list of shit to do here. I have to get rid of that little like CaptainJimJames icon on the bottom right hand side. That's some back of the house kind of shit I have to do for the channel. Just for a reminder, the 3-month 10-year spread is year 2000 levels inverted. Yep. And they know that too. VWAP's magnetism. Do you believe in it or not? Yeah, I love trading VWAP. It's funny. So I'm not really a big L8 wave practitioner, but I will check L8 wave counts, multiple counts against classic charting, volume profile, market profile. I'll check all those. I'm trying to look for some confluences. Previous highs, previous lows. I'll check Fibonacci retracements against L8 wave counts. I'll check classic charting techniques against Fibonacci levels, L8 wave counts, previous high lows. Like the reason I'm always checking different TA. Everybody's got different TA. Moving averages, whenever there's like a coincidence of all of those different, one of the cool parts is if you're checking different different places people trade to, and you can get a confluence of all those at the same time, you'll get enough computers and algorithms that are all focused on that one number. Gamma in the market, if it lines up to fib levels, if you start looking at people's different trading methods, especially ones that lots of traders trade to, a lot of traders, a lot of hedge funds trade to L8 wave. So you're going to get some action on those numbers. No matter what, you're going to see some action there. And when they all kind of coincide together, it's usually a large move in the market, large pivot in the market. PFP weekend downtrend. Also reloaded some SPY puts, exited previously. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying on your end, on your Bookmap. Yeah, there's a toggle. If you're using Thinkorswim, they have limited options. If you use the real Bookmap, it's got better options. Yeah, when we slammed down and you closed those, I got knocked out and then I didn't re-enter. Yeah, that happens. I got fucked up, dude. I lost money on that trade, and that trade went up 300%, and it kept going up. And as a matter of fact, do you want to know what that trade closed at the end of the day? Because you want to talk about a fucking missed trade. Had I not put, if you can catch me on stream, it was like maybe a minute, maybe 3 minutes. I don't know, just really close to 1:30. I was like, I'm putting a 70-cent stop on this thing. Had I forgotten to put that stop, and we kept going up, that fucking trade was worth, at the end of the day, it was worth $13. Something like that, $13, $14 by the end of the day. It was fucking stupid. It was fucking stupid. Had I just forgotten to put a stop on that fucking trade. Oh, you know what else happened last night? So last night I went out. I come home, we had a windstorm last night. I put a new shower door in, like a glass wall and a shower door. I put on my back porch. The fucking windstorm slammed the fucking thing down and it shattered. Couple $1,000 fucking shower door. I was so pissed last night. I had risk on anyway. I sold out my 396s for like 19s per. Dude, so yesterday in the stream, we had like thousands of people in here, and as soon as it seemed like the trade was over yesterday, everyone cleared out. And then I went into Twitter. I scrolled through Twitter once, and Twitter was quiet. And so I came back on stream and I started asking people, "Hey, what's going on Twitter?" And no one had any information on what was going on Twitter on FinTwit. And then the fucking market just kept fucking going up, man. This shit went up till fucking bell. And I was like, I wonder how many people, I don't know how many traders just like closed their, like made their bank and walked it, or said fucking I'm out, or I'm pissed off, or whatever. Because I think at the end of the last couple hours, it was like 200 or 300 of us in here. It like went way down viewer count. And then it just started fucking melting and melting and melting and melting and melting. Melting and melting and melting and melting and melting. It was wild. The slam to take out stops is the tell that it wanted to go up. Take off the bear suit. Yeah, had to take off the bear suit. Wait a minute. Let's see what you guys saying. Weeklies. Yeah, as long as we stay. So that's a good question. Who's asking that question? So Abraham, weeklies do much better in a positive gamma environment. I would, if you're gonna trade, but if you want like safety, better to buy like a monthly or even a 3-month, and have a price target and buy in a low in positive gamma. You buy like a month out or a 3-month out call option, close to being in the money. Then you're not fucking dealing with the bullshit of the up and down moves, the theta burn. If that's how you wanted to go about it, I always like spreads in positive gamma environments. We'll look at that too. Let's look at that right now. Let's talk about. I got a bunch, dude. I got so much shit to talk to you guys about. We won't look right now because I got a bounce coming up right here. We'll see if we get some rejection off this gap fill. Came right in, bought it all up like it was no big deal. Markets are supported. This shows support in the market. We're not selling the rip. We're not blood red. You'll see dips get bought. But I got a bunch of stuff to show you guys, especially the new traders, on if this market is going to do this, if this market does turn around, or if this is a bottom. You're going to be able to, in a supportive market, you're going to be able to come in every 3 or 4 weeks and buy a dip safe in relative safety and run it up for 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Not 4 weeks, 3 weeks. Cash them out. And then you'll wait for a decline over a week or so. Usually around, I think it starts around the 12th or 14th. You'll get the decline usually by the 21st or so. And you rebuy back in once more, run it up 3 weeks, get out, you're in, you're out. You can do spreads, you can do in the money calls, you can put 1 to 3 months on them in relative safety, and you're just like cash and checks. Cash and checks, cash and checks, cash and checks, cash and checks. Some of you guys will run away, you'll meet some kind of a guy that's pumping some shit stock. That's what'll happen. You'll get greedy. Start coming in the feed and telling me how XYZ company is going to be the fucking next Ford or next whatever. It'll be fun. Let's take a look at the book map. Coming into that gap that we filled, if we don't get any resistance here, we're more than likely going to start blasting off again. Price target would be the high of the day. If you want to see it, it'd be something like this. Move up, consolidation, go up and attempt to attack this 410. Then you'll hear the bears say this is a double top. Think of Swim Bookmap does have the two. Yeah, they have the two COD, the CVD circles, but there's options within those circles in the back end and the regular Bookmap that have more options. You bought some original. You bought some initially up at like 395, right above the pivot, and then it dropped, and you were I guess I closed that, then I ranted with you back below, and then I got nailed 2 times. Joys of a remodel. Yeah, I got fucked in that. Long hair at 4067. I should have just held all of it, but I just got salty. Yeah, I get salty too. You get it from Costco, just return it. Oh no, fuck no. I got it. Fuck. Well, I I bought this fucking thing like during COVID. I bought it like beginning of COVID. I was loading up on shit during COVID. Tesla seems to be gaining power. Lord Pente, you should see the biggest ramp in tech. Speculative growth shit stocks too. And that would include Tesla. All bets are off with Tesla at this point. They'll more. I don't think that they'll decouple if you're gonna see like FOMO money come into the market. Stayed here, yeah. The BBY douchebag's always pumping. Yeah, you'll see like channels pop back up. You're gonna start seeing channels pop back up, and you'll see guys out there, and there's like trading groups, right? And some of you guys probably know this, some of you guys probably don't, but there are trading groups with boiler room type guys with that kind of experience, and they'll meet each other in DMs and stuff. Start making YouTube channels, Discords, and what they'll do is they'll start pumping out videos on a company. They'll take positions in these companies, then they'll start selling them to their moderators in their Discords. The moderators will take the next position, and then they'll do like tell their followers, buy all this, and then tell your friends. And then people get on stock twits and fucking Twitter and fucking pay for bots to make posts. It's really fucked up shit. And then of course they exit first, and then the insular group members will exit next, and then the Discord people will exit next, and then of course the stupid John Q pump buyer will exit last and get stuck with the bags, and they'll repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. If we go back into a bull market, you'll see that happen, which is kind of fucking gross. That will happen. Yeah, 90% of them do suck real bad. They tend to go away, or you don't see as much of it. Like in this decline you watched over 2 years, the past 2 years, like 2022, 2021, you just started seeing getting less and less and less and less, and then real quiet past a few months. And you'll see the rise of them again. Yeah, Dom Mafia is saying Elon also has a record of selling shares into these events. You're seeing that today. When you're seeing the volume even today the continuation of volume. It's like horse trading with people with big money. You got people that are upside down, want to get out. You got people that want to reposition themselves with lots of money, right? How am I repositioning? You've got portfolio managers that are hiding in the Dow, right? Tons of portfolio managers are hiding in the Dow. I was talking to Brad yesterday. I think it was Brad. I forget who I was talking to, and I said, you might see the Dow actually come down a little bit. You might see a shift of money from hiding in the Dow coming out to play in tech. So you could actually see some weakness in the Dow still, and then a ramp in the Qs. You can also buy ads on Yahoo Finance to pump stocks. No shit. Yeah, I don't know much about. I've been in those trading group. I'm paying to get in this trading group. I used to trade penny stocks and $1 to $3, not real true pennies, but like anywhere from $1 to $20, $25 back in the day, and got invited into some of those groups a couple times. I didn't know that they even existed. Like in the back end, I never knew that they were pump and dump groups. I'd buy a large share position in a company, and then I'd show up to their ER, ask a bunch of stupid questions, record it, come back to everybody and show it and stuff. And at that time, I was naive. I had no idea that I was helping pump and dumpers. And then of course, finally they unveiled themselves, and I was like, and they were like, "You want to join our group?" And I'm like, "Fuck no! Like, I want to fucking do with that shit." But I didn't know that it was real, and it's real. It's 100%. They're out there. Yeah, it should totally be illegal. What's crazy too is that one instance where I figured, well, when the veil was lifted for me. These are some guys that I trusted. Over time, I'd come to trust them, and I was like, these guys know what they're talking about. These guys know the technicals. These guys know the financials. These guys know the CEOs of these small companies. These guys know the news that's coming up, all this stuff, right? And they've done their due diligence, right? That's why I don't believe in due diligence anymore. I don't have no fucking faith in any due diligence in a company. I think they get bought, they get pushed, they get driven up, and then they get sold for profit. That's what, all companies. That's what I think. What happens. Everything's a pump and dump fucking scheme, one way or another. But I had no idea. I was like a young trader, and then of course, when I finally was looking up to a guy, and I finally confided in me what they were doing, and I was like, wow, this is fun. And he was like, I'm only telling you because I don't want you to get burned in your position. He's like, this is one big fucking pump and dump, and me and all my guys we're all involved in this. And I was like, what? So it was kind of an eye opener for me. Happens all the time. They go from stock to stock to stock to stock. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, Cocaine Bear is a real fucking movie. I think Jedi Marcus said to me the other day, he was like, or he reposted it, and I was like, I gotta follow this fucking guy. This guy's great. And I had no idea it was a movie either. And then I saw the trailer on Reddit or something. And I was like, oh, that's a real fucking movie. That shit's gonna be memed. The moment that, I don't know if the movie's out yet or not, but when it does come out, I know I'm going through it and fucking cutting a bunch of the fucking scenes out of that shit. That shit's gonna be the most memed fucking movie. I don't know who came up with it, but whoever did came up with that shit, it's gonna get memed to fucking, it's gonna become like a huge meme. Huge. Cocaine Bear. Yeah, lots of that shit. That's where I encountered it. Was in pharma. It was in biotech pump and dumps. It was in biotech pump and dumps. It was biotech pump and dumps, and then there was some shit after 9/11 with security stocks and stuff. Oh, and fucking this is another crazy one. I remember when MJ stocks, the first time they got the big pump. I want to say that was 2017. Could have been earlier. I don't know. 2017, I think, was the first MJ pump. Maybe it was earlier. I'm fucking dating myself. This could have been like 7 or 10 years ago. And I remember when they did the second MJ stock pump, and people were like, "Are you gonna buy MJ stocks?" And I was like, "Fuck no, man! I was in the first fucking pump and got burned." I was like, "Fuck you, get out of here!" I was like, "Fucking, I don't care what fucking MJ stock's going back up." I think I had some stragglers that I wound up owning for like fucking 3 or 5 years or something. That I was like, these are never coming back. When they had the next pump, I was like, get me out of this shit. I was like, I'm never ever buying MJ stock ever again. Like, fucking. Deckmar trades, never heard of them. Don't know who Deckmar is. Myrna broke higher, so glad I closed my shorts yesterday. Yeah, I haven't even looked at my shit for the Dow yet. I'm not fucking looking. I fucking refuse to look at it. I don't even want to fucking know. I just want the fucking market to roll at some point between now and March. I'm gonna open those fucking things up and see what they're looking like. What's this based on a true story? Cocaine Bear? These groups don't teach you anything. You're a Lemming member. Yeah, I didn't when the veil was revealed to me. I was pretty fucking upset, and I was grateful for the heads up to this one guy in particular, and I think he's still kind of an active trader, and I think I know who he is on Twitter, and I've never brought it up to him. I've never DM'd him about it. But I don't talk to him either. I'm not sure it's him, and he might deny it now, but I'm friends with him, but I don't interact with him with nothing. Um, I was shocked, and then it was weird because we were talking day in day out DMs all day long, like DMs. The one that I figured it out, or he told me, I didn't figure shit out. I felt fucking violated. I was like, what the fuck is this? I was like, I'm fucking wasting my time doing all this bullshit. I don't know. I'll look them up. To Mark Trade, or what'd you say they were? I'll write that name down. Deckmar Trades. I'll look them up. I don't know anything about them. It was a true story, apparently. I love it. Sharknado was a true story, too. Bears will need more than Coke to go through the winter pivot. Jedi posted the trailer. Yeah, Jedi posted the trailer. It's a great way to move money around the world. OG money laundering before BTC. No shit. I didn't know that either. All the pump and dumpers moved to crypto. Yeah, there was a big pump and dump in crypto. I kicked myself today about that shit. I get like if there's like some moments in my life where I've really fucked up. That's one of them. I used to go to Burning Man years and years ago, and I was an early adopter of Bitcoin when it was worthless. And I had a good friend of mine who was mining it in like 2007 or 8 or some shit out of his he was an engineer at a TV station, and he was using all their servers to mine it. And at the time that I don't know if my wife was my wife then, she might have been, but she was like, sell all your shit and get out. We were coming into a halving or something, and she was like, get out now and don't ever do that shit again. And had I just held, it'd be fucking. I'd probably be worth a few $100 million today. That's how fucked up that is. And I was using it for buying illegal substances on the internet. And I was like, this will never become like something common. It'll always be used for this kind of shit. It'll always be used for like buying and selling drugs and shit. It'll never make mainstream. Fucking sure enough. That was a big fuck up. I should have just bought and held all that shit and never fucking sold it. Now I watch all the pumpers on fucking crypto and I'm like, this is all crazy. This is insane. This is insane. Same technology that's used for credit card transactions. Come on. Life changing? Come on. And of course, I know the story of silver, so that's what I'm waiting for is once the government steps in, it's all over. The gig is up. If you ever have a chance, watch the Hunt Brothers and just imagine that with crypto. Oh, we got just some guys saying we're going to fucking 4100 with LTC and ETH in 2011. Yeah, man, dude, my buddy, he's fucking filthy rich now. He's filthy fucking rich. He was like, what? So if you see the crazy, no offense to Bitcoiners or crypto guys out there, but you know how like some people are just fucking constantly on the pump? He was like that when it was worthless. And my wife was like, he's fucking crazy. Stop that stupid shit. fucking, it was probably the biggest mistake I've ever made in my life. I could have been a fucking bazillionaire. That was it right there. Like worst trade of my life, selling fucking BTC or Bitcoin when it was fucking worthless. Like fucking worthless. Fucking worthless. Can I speak to the viability of Max Payne as an indicator in this type of market moment? Yeah, we can speak about. Well, so Max Payne doesn't work like it used to. It used to be a really cool. So not back in the day, there was a time, maybe let's call it 5 years ago, where not many people knew about Max Payne. There wasn't a huge options market, so it was kind of consistent. And there were some models for the life and pricing of options as well that were pretty consistent, but all that's changed. You're seeing Max Payne levels change and be reset on a smaller time frame than what the data sets that are being used in models are being presented publicly. So unless you get free data sets from CME, and then you have to pay for data sets, big money for current data sets, and not all of the services that are selling what Max Payne is that day are able to update or pay for the updates to be actually current. As a matter of fact, at some point 2 weeks ago or something, I made some comments about a Max Payne. There was like a Max Payne shift middle of a day. There was like a resetting of Max Payne levels, like 100 points, and I was like, "This is bullshit." I was like, "This is bullshit." This is So you're having and then you got three major influencers now. You've got people that everyone knows about Max Payne levels. You've got algorithms that are being built to trade that stuff, and then you've got algorithms coming in and then manipulating the market with zero date options, which is then bastardizing Max Payne levels. I don't know if I'm saying that right. So if I've got a large position, so let's say I've got a large position. Let's say I've got $10 million on. The 10 million is not a good idea. Like the JPM trade's not a big collar. There are larger collars in the market. So let's say I have $1 billion on a collar at 400 for today, and I want to hit 400 today, and I want it to be at 400 for most of the day, or let's say this week. I want to keep it on 400 or near 400 or pin to 400 for the next week. And some outside influence in the market's trying to push the price of SPY away from 400. So I can come in and I've got my $1 billion trade. I can come in with just $10 million and nudge the market around into where I want the price to pin to cheaply, and it'd be cost of doing business. If I let other people know that I've got that collar on that price of 400, I can also get other people to trade to it or against it to help as well. So there's Max Payne is a moving target. Would be the best way I could describe it currently, and it changes so frequently that people aren't paying for the data to show the Max Payne number changing. Sometimes on an intraday basis, wildly. Yeah, we're on VWAP right now. Messing around with VWAP. Do I want to hear regret? I had 22.85 calls on Qs yesterday when we dumped 280s, averaged to about 42 cents, sold at 60. Fuck. That's horrible. That's horrifying. $5 for January 23rd. Just nothing. Just knowing the volume. Yeah. Had 35 GME calls back when it pumped. Strike was $30. Got out, and then when it crashed from 400 to 78. I owned GME before the first pump. I owned the stock and I owned options. I think suspected saboteur knows all about that story. Him and I were trading that back in December, January, a couple of years ago, with all the Wall Street bettors. It was wild. Thanks, Binky. Yeah, you can check my Twitter. I think it's still on my. I don't delete any of my tweets. I leave all of them up. You can go back to my Twitter and check back then. Another thing that pisses me off about not quite GME, like the AMC thing, is the CEO is a fucking scumbag. He loans his shares out to short it down. I think he owns them at like $1.50 or something, $1.50 or $3 or something. He loans his shares out to short the stock down. He's a fucking villain. He's a fucking douchebag. I don't understand the AMC thing. I got no fucking love for the metamorphosis into AMC being a part of that. I felt really bad for people that caught GME late too. That shit took a life of its own. That's about the time when all the old school Wall Street bettors started getting account bans or IP bans on Reddit. That's when the admins, the site admins, not just the old admins of not OGs, but like the creators of Wall Street Bets came in and started slamming down people, taking out fucking. I got an IP ban on I think 10 accounts I had on Reddit. Some going back to the original. Like the first year there was a Reddit. I had one account that was from the start of Reddit that they fucking took from me. I was fucking pissed about that, man. Like an original Reddit account from the first year, and they fucking robbed me. I was so fucking pissed. You know who did that to me? That was the moderator of Nicola, the Nicola subreddit. Fucking got me IP banned. I was so fucking pissed. Fuck Nicola. Nah, I don't know how they were doing it. It was an IP ban. I rebooted my computer, rebooted my I had a new IP address. It didn't matter. Or maybe I'm calling an IP ban. They knew like I couldn't. I got so what they did was the things they did was they started to delete my accounts, right? So I couldn't log back into them. And then when I tried to sign up for an account, even with a new IP address, couldn't sign up for an account. I can now, but for about 2 or 3 years I couldn't. I don't know how they knew. I don't know what tech they were using. It's not that weird. You guys all know about how Reddit is, right? So like Reddit, there is software out there to find out who you are. Human resources companies are figuring out by little bits of data that you leave behind, trails that you leave behind, who you are on Reddit. Reddit's like a fascinating place. Or what it's turned into has become a fascinating place. I don't know. So what happened was they started to delete my accounts. And then when I went back in to try to create a new account, I had a message pop right up and say, accounts from this address. You know who else has this? You know who else has this tech? Is I just had another. It happened to me recently. I'd used a like a free trial, and then went back to get a free trial again. Even didn't matter what I did. Didn't matter if I reboot my modem every morning at like 4 a.m. My modem reboots because my wife is a work from home athletic trainer, and I do this, and so she's got this. She's got like all these fucking big TVs and shit, and does all this stuff, and she's in a VPN, like an internet VPN tunnel or something, and so we'll reset every morning. But as a matter of fact, I did a like a 7-day free trial. And I tried to re-sign up for it again, and I couldn't. And then I tried it under all kinds of different shit. Tried it on different devices. Tried it with a VPN, and matter of fact, I got an email back from them. They said, "We know who you are," and I was like, "Oh shit." I actually got a physical email that said, I think I got through the second, like the third or fourth attempt or something. I got through, and then I got shut out of it. And then they said, "We know who you are," and they were like, "We have this IP address," and I was like, "You gotta be shitting me." I was like, "How the fuck? Where's this tech?" I'm assuming this tech is being sold to companies, and it's just not talked about. Yeah, I clear cache. I clear cookies. I do all that shit. I use VPNs. I've had VPN fails. Everyone says VPNs work. I'm like, that's not always true. Sorry. So it looks like we're in consolidation today. I just want you guys to see this, right? Let's take a look at what's happening in the market. And you can see it, right? You can see it on BOOKMAP. There's some consolidation. We're bouncing around. See the supply above, right? So if you look at my cursor up here and you're looking at the BOOKMAP, right? You're seeing there's supply here, right? So this is like that horse trading. So what so there's a few things you want to understand about what's happening today. Number one, we're in a supportive environment. You write that down. That's what it is. We're in a supportive environment. And how you can tell, right, that we're in a supportive environment is the supply is coming in and we're not just bloodbathing. Does that make sense? So when you hear people talk about sell the rip or buy the dip, what it's telling you is we're not getting bloodbaths in the supply. Do you see how we have supply here? We have buyers coming up. We're in positive gamma right now, right? We're not actually just bloodbathing it down, right? We're not down 300 fucking points today. So when you hear people say we're in a supportive environment, it's going to show that we're going to hit supply, come right back down, and try to find some kind of stability. Where that is, if this takes 3 days, if this takes 5 days, you would then see us trade sideways and down slowly over time until we found enough support, enough buyers, more buyers than sellers, right? So you're seeing that so today, if we had sold off right off the bell, if we had been like, fuck it, we went go to the depths of hell, that would imply that that was a short covering yesterday. That's all it was. And you would see us immediately start selling the market in fucking mass right off the opening bell. It'd be like just a death and destruction. You'd be selling the rip. We'd be down below this pivot point as well. So if you're a bull, what you're looking for, if you're a bull out there, or if you're a bear and saying, I want to fucking sell this market, fuck you, Cap, and fuck the bulls, right? You're looking for certain things over the coming days. You're going to be looking for see if I can get this for you guys. Hold on here. People say, well, the market's digesting. It's not really what's happening. You've got these sellers coming down, but you've got demand here. And so just inside of this zone, I'm going to delete this in a minute, right? You're going to be looking for this supply coming down, right? All this horse trading taking place, and you're going to be looking for some kind of a consolidation in here until the supply is worn out, right? And then a move higher. There's that pivot point, right? And so you're going to be looking for some kind of consolidation in here. Now, let's say we start to consolidate for like 1, 2, 3 days, and we start consolidating for like 4 days or 5 days. That's distribution. You start seeing distribution, you're going to be looking for weakness. You're going to be looking for some kind of a bloodbath over here. Make sense? And that's what we're experiencing today. Now we could get a rip higher today. We could just start blasting off once again. But with this much volume, I'm going to be looking for some declining volume. You can see the volume here, right? You can see it right on this chart. Look at this volume. Volume here yesterday. Still volume here today. A little bit more sellers than buyers, but still decent volume. You're going to be looking for some declining volume for that move higher as time goes on. Even this bar right here, that's 10 million, man. That's fucking huge. On a 1 hour chart. 10 million? It's fucking huge. 19 million on the first hour of the day. So you'd consider this positioning for the next move. And what are we positioning for, up or down? I can't tell you that right now. My thought is that we've got the gaps above. The news yesterday is going to be an attack higher. We're going to look to break out. Here's where that downtrend is, right? Right over here. This is that bigger, larger bear trend. You're looking for just some consolidation here and to start checking higher highs. And this is likely where we're going. Unless we break below that pivot and we start to break below into negative gamma, that's what we're doing right now. And until that changes, until you break below this positive gamma over here, we start rolling it down and over, you can't be bearish here. So you're gonna have to give it time. You might see like today, tomorrow, and Monday consolidation. There's a fair chance of that. It's probably a 35 to 45% chance you'll see consolidation today, tomorrow, and Monday. Not guaranteed, but there's a high probability of that. Maybe some of you think that you'll wake up on Monday and it'll be a bloodbath and we'll be way down here. It's possible, but it's not probable. You're likely going to see consolidation in here for an attempt at higher highs. And the reason I say that is because you haven't had a reason all year long, not one time, to attempt to make that move higher. We've got targets up here, right? We've got gaps to fill above and that kind of stuff. So you might be asking like, hey Cap, what do you think about this? And I'm like, okay, let's take a look. We've got end of month. In the chat, tell me what we got coming up for some economic, not news. How about events? We've got December 16th, I think, right? Or 14th. When is the actual the presser? Is that on the 14th? Maybe. I haven't looked at a calendar yet. We don't need to. We can be close. We'll clean this up later. It's either the 14th or the 16th. We got the Fed meeting, right? Does anybody know when the presser is? The 14th. So that's like something you want to be looking towards. You've got end of the month, right? This is when the holiday rally usually begins. It's usually the 15th. Historically, it's the middle of the month. So we've got call it 12:30, right over there. Some key points, right? So you kind of start thinking about, we're going to make this attempt now. We're going to make this attempt here, right? Start thinking about how the market flows, right? We all know the market goes up. We know the market comes down. We know the market comes up, right? See what I'm saying? Now, can we deviate from this plan right here? Sure, we can. We can deviate, but if we're going to start to think about, just a simple way to think about the moves of the market, right? Makes sense? This is the 30th, so I guess you could move this around. Could be something like this. Right? So you get 12:30 right here, right? So you're going to be like, okay, so no, we might break this trend. But if we trend like this in some fashion, shape, or form, if we trade down right here and then jump right back on that gravy train, does that make sense? Consolidate in here. Jump right back on. Get your rip higher that you're talking about. Right? 7th, 8th. Coming into the 14th. And this is usually a bull thing, right? On a monthly. Come back down. Find some more support. 15th or so. End of month. Come into the 31st or so. And we start selling. We start looking lower, right? We've now closed the gaps above. Right? We've tagged our gaps. And now into January, you're gonna see. Let's just do a check again. Is what the market's gonna say, right? And they're gonna want to check that 350 level. They're gonna want to check. Let's close this up. They're gonna want to check down here, right? So let's see here. See this little gap down here that needs filled? Remember that trend line that's over here, right? So at a minimum, I got to delete all that. It's close. You got this move up here, right? Move up here, right? Move up here. Yeah, hold on. My fucking thing sucks here. All right, move up at the end of the month or something. Something like this. Do I get this wrong? Something like this. Close the gaps above. Come into the 30th, and we're going to start wanting to check down lower, right? And where are we going to want to check? We're going to want to check down here, right? can see this accumulation down here. Let me clear that out. There's going to want to be a check down here. See that gap down below? So they're going to want to check this coming into, let's call it January. Let's say we get a bounce down here. So you roll this over, come down, check it, right? We get a bounce, come back up, get some more rejection. This is that major bear trend. Come back down to March and check lower one more time. And then we're off and running. I'm going to assume, too, that this is going to be coinciding with the minutes. So you're going to be looking for the December Fed minutes whenever they come out. And you're gonna tag that over here, put a vertical line wherever that is, and you're gonna tag the minutes, whatever the minutes are expected in February and January, the meetings as well. Tag all those, and you can probably chart a course for where we're going. Now, if you're like super bullish here, right, where you want to get super bullish here, then what you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to look for these gaps to get closed, right? You're like, well, what about a super bullish cap? What about all-time highs for the tech and all that stuff? When we come up here and check these gaps, you'll want us to rest above, right? Consolidate and start moving higher. Right? So we'll deal with that when we get there. This would be the confirmation that we're changing directions, right? This whole sequence up here would confirm, even if we break down below here and then start back up again, this would be your confirmation that we've broken downtrend and we're attempting to go higher. There's nobody out there with a crystal ball. There's no fucking Elliott wave out there. There's no fucking, sorry, there just isn't. That's going to tell you if we're going to do this or if we're going to go down here. But we're going to be looking for it as time, this is your setups, your two setups into, your two highly probable setups into January, February, March. You're going to be looking for this kind of a setup, and you're going to be looking for retesting down below as a setup. Now, there's this third option which says we're gonna crash the market anyways. Yeah, sure, but it's still improbable. It's very low probability. So if we see that, we'll come to it. If you want to know how to see that coming, it doesn't really matter now, does it? Because if let's say we do the recheck down below, that path. Oops, sorry. Wait a minute. If we do this path down this way. Somehow when I go off screen, it stops. If we do this recheck down below, you can't get into crash mode unless we start breaking through these lower levels here on this downtrend. So you can't even get into crash mode unless the check doesn't work over here. There's nobody out there that's going to tell you, like, it's going to fail or it's going to break. I think it's going to break. You can say that, but you can't fucking, there's nothing guaranteed in this market. Nothing. You have to know that. It's just a list of probabilities, possibilities, how to react at those levels, what to look for at those levels, and be ready for a bounce or a failure. You guys understand all this stuff? I'm assuming about 50% of you do. 60% of you are probably already thinking about these moves into January, February, and March. But on your own charts at home, just start finding out. I haven't done it today. So I have to do it over the weekend for you guys so we can start looking at the possibilities for specifically the rest of December, January, March, and the minutes of the meetings. They should be the key events. But because of what J. Powell said, they're gonna look towards those known events as being the guide for the market. Like bad news will be good news. Mostly because they're going to be looking for the Fed guidance. If there's going to be a shift in guidance in the next few months, you're likely outside of unknown events going to be trading to those minutes and those speeches in a big way. Some more sellers coming in right now. Yeah, I don't like CPI and like those things are going to be, they'll be used at certain points in the market, like at a resistance level or a support level. But if you guys are looking for the major moves in the market, it's going to be all fucking eyes and all fucking ears on. The Fed has everybody's attention once again. We're talking about AMC and it's fucking blasting off. You guys want to look at AMC? Holy shit. Weren't we just talking about AMC like fucking 20 minutes ago? No. Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe intraday volatility from those guys. You're pretty much putting the clown hats on all those guys at this point. Jerome threw a big dick down yesterday. It's like, you're gonna listen to the fucking Fed heads now? No. I would call that a loss of credibility. Slapped 8, 9, 7. Jesus. Fucking AMC. If it's any consideration, if it's any there are people out there that think that if there's a squeeze in AMC and GME, it coincides with market tops. Give me a second here. I got some stuff for you. We'll put some stuff up. Hold on. Just a second. Hold on. Let's look at we'll look at AMC. I didn't know it was trading that low. I haven't been watching AMC for some time. Ready for the pivot? Right there. That's the pivot point on AMC. Can't believe I'm doing this right now. Gotta take care of the apes. Okay, pivot point 722. On, get down there. Right there. Up higher. Right there. There. Right there. Hold on here. R1. I got some more. I got some cool stuff I'm gonna show you guys here in just a minute. Oh, no, it's R2. And then 16 Jesus. $16.23. Right there. You want me to get the bulls all crazy? 1969. 1976. Nope. 69 right there. And then 23.15. There. Some upper targets here. These are all retracements. See if we can go back. How many 5-minute charts with a 15-minute chart? Big power move down here, $5. Whew. It's almost 100% move. Consolidation, right? If you measured this move, I don't know if I can measure on this or not. I don't think I can, but I don't know. I just do a rectangle or something like $5. About half the move right there, right? It's about half. Seems like it's top. Seems like that's top right there. About half the move. Probably short this down if you wanted to. It's kind of gross to say, isn't it? Any of you guys out there trade AMC? Some dips to buy? The move's probably done. It's about halfway up. If you're thinking, if you're like, it's not, the move's not done, Cap. Okay. We know where. We know what to look for the move not to be done, right? Somewhere in there. Is that it right there? Yeah, that's it right. That's it right about there. So if you're trading AMC, you want to stay on this trend here. You can see, if you start, I mean, we can add them in too as it goes. We can go. There's some kind of a fake support right here, bullshit support right there. We could write that in there too, bullshit support. Bullshit support. You hope there's buyers here. You can see you can see VWAP. You know, if VWAP starts coming down here, you probably see a rollover. This would be a place of interest if you hit VWAP. They could trade this right here too. We're way outside of moving. I guess if you used a 7-day moving average, maybe you could trade that. On a 5-minute chart, yeah, we're way fucking far away. If you wanted to trade this, you know, you won't make this every time, but you'd be looking for something like that, maybe. And you'd also be looking for a failure at some point. So there's probably some trap buyers up in here. So you probably never get above there. So you might today, but let's just, if you're looking at this as a pure exercise in trading, this is where all the trap buyers are. They could possibly get up here. You could possibly come up and test it one more time, right? A test. If it rejects and trap buyers try to get out, you'll start to see us make our way down. Not always. Sometimes we'll break through. But that's what you're looking for. So if you see like we come back up, retest it, and start trading down levels, your next level would be, this is your next short. If you, short right here would be right here. To take it to VWAP and then start to take it back down to these moving averages over here. All bets would be off if once you break above this supply zone right here. If you break above this supply zone right here, you'll get your next leg. So let's look at this on a so if you wanted to squeeze higher here, right? You want to start hitting you want to hit 1627. Believe it or not, that's where it is. You want to start blasting higher, and I haven't done a measured. I have to measure some retracements, but there's some, those are, I think that's where the retracements are, and like high-low retracements and stuff. So you're starting to see this break down below here already. Start to see it, right? And where would you come in to look for buyers? Where's the demand line, right? This is the demand line, or this was the demand line right here, right? This is a demand line right here. And if people start panicking and selling, you start to see, you know, weakness here, right? They're like, just get me out of the trade. I don't want to be in the trade anymore. I'm just get me out of the trade, right? Start bloodbathing it down here. So you're going to have two places to check for demand. First place you're going to check for demand, of course, is VWAP. Right in here. This is also a support level, I believe, as point of control. That's R3. So this would be yellow. And it's somewhere lower. It's like, it actually goes kind of low. Right there. And you got a gap to fill down here. Right below R2 is a gap. The old gapper down here. We'll write that in. We're writing gap in here. We'll check back and see how this does. You got a gap right here. And then your real support is down here at R1 and pivot point. This is your, you can see where it starts right here, right? This is your origination point. This is also your pivot point down here. So you're going to turn that green. So if the trade's still on, if it's still like, hey, I'm fucking super bullish here for AMC, this is your trade setups. This is what you're looking for. Anything above that red, this is where you're going to break out. So you'd write breakout and squeezing. Anything below down here? Bloodbath. Break of this down here, bloodbath. Anything below this pivot point, you start getting really negative. Resume the fucking beatings. You resume the beatings down here. And then you want to look back at whatever the prevailing trend is, right? So this is the bloodbath. This is where you would resume. See that there? Guess how this works out for you? So you'd be looking for the resumption of downtrend. You can always make these bigger on your own charts. But if you start coming down here, you'd expect or anticipate that, you know, more of this bullshit. And we could chart all that down there if you wanted, or you can do that on your own. We could have made that bigger, but for the intraday, that's where it's at. We'll come back and revisit this. The old pump and dumps. Yay, old pump and dumps. There you go. There's AMC. What do you guys want to do? Tesla next? What do you guys want to do? There's not much going on, is there? There's not a hell of a lot going on, is there? You guys want Tesla? What do you guys want to do? There isn't a whole fuck of a lot going on today, is there? Consolidation, baby. These meme stocks going along with diagonals is a good way to ride without too much money. Tesla, please. Yeah, Tesla. Tesla. How about this? If I do Tesla, right? If I do Tesla, I want you to go on Twitter and say, hey, CaptainJimJames is about to chart out Tesla for you and tell you fucking what he thinks is going to happen. So you can go on there and rip his ass. Apple is at the top of the daily channel. Abraham C is giving a heads up. You want to let's take a trip around the market. How about that? You want to do that first? Take a trip around the market and see what's up in the market. And then we'll do Tesla. Okay? So Tesla will be next. A little bit of weakness right now, some consolidation in the SPY. You can see this like coiling happening right now. We should get a directional break at some point. Some low liquidity breaks going on the buy and sell side right now. Quiet middle of the day. I don't know if it's middle. What time is it right now? 11:49. We'll take a look around the market. Then we're going to chart out Tesla for Tesla gang. Tesla Q, Tesla Bulls, Tesla Bears. Doesn't matter. We'll check it out. Please like and subscribe to these videos. Yeah, please like and subscribe. Go on Twitter or something. Tell people we're going to chart it out in a few minutes. We're going to take a quick trip around the market, see what's going on, and then we'll do Tesla. I don't know why I have Piton up here. I was making fun of Piton yesterday. Oh, Tesla. We'll come right back to Tesla. Look at that. NDX. Jeez. Look at NDX. Like a dragon. It's like a what are we gonna call this? What are we gonna call this? Like the rooster-tailed open China COVID dragon head. Right? It's got a head on him. Got some teeth. Nasty little head on him. He wants those gaps above, right? Supportive, right? We got some support on on NDX. There could be some. It looks like consolidation. It doesn't look like anything else. Like it's certainly bullish. You might have some bears out there saying this is just a larger bear flag pattern. It doesn't look like it to me. This looks more like, I'll show you what it looks like to me if you want to know. You know, this looks like a part of a larger pattern of 1, 2, 3. All right, 1, 2, and 3. And some consolidation for a leg higher to close these gaps. I'll be honest with you, that's what it looks like. So I'm going to put some targets up here. I don't know how long this consolidation lasts, man. This could last a day. It could last 3 days. I don't know how long it's going to last. Now, if it lasts longer than 3 days, you could see the roll. So if you're bearish, you could make a case for us coming back down. 1, 2, 3 in the move higher. Make a case for this. I'm not anti this case right here. I'm not anti this, but so what if you're looking for a buy zone? We know where it's at, right? It's actually higher now. Well, there's still this gap down below, so we may make it larger. Put it all the way down here. So that's your green zone, right? Your price target above is, you got 2 price targets above. Close this gap here. That's your yellow. Close this gap here. I don't have the retracements on NDX right now, but I can get them at some point if you want. And we can actually put the retracements in and see where they line up to this stuff. I'm not going to do that right now, but we're going to just take a trip around the market. NDX looks like consolidation. I'm not going to call it weakness yet, or that's going to go fully down here. I'm going to give it that 3 days, see if it consolidates. If it starts to break lower, I'd be looking to buy below. I'd prefer to buy this, though. I'll be honest with you. I'd prefer to buy this. But that was some powerful shit yesterday. I think you might be lucky if you get somewhere in here. Currently sitting at 12,001. I'd be looking to buy 11,750. That's what I'd like to buy, 11,750. We'll put a box there just as a check. That's kind of like your. It's kind of like your. We remain bullish here. We get bearish for this move down below that red box. Chunk bonds. Staying in trend. Let's look at junk bonds in a larger time frame. Interested in this. Buyers, 1, 2, and 3. Power move up. This is a larger move here in junk bonds. This is a pretty big move right here, right? You see these buyers coming in. They slammed it up right here. They did it again right here. And this is a lot of work down here. A lot of work going on to get there. Hang tight here. Let me get rid of this white box. Bam, 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 volatility. It's a lot of work to get up there. Whole lot of work to get up there. Wouldn't shock me to see us spend a lot of time in here. It's gonna be a lot of work in here. A lot of work to be done to form a bottom here. This is the downtrend. There's a lot of work in here, man. Like this, I'm not gonna lie. Like you're trying to break out a downtrend here. Usually, this takes some fucking work. Sometimes you get a squeeze higher, but then it fails somewhere. Sometimes you get that squeeze higher. You get like that push up higher, that extension up higher, and then it'll come back down and consolidate some more. That could be the January to March trade, somewhere in here. It's a pretty big time frame here. Maybe I shouldn't go that high with it. I should have it like more like this. Close some gaps, consolidate into March. HYG. Gaps above, right? Buyers, buyers, buyers. Same setup. No, I'm not going to chart this right now. You can chart this on your own. This is the same setup, basically. Same fucking setup as J&K. VIX, we talked to you. I talked to you yesterday about repricing VIX. I think we should look at that as possible. A way to see this in a larger time frame, the VIX. We've done it before, right? We've traded the VIX down to lower lows. We'll come back and look at this. This is an important thing to look at as well. Is if there's a repricing of VIX, could become important. Start rolling this over. There is a point in here. Right there. No, that's not it either. Is it right here? Well, hang tight for a second. So it's somewhere in here. I don't know where it is right now. Maybe we haven't hit it yet. Maybe that's why. You're going to be looking for this. I don't know if this happens or not, but I was talking about this with you yesterday. Some of you all stayed in stream with me. And I don't think, there's no guarantee this happens, but you're going to be looking for a fucking VIX. Some kind of repricing. We know we have a marker down here at 1410. And you want to get really nasty. I don't think it ever gets this low, but if we trade in here, that would be fascinating. That would put us back to this is December 31st right here. This is going to be a key point right here too. So we'll keep this one on here as well. This is a key level down below. We'll watch this into March. You can see there's more to go down here. This is that little push right here. My key is you could actually come down here. You could trade it to $18 in a repricing event if we had a push above outside of the channel. You could see VIX go to $18, and you could see repricing, trend reversal confirmation on the VIX. You get weak into January and March, and there you have your another top to sell up here. This is January. This is March. We'll pay attention to this as time goes forward and see what happens. Where does this put us? Probably June or July, right? I don't. You have like they use that shitty. This is May. This is April 27th. I don't know if we get there, but April 27th. Let's mark it. See what happens. Can't wait to come back on April 27th and see where we are. If we're way the other way or not. This would be the December rollover. So you would expect us in April to be at ready all-time highs. Oh, that's got to piss some people off. You got some work to do, Bears. Bears need to get their shit together. Bears got some work to do. You want to look at? Did we already look at the Dixie? Oh yeah, baby. What's that? What's that right there? Someone's lost their pants. Blood red. Blood red. Somebody get tornado sirens out. That's some blood red shit right there. Let's look at some possible support places. So right here, ready? We already had this one here. We'll drop boxes here. You guys might like drop boxes. Places of interest for Dixie. Or for the Dix. Gonna push here. Push there. Maybe not boxes. I don't like that. This is an interesting level. Probably have to do some work on this shit. Push, right? Buy. And then a thrust up. So you're going to be looking for some buyers down here. Means most certainly you're going to be looking for some buyers down here without a doubt. See if we got this right here. Right in here. Right in there. Push right there, right? Push right there. Maybe it's lower. Right in here. See if these buyers step in down here. It's very fucking bearish on Dixie, though. It's very, very bearish on Dixie right now. You should see more bloodletting. Price target $101. It's pretty fucking brutal. If that happens, fucking you're gonna see a melt up, and you'll see a fucking melt up in the market. I don't think we can get down here, but you'll see the market just melt. It'd be fucking stupid. I don't know if we get down here. The on a smaller time frame, the fucking the bulls need to. I mean, I say we're not going to get down there, but we're already down below $104.67. We're not that far away. Does that make sense? So this is actually this is bullish on the dollar, believe it or not. Looks bullish. We'll see if it keeps going down here or not. Keeps trending down. Pay attention to this. This is an important thing to pay attention to. Some pretty nasty shit right there. Violent moves down, right? If you had a dollar crash, you could have like just giant green bars for like a fucking week. You just have fucking green bars every day. So we're going to watch this down here. Had a rejection here, right? You can see like the buyers stepped in right here. Buyers came in and the sell was just boom down below. Means that dollar bulls have to go lower to see where real support is, and they're going to check it all the way down until they do find some support. Very bearish right now in the dollar. Overall, very bearish. You can see right here. You can see right here that the buyers lost. They won right here, but they lost just right here. They lost. So we're going to check lower lows for more support. I'm bullish on the market right now just from this. Let's look back in time and see. Let's have a trend. Hold on here. I'm interested in this now. Whoa. Shit. Did I just fuck that up? Yeah, I did. That's some vicious shit right there. God damn, look at that. Whew. You know, there's something telling you that there's something fucking wrong in Denmark, right? There's something telling you something fucking wrong in Denmark. So, look at that giant gap down here to fill. Break of the 200. Not good, not a good look. Where is this gap? This is December back in here. Talking about some major moves down. That's showing all-time highs down here. This is where you get out. You're back to your all-time highs right here. So let's look, right? We have the initial push up, right? These are the initial buyers down here. Whoever was the dollar bulls were in here somewhere. They pushed up. They found this is the second group of buyers that came in right here. Right? And then they pushed it up again. We had a third group that came in here, right? They pushed it up, it came down when they found some more buyers right here. Right? Did I get this right or not? Right in here. No, it's this group right here. So this group bought it, pushed it up. Threw some more money in it, pushed it up. Came back down for some consolidation. Pushed up. No, so they weren't there, were they? They were lower. They're right in here. See, that's a target down below. This group's getting busted up right now. Whoever this group is right here, they're getting demolished right now. Whoever this group of buyers was, they're getting wrecked. If this breaks down here, right? This is your next price target down below. This group is getting destroyed, getting just chewed up right now. So yeah, if you want to be bullish on the market, you want to see some kind of a failure here. You could see this come up. And this is 4 p.m. So if you see the markets stay weak into the close right now, and then you're going to be looking for a rejection to resume an upward. You want to see this resumption for a move higher. If we break above here, this is actually the better take. If you're a bull, this is the better entry for you. But this is another entry for bulls. Take a long in the market. So let's call it at $1.50. Put an alert on your trading software. $5.14. No, sorry. Let me look. Let me get you guys some targets. Set an alert on your own trading software if you want to take a bullish trade. It's probably somewhere there. $5.27, and then your next target for a safer bullish move, 105.88. So you're a bull. You're looking to take a trade long. You'd wait for up here for a rejection. That's your first chance. If if stops and because you see the dollar consolidate here and starts moving higher, this is where you'd want to be taking your next trade as a bull. So I'm bearish into the close right now. How about that? Let's go back and look at SPY real quick. Then we'll do Tesla. I want to take one more look at SPY. Oh, it's already bleeding off. Okay. So I'm gonna give you a price target for the end of the day. Pretty easy to do, I think. Just by looking around the market, it's pretty easy to give it. Not easy, but I'm gonna give you a price target at the end of the day. I'm gonna expect consolidation into the close. I'm gonna look for a weak close today. Down to the pivot. Price target by end of the day, 402.96, maybe 401.20. By end of the day, I'm gonna look for that right there. I'm gonna look for strength in the dollar into the end of the day at least. And I'm going to look for, you're going to set an alert on your Dixie chart for those two places. And you're going to see how that corresponds to where we are in the market. Are we, where's Dixie in relevance to where the pivot point is and where S1 is? So I'm going to expect Dixie to strengthen at least intraday today into the end of the day. So just more consolidation. At least one more day of consolidation, maybe two, maybe three. Maybe 3 and a Friday. That was fairly easy to look at. That isn't really fucking rocket science, right? It's pretty simple. I'm gonna give that a high probability trade. High probability trade that we're gonna do some consolidation in here. Some low targets. You've got I would use these targets against Dixie. 402.96, 401.21. 398.46. You can pause the program, go back and listen to those call outs. Can we bounce here and go higher? Sure. You see a failure in if you see a failure in Dixie, yeah, we can go higher. I don't see this as being, in my view, this is not bearish. This is just, if we trade down here, this is still bullish. In a bullish environment, trading down to S1, pivot point, getting a nice bounce. If this takes a day or two, I think it's still bullish context. If any news comes into the market that's bullish, you will see a bounce before we ever get down here. So things can change as news events break. We'll look at Tesla next. We're going to do Tesla right now. Yeah, we'll do next. We'll do Tesla, and then I'm probably going to take a break for the rest of the day. I think it's going to be weak into the bell, so I'll leave the stream up. Of course, I'll do Tesla for you guys though, because I Tesla guys want to know what's up. Back to like the same shit as yesterday, right? On Tesla, Tesla was really cool yesterday. You had this up down, no decision. If we didn't know this was here, if we didn't know that this move was made. We were talking about this yesterday. Someone had asked, or I'd been asked a bunch in stream. Hey Cap, this looks like it's going up. I was told yesterday. So let's pretend we didn't know this was here, right? Let's pretend we didn't know this move was here. And just by looking at this yesterday, my point yesterday was we're at the pivot. See the pivot right there? And we're trading above it, trading below it, trading above it, trading above it. We're coiling, right? For a move either higher or lower. And we wound up getting the move higher yesterday. But I was asked, why aren't you long here, Cap? And I was like, well, I want to see first what the decision is from the Fed. Now, if you know what to expect off of the Fed mouthpiece talking, then you can enter this position anytime and trade it up higher, right? So if you were tuning in with us yesterday in the Fed, you knew to take tech long out of the Fed speaker, out of JPOW. Let me get some coffee real quick. And the move was higher. But as a trader or as an investor, my point is that if you start to make these trades like this, where you don't know where you don't have anything to tell you the direction, when it's directionless, you try that trade 7 out of 10 times, you're probably going to lose 7 out of 10 times. You might even, let's say you only lose 4 out of 10 times. If you guys know the ratios on win ratios, you could have 3 trades, 4 trades that only hit 30, 40%. It's not good enough. You have to have like 3 to 400% plus wins. You have to have another mix of like 4 to 5 to 6, 20, 30% wins and only 1 or 2 losses. So if you were to run this gamble every day, you wouldn't win. Does that make sense? You guys have to look at there's a lot of new traders here. And I want you to start thinking about every 10 trades, how much you're making. Go back and look at your last 10 trades. If you've got a larger sampling, 100 trades, I want you to look at them for like 10 trades, 100 trades. And I want you to start looking at your win to loss ratio, your percentage that you're making. So if you have a 20, 30% win, it's okay, but you're paying taxes on that money, right? And let's say you have a string of a lot. So I used to trade the wheel, right? You have a wheel strategy where you're making like a high rate of success. I'm winning 9 trades, but I'm only winning for 20, 30%. And I've got that one loser. And then I'm paying taxes. So at the end, you're like, shit, I just made 7% or 10%. It didn't really pay off as I expected for all that work that I did. So I want you to look back on, if you're a new trader in this room right now, or in this YouTube thing, I want you to go back and just spend time, do the work on your own trading, and look at your win percentage. When you're losing, how bad are the losses? Is it 100% loss? Am I only losing, if I let's say I go in for $1 and I only lost 10 cents on that trade, how many of those trades did I have to get or take so that you get that 100% to 300% winner? You want to start looking at those ratios and making sure that you're winning enough that you're not blowing up accounts. You'll hear this often, right? People say, I blew up my account, or I can't ever seem to get above $1,000 or $20,000, or I'm stuck in this PDT craziness. And though you'll see them come into a stream or a Twitter or Wall Street Bets or a fucking stock twits, and they'll point their finger up like Babe Ruth and say it's going that way. And then the moment that it doesn't, the other 7 times, they disappear. And so they're not there for you. They're not there, and you're not checking on them to say, hey, man, those 7 other fucking times you sucked, right? They just kind of disappear and hide in the back. When you really want, you'll find out over time when you meet traders, you'll find out that the best traders, the best investors, especially in this situation yesterday, will tell you, fuck no. Fuck no. Like, I need to hear this guy speak. And you want to hear these people speak, or this event happen, or this data to come out for these kind of moves. Okay, be conscious of that. I want you guys to really think about that, because I'm telling you, you'll see these people disappear. Sometimes on highs, I'll get an email from people, and dude, I don't ever call these people out. I'll get an email from people like, I just bought Tesla at fucking $1,500, bro. Go fuck a dick. Suck my balls, bro. Look what I did. And then like a month later, when it's fucking trading fucking at half price, those people are gone. They fucking disappear. Fucking abandoned Twitter accounts, abandoned fucking stock Twitter accounts, abandoned fucking Wall Street Bets accounts. They come back under a different fucking username. I'm telling you, this is the truth. I'm telling you. This goes for bulls and bears, all retail traders. So I want you guys to know that that's not the way to trade. I promise you. Maybe one hit, feel like I need to get this one fucking thing. It might work for some guy that's got like $1,000 and he goes to work every week and he's just going to keep fucking doing it until he can build a bank on one trade. I get that. I respect that. You want to do that to build an account? I've seen guys do that. I've seen guys like have a job, go to job, come in every week, slam down your $500 on a 1 out of 50 trade, and it finally fucking hits and you're back in business. But then you get back into that fucking, you slammed it down $500, you made 20 grand, 30 grand, and then you're right back into it. I can hit this shit again and I'm going to make it to turn to $100,000. And eventually after 10 trades, it's gone again. So telling you that happens to like fucking 70% of new traders. 70, like that high. So let's look at Tesla. This is real hard knowledge, okay? I'm telling you guys out there, if you're a new fucking trader and investor, you write that shit or imprint that in the back of your fucking brain, and eventually you'll get it. And there are better ways to build an account than that way, but I know that people try to build accounts that way. Okay. We got our pivot line, right? Our pivot today is going to be 190. We're going higher. This is nice. You want to see this. Right? You want to know, are we bullish on Tesla? Yes, we are. Yes, we are bullish on Tesla. The pivot point is 190.03, so right down here. And it's good that it's green, right? This is your pivot point right here. Maybe we'll make this, should we make this yellow? I don't know. This is Tesla gang, so there's your pivot point. I love me some Tesla gang. Hold on here. I know Winky hates Tesla. All right, we have a lot of guys in here that hate fucking Tesla too. So I can't say fucking. I can't. I'm surprised that they get along. That's one of the qualities of our group is that we've got people that fucking hate Tesla and they still are friendly with people that love Tesla, and I like seeing that because they really do still try to help each other out. And you guys will see me at the same time. You guys know that I'll come in and be like, I'm bearish on Tesla right now. I have to be a realist when it comes to Tesla. I love the stock. Love trading it. But I'm a realist when it comes to when to buy Tesla, when not to buy Tesla. And I don't need to fucking buy. I'll show you this too. I don't fucking need to buy Tesla way down here. Well, wait, we did buy Tesla way down here, to be honest with you. This is where we bought Tesla. This is where we called out buy Tesla right fucking now. So yeah, did we catch the bottom? We did. So hold on here. But when we're coiling like this, yeah, they could have just as much fucking torched the market yesterday. So we got a pivot line here. So take your money and run is my point. 185.30 is the next one. Right? Take your money and run. Especially in a bear market. What do we got going on back? This looks like dog shit. Look at this. Come on now. Right there. Range expansion. We talked about this, right? S1 down below here. It's a pretty big move down here. This is where fortunes are made and lost. Wow. Might as well just leave that in where it is. Right there. That's S2. Way down there. Well, I have a good question for you guys if you're Tesla gang. 171.17. Got a good one for you if you're Tesla gang. We'll look at this really fast. How many of you are Tesla gang? So 185.30, right? Look at S1, S2, S3. Forget about these resistance levels. How many of you in Tesla gang didn't buy fucking calls until today and didn't look to see if your calls could take this pain down here and we'd still be bullish at S3. Could your calls take that pain down here at 171.724? Nope. I'd guarantee most of you couldn't. I guarantee like fucking 70% of you couldn't. I'm not saying we're trading down here. I'm just saying, did you even consider that? Probably not. I'm gonna bet. Hold on here. So we got some range expansion. We got a 199.43. Somewhere in there. That's our one. Right? $204.16 R2. I'll give the Bulls some upper targets if they really want them. You want that? You want those big boys up above? You want to see a trend change and where it goes? There's our 3. There's a lot of room, right? It's a lot of fucking room right there. It's a pretty big range right there, right? Pretty giant range. I'd be looking to use moving averages here. And VWAP. We're below VWAP right now, but I'd be liking to see something like this. This is what I'd be looking for. Caught the jump down here, right? Some consolidation, move higher. Be looking for something similar. I'd like to buy S1 on Tesla, to be honest with you. I'd like to buy like 185 for it to make another rip higher. I have a price target of like 213 off 185. I like that. Something like that. 213. I like that. I like that for Thanksgiving. You want some upper targets for, not Thanksgiving, for holiday rally? You want some upper targets? You want to go like Tesla bull time? Let's look at 50 and 38, 50 and 61. You guys want some craziness? 220. Where's 222? We'll throw some up here. Get them all hot and sweaty up here. There's one target. I know some of your bulls in here, so. There's another target. That's a big one right there. Get the bulls all fucking super hot. There's another one. These are all fib retracements, scholastic retracements. Hold on here. Getting some wonkiness going on. This is the full retracement, 100%. Sold it down, buyers. Sold it down, buyers are weak. Lost it right there. That's not the full retracement. Full retracement's even higher. Way the fuck up there, but this is a critical thing. This is where, so just as, let's say you want to trade this back up on Tesla, you want to see that this was major support right here, right? This is where the bulls were here, right? They pushed it up one last time in distribution, came back down, and bulls were expecting this to get bought right here, okay? Bulls were saying, fuck you, we're defending this line right here, and they got trapped in here. So as you come back up here, right, you've got bulls that are trapped right now. They're like, please, Jesus, please, whatever, I don't know, your own deity, please, spaghetti monster god, just get to right here, and I swear I'll sell out of my position. So this is going to be a major resistance point right here. And then you've got another group of sellers up here that are like, oh, please, you know what, I have a little bit more faith we're going to get a little bit higher. Then you get another group of sellers up here, and they're like, please, I'll just All I want is 70% back. I don't care about the other 30%. I swear I'll just get out of my calls. And you get this last little tiny group up here. And these are the guys up here that are like, oh, we're going to the moon, bro. And they're fucking lying to you. They don't think for a minute that we're going to the moon. You know what they think? If I tell everybody we're going to the moon, where I got trapped here, I'm going to fucking dump 1 million shares of Tesla right there. I'm going to go on my Twitter handle with 5 million followers, and I'm going to tell them that we're going to the moon. And then the moment we get in here, I'm going to hammer the market with like fucking, I'm going to dump like $500 million worth of stock because I got trapped. And I hope we catch another dip lower. And when that happens, what's going to happen is this. We'll actually blast through this level and start moving up, and they'll fucking buy another shitty position higher, and we'll trade lower, and they'll get trapped again. That's pretty much what's going to happen to a whole group of people. Whoever bought this right here, it's probably going to happen to him again on a higher time frame. So horrible. So there you have it. Likely to get to R3. Chances of going higher here become more difficult and more difficult. You can get up there, but you're gonna meet these sellers, trapped sellers that are gonna give you some firm resistance above. You can take a snapshot of this if you want, so you can see where all these R levels are. Yeah, that was valid right there. If you're a bull, you do not want to see. If you're a bull, you do not want to see a roll. You want to know what bearish is? You start coming back down here, right, and giving this part up right here. This part right here, you start giving this up right here. It's gonna get fucking nasty. It's gonna get. I'm gonna get my price target down below of 136. I promise you. I promise. I'll promise I'll be buying Tesla stock at like $90 and 136 down here. It'll be a bloodbath. You might get a retest down there, like, oh, we'll hit 136 and we're off and running again. You might get $90, we're off and running again. But I'll tell you what, you start trading down that way, man. Fucking look out. Look the fuck out. J-Pow saved some asses yesterday. He said it yesterday. If any of you guys watched the whole broadcast, he said, I don't want to crash the stock market. Exact words. Almost to the quote. This move right here, he saved bulls. He saved me. He saved all of us. You should get back down. You guys haven't been kneeling at the altar of J-Pow for the past year? Start sucking. Get on your hands and knees. We're good. Go to the garage. Break out your old statue of J-Pow. Dust him off. Retouch his face with some paint. Put a new suit on him. Bring him into the living room. Tell your boyfriend, say, sorry, brother, you got to go. Put J-Pow in the center of the room. Put the lights on him. Turn the thermostat up because he's going to start making you some money. You can afford heat now. Start leaving donations of your best food at his feet. And start sucking because J-Pow saved your ass. He intervened yesterday. You got a J-Pow intervention yesterday. If I was a bear right now, I would be so fucking pissed. J-Pow came out yesterday and fucking went full fucking bull. Sorry. If you're a Tesla bull, a tech bull, if you're a bull in general, start sucking because J-Pow saved the market yesterday. Here I am thinking we're going to go down to the bell, and the supportiveness of this market is like, we ain't going nowhere. I don't care about your Dixie, Captain. We're going up. That's right. Tell your wife, tell your girl, hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your girlfriend, hide your boyfriend, hide your husband. Your new boyfriend's back in town. His name's Jerome Powell. Fuck me, man. That was crazy yesterday. That was absolutely insano. You guys should go back as we were listening to it. You guys should go back and watch the video, because as we were listening to it, I was in stream and I go, did he just say, he didn't say pivot or a policy shift. He didn't say it, but I said, did he just say the magic words for policy shift? Like, it was crazy to listen to that shit yesterday. It was fucking crazy. I was talking to Joe Harper yesterday, or Joe Donut yesterday, and I said to him, I was like, you mean to relate it to what exactly it was like yesterday? I was like, it's like you had a girlfriend, and you knew she cheated on you. You had the evidence, or a boyfriend. You had a boyfriend. You knew he cheated on you. You had the evidence. You knew eventually it was going to come out. You knew there was going to be an opportunity in like a month or 3 months where he was going to get caught. And so you confront him and you're like, watch this motherfucker over here. He's going to fucking lie to me, and I'm going to have this opportunity in like a month, 3 months to catch his ass. And instead, your boyfriend is like, you confront him and your boyfriend just comes clean and says, the truth is, I did cheat on you. I'm a bad person. I made a really bad, horrible mistake. You should dump me and move on. And it is my fault. It's not your fault. If I wanted to cheat, I should have just broken up with you in advance. That was pretty much the moment yesterday. Because he could have been the cheating boyfriend and just talked the market down for the next 1 to 3 months. He chose against that shit yesterday. So he was honest. Dishonest, but honest. Totally dishonest, but completely honest at the same time in a bad way. Whatever kind of honesty there is. And I was not expecting that yesterday at all. To hear that from him, I was pretty fucking shocked. He got me. He goosed me. I was expecting him to lie still. I was like, he's going to drag this out. And of course, the next question becomes, they can't lie in the minutes. And when does the market not believe him anymore? The stock market, the equity market. Other markets don't believe him anymore, but the equity market at some point would stop believing the bullshit, the scams, the lies. Yeah, reach around assist. No, I don't think so. That's not true. I'd be very wary of those statements that you hear on Twitter. I'm going to tell you right now, like 70% of Twitter does not know what to listen for. I can prove it to you. I'll put it out for you. I'll put it on Captain's Alpha. I'll show you the data that disagrees with that statement. In a dumb way, you can just look at how yesterday we went up. It wasn't short covering. It was high volume. That's different. It's a very simple way to look and see. You don't need someone on Twitter or a news company saying it's just words. There's already data out showing it's happening. And there are other markets that are already know this and are already showing it, expressing it. And you saw the volume that came into the market yesterday that was not short covering. If you had a low volume pump into the close yesterday, I would say yes, they were just words. But he used key phrases of like about the 3-minute mark when he started talking. He started using key phrases. And that was, the gig was up. Be wary of people on Twitter. Be wary of reading newspapers right now. Or news magazines. There are some real, true market movers that know exactly what happened yesterday. Very smart people. Not me, but very, 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 very smart. Archaic market technicians that know what happened yesterday. And those guys call their guys, and those guys call their guys, and they are the first ones in. And that's what they did yesterday. They call that guy on the big ass yacht in the middle of the ocean. They tell him, you need to buy right now. And that's what happened yesterday. I warn you of that. That is true. Now, they'll pull their money out as we come into certain moments, right? We're going to look for, and they will look for indications as we go down the road if the Fed is still going, if the economy is going to go in the way that is expected to go, and that the Fed is going to move in the way that it's being expected, even though they haven't admitted to it. So there'll be mile markers and checkpoints for all this money that came into the market. But I assure you that was not what happened yesterday. Do not get caught on the wrong side of that. If you do, right, you will give $1 million back to the market. I promise you. I fucking promise. I don't give a fuck what anyone on Twitter is saying. I don't give a flying fuck what anyone's saying in the news. I don't give a flying fuck. And there's like 10 guys that publicly talk about this stuff in detail. Like you can barely understand how these guys are talking. But I'm telling you, these guys are talking. They fucking know what's up. There's like 10 guys I know, like maybe 10, and I barely understand half of what they're saying. I might understand 10% of what they're saying. And I'm telling you, man, that was a turn yesterday. He could have waited until all the way up to March. But he fucking came clean yesterday. He fucking scammed out yesterday. I'm so shocked. He fucking did it. I was so shocked that he did that yesterday. Completely unexpected. I thought they were going to drag it out into spring. That's a good question, Brian. I was talking to Joe on the phone last night, and I was talking about if we are at a bottom. I don't know that we are, but if we are, you're going to look for certain signs. I was like, you'll see signs in the market that we're in a bottom. You're going to be looking for signs in the market that we're at a bottom. And we were talking about I used to give people like lists of stock picks to trade. And I'd say, hey, if you look at this stock, right, you just buy the bottom. Every time it hits the bottom, it's on a trend for like 3 years now. You just buy the bottom, buy the bottom, buy the bottom, buy the bottom, buy the bottom. It's all spec growth stuff. So you can find I've got lists of these still. I haven't put them out. I'm trying to build a team of people so I can be like, hey, can you put these stock picks out every week for me or help me with that? If any of you guys are ever interested in that stuff, let me know too. So you can have a list of stocks to look at every week. I want Winky to help me with it because he's a badass. Do any of you guys know Winky? He is a stock technician. Guy is a fucking monster. He'll talk himself down, but he's fucking gangster. Anyways, we all have our own picks on stocks, right? But there's some guys that are really good at stock picking. Anyways, I used to put out these lists and say, this one right here is, you're not knife catching. It's just in trend. Banks are buying it. They're going to buy it for the next 3 years. And so last night we were talking about, someone's asking about PayPal. And I said to Joe, I said, you're more than likely you're going to see speculative growth stocks. That includes tech, mostly tech. You should see speculative growth catch a rip. And you should see tech catch a rip. You should see money leave the Dow and enter tech. You'll see people on the internet tell you. You're gonna see like famous people, hedge fund guys, say, "Oh no, stay in the Dow. It's always going up. It's always safe haven. Stay in small caps." You'll hear this from people. And the reality is that all the money is you should shift into more riskier equities. Now, within that statement, you're going to want to say, well, shit, I should jump back in PayPal. They're a good example. Or I should jump in Piton. And a matter of fact, yesterday there was an initial rip in Piton. Went up to like 8% or something yesterday, 7%. And so you don't want to jump in the initial rip. Some companies didn't participate. Some companies did. More than likely, there's some companies that are known that will not survive if the market does go up. They won't participate. Facebook might be another one. I would wait to see what shakes out. What's a fake rip I think there's some that ripped yesterday that might not continue to participate. And Joe was like, well, how will you know? And I said, I know exactly how I'll know. You're going to see new furus come out, and they're going to pick them for you. They're going to come out, and they're going to say, I got this new company. They're a startup. They've been in business for like 2 years, and they're going to promise you something stupid that they're going to do. Instead of exercise bikes, they're making actual bikes like the Piton, but it's outside. You ride them outside, and it's got some cool fucking feature on it. And they're going to talk about them and talk about them. You're going to see other guys talk about them on YouTube and shit, and in pump and dump circles. You'll start seeing bots on Twitter. That's the spec growth you probably want to get into. If this happens, if there is a market direction change, and you're looking to get into like spec growth or tech stocks, let it shake out for a little bit. Give it some time. You don't need be the bottom buyer. And I even think some of the ones that got pumped yesterday will not participate. There's a reason for that too. Like Piton's a good example. Who wants to hear about Piton anymore? Nobody wants to fucking hear about Piton. If you go back in like 07, 08, you go back in 2000, if any of you have experience trading penny stocks, like $1 to $20 stocks that are not pharma, the stock market is littered with companies that still a decade later only cost $1 to $5. That if you look at their history, way back in like 07, 08, they were fucking trading at $200, $300, $150. You'll see that they have you'll see that you can actually search back in their history, and they were like featured in the New York Times. The next big company. What really happens is they're shell companies. They've got like 20 employees. They never come back. They made a bunch of money. There's now a small company, small firm. They got like 20 employees. They're making money. They're all happy. They're all fat. They had their moment. And no one wants to hear about that company anymore. They want to hear about the next company. You can look at any industry like that. Any small sector of the stock market. You want like security cameras, right? Security cameras. You look at cell phones. You look at, no, maybe not cell phones. I'm probably not good, but into like the subsectors. All those companies do like smaller things. They come and they go. And you'll find the next pumper out there pumping the next new thing because it's shiny and it's new. So like yesterday, Piton was like, oh yeah, I'll go fucking pump it. But I guarantee you there's like another bike company out there just waiting. Like the pump is always out there. And you're going to be stuck in Piton. And they're going to see like 20 guys on fucking YouTube going, you know, fuck Piton. I got this kick-ass company. It's going to go somewhere. I promise. If the market is shifting, you will see it. Mark my words. Oh yeah, Winky's talking about this. Boom boom. Market is littered with dead bodies. Yeah, if anyone here that's traded $1 to $5, well, it's not $1. I think it's $3 is the minimum. They slip in and out of probation, but anyone that's traded like penny stocks, like $1 to $20 stocks, knows. If you start doing due diligence on a ton of these companies, you're like, wow, this company looks great. Then you're like, oh, they're a 20-year-old company. So you're like, well, I'm going to read some of the news stories from when they first launched 20 years ago. And you're like, holy shit, they used to trade at $70, $80. Holy shit, these traded at $150. What happened? It's like a new girl, right? New boyfriend. Out with the old, in with the new. I remember we talked about this yesterday, Chetan, right? Remember what I was telling you yesterday? Remember I was up late the other night and I said, hey, you made a post about China lockdowns. Said they don't want the currency manipulation. They're gonna slowly leak that they're easing lockdowns. And you're gonna see, you guys got news stories lined up for a market to go up. You got China. You have peace talks with Taiwan and China and the U.S. The longer that war with Russia and Ukraine goes on, like the longer it goes on, right? If you have like a time band, if you have like if you have like a time band, right? If you're a bear, this is the bell curve, right? Oh man, we're in war, or we got a war in Europe with Ukraine as time passes. Oh baby, there's a chance of nuclear war with China, right? Or with Russia. Oh, it's nasty, right? But there comes a point where like a year has passed, where the likelihood of some kind of peace resolution comes to pass. So this works for a bear. This all works in here, but there's this like diminishing returns in time. China's the same way. So we have some bulls have some fucking bulls. If it doesn't happen now, but between now and springtime, next 3 or 4 months, man, and the Fed probably knows that shit too, right? You got to front run all that bullshit. Can't let all that shit happen and people being off sides, right? They got to front run that news and have people buy the tops on that shit. The banks are savages. Banks are savages. They'll run all this shit up. They're going to run all this fucking Fed shift and policy change, run up the fucking COVID reopenings, run up the fucking peace talks with Taiwan and fucking China. They're going to run up fucking the Ukraine-Russia war on you. All that shit comes out, and the fucking market will be at all-time highs, and you'll be like Jimmy the mechanic going, well, you know what? Economy's feeling pretty good. Inflation's come down a little bit, some price stability. I'm able to get parts again for my shop. Look at that. Apple stock's at fucking $200. Fucking war has ended. Wife's happy. I haven't lost my house yet. I got some value coming back in my house. Maybe I should buy the Apple stock now. And that's not when you should have bought the Apple stock. Does that make sense? So they're just front running this shit. Bunch of fucking front runners. That's my guess, is that this is a big front run operation. Scumbags are gonna front run it. By the time it happens, fucking stock market will be back and fucking retesting all time highs. It's disgusting, but it's true. Absolutely true. Gross. It's gross and disgusting. And the crazy part is, right? This is the crazy part. They front run all this stuff, and it doesn't even matter if it works out positive or not. If it works out positive, it's already been front ran. They got nothing to lose. If it works out negative, they're gonna know before you do, and they'll just sell all the bad news when it comes in. Which is horrible. Absolutely disgusting and horrible. And meanwhile, they're zigging and you're zagging. So zig while they're zigging, and zag when they're zagging. And if we go there, let's say we trade up to all-time high. Let's just say we do in March, April, May. And let's say in July and June, all this stuff starts clearing itself up. And let's say we're there at the top and we've bought the bottom. And then we're gonna, the crazy part is, this is what we're gonna see. You're gonna see, like, you'll see our stream go from 200 viewers or 2,000 viewers to like 30,000 viewers. It'll be all of us in this stream that have been together, knowing that all of these new people that are coming in have no fucking idea what they're talking about. They're all top buyers, all of them. It's really bizarre when it happens. You feel weird as a trader and as an investor. You feel really weird during the turn and then thereafter, because it just gets louder and louder and louder and louder and louder. Louder and louder and louder. And it becomes obscene. And then we hit a top or we're near topping. And then the cycle will start again. Start selling the top off. Fucking Twitter will be full of bulls everywhere. It'll be everywhere. There's no more bulls left. There's only a few. They're almost all dead. It's crazy, right? You'll know it. I guarantee. If you stick around, we'll live stream this for the next year or so, and you're gonna see it happen. You're gonna witness it. We'll come back to this video in like a year. If it happens, come back to this video in a year, and you'll see there'll be about a core group of like 200 to 500 people, maybe 1,000 of us. We have about 1,000 people that come in regularly. We have about 3,000 to 4,000 people that will in total that come in here and there with the regulars. But I assure you, if the market goes up in like a year, there'll be like 20,000 people showing up, and 15 of those, 18 of those are all top buyers. If we make the turn. If we make the turn between now and March, I promise you. It'll get you really weird and disgusted. You'll be like, I'm out of here. I don't want to fucking do this anymore. I just want to start selling fucking spec growth, and then I want to start selling blue chips, and then I want to start selling the SPY. You'll go through all these motions like this: up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Fucking crazy. Meanwhile, through all of it, you're going to be trading against, you're going to be doing a counter trade. It's always a counter trade. You're always like trading against the herd, trading against the herd, trading against the herd. Constantly. Never ends. Year after year, after decade, after decade, after fucking decade. People hate you. People call you out. People get cranky. Yeah, I'm sorry. I pulled up Bookmap. I apologize. I'm over here rambling. Not much going on in the market right now. I apologize for that. Let me move this over. It's gross, though. It's absolutely gross. Stick around. Stick around for a year or so, a couple of years with me. You'll see it happen. If this is the start of a new cycle, even if it's only like a short-lived one, maybe 2-3 years. Stick around, because I'd like to know you for one cycle at least. I'd like to know you guys on like an up-down cycle. That'd be cool. And then we can, if we have that time together, it'd be really cool because we can at least go through a cycle together. And when you have that time as a friend with somebody, you can be like, hey, man, remember the last time this shit happened? And you can look for signs. See, I remember, man. I remember exactly when that happened. Yeah. I've given enough of my money away to veterans. Yeah. That's how it happens. It's really fucked up. It's tough, too, because and that's when the irrational markets come in, and you're like, maybe I got out too early. But you don't really want nothing to do with that shit. Go buy a Lambo or something and go hang out. Fuck around. So I was looking at people talking about EPS earnings projections are coming in low for next year. They're not accounting for two things. They're not accounting for structural changes in our economy. And my assumption would be, I think we do get a low in Q1 for sure. I think that the analysts are going to get fucked next year. And it doesn't matter if it happens or doesn't. They're going to front run it anyways. It doesn't really matter. They're going to front run it. They are. We typically get a low in January. We could typically get a low in March as well. So you probably see it. That's a seasonal thing that happens. And the analysts they weren't wrong this quarter, but they typically are wrong. And if they keep lowering their expectations for next year, they're gonna get caught with their pants is down. I'll tell you what. Like layoffs, if I'm a company, right, and I have 100,000 employees, 100,000 employees, right, and I lay off 10,000 employees, I'm going to be more profitable. That means I'm cutting everywhere, cutting the fat. That means I'm looking at programs that we have going on, which ones pay, which ones don't. If I lay off 90,000 employees, that's bad, right? We haven't had that yet. So I'd be very wary of analyst expectations for next year. And I welcome lower expectations into those ER seasons. And if I were you, I'd be tracking companies that don't. Not all of them are going to work, but a lot of companies. I think I talked about banks on this, and banks went to the fucking moon. They ended up being, and I said you should watch banks if there's trade down in this ER season. I forget it was last ER season, the one before it. I was like, I think they're going to trade them down, and their EPS expectations were very low. Like you start seeing companies have low earnings season expectations, and analysts are expecting less. And if they don't get traded up into those earnings seasons, those are the ones that will fucking moon. And that is where some due diligence comes into play with these companies too. What are they selling? Is it real goods? That kind of stuff. Are they meeting new audiences? What are they expanding? What are they not? Are they not expanding? And cutting staff. I was talking to Joe was telling me about a couple companies that about a month or two ago saying, man, he's like, I know these companies. He's like, they're still expanding, bro. There's still people paying money. Still people buying shit. Still people buying cars. Still people buying houses. Still people buying fucking all kinds of stupid shit. Tools and, bread and butter and eggs, right down to the basics. Yeah. Does 412 stick? You guys want a day trade or something? There isn't one probably. If I had to guess, the trade for today is a close right here. Let's see what let me look at something for you. You guys want a trade for today? Me throw a trade out there for you? Hold on. I'll look for a trade for you. See if there's still one available. Might be too late in the day. Hold on a second. I'll find a trade. Hang tight. Four 2 3 4 3 4 12 4 13. Let's see what's that right there. 412. That's not a good trade. I don't like that trade. Let me spread these out. 58% chance of profit by the second. Hang tight here for a minute. Do all you guys know how to manage butterflies? You guys know do all you guys know how to trade butterflies and condors? Mm. 407 and 402 and 412. Hold on a second here. I got some work to do. 403. Yeah, I like the idea of a wide. Butterflies are paying right now. So like a butterfly with like a max risk of tomorrow expiry, $146 for a gain of 354. Has a 59% chance of probability. The legs on it are 412, 407, 407, and 402. But I'd widen them out a little bit for less profit. What's the R3 up here? So like R3, R1, R2. R3 is 425. Jesus. So 425. And then what's S1 down here? What's S3? 383. Oof. Does that even pay? How much does it pay? Hold on a second here. What did I say? 383? 383. Like a wide butterfly. Like 383 and 412. Did I say 412 or 420? 425. Like a giant butterfly in the market for tomorrow and the next day would be the way to go. I'm running some models here. Let me take a look at this here. Gaining some support here. You see that? Look at that move. Yeah, there's we're coming at some support and not a lot of sellers above here. There's some. This is the only resistance we have. So this resistance has come down slightly, but it's weakened. Now right here. But it's not as heavy as it was earlier. Could get a squeeze here. There's nothing above. There's some price targets above. 412, 415. These right here. These are your targets. You guys don't know what spreads are. So spreads are really cool, are really easy to execute in Robinhood, but they suck at. Think Tasty has a pretty cool setup for trading and learning how to trade spreads. Thinkorswim does as well. If you want a basic way to figure out spreads, hold on. Like you want to like taste of what spreads. Let me see. I used to trade on this company, but I don't. Let's see if. Yeah, this is cool. We could do this. Um, So I used to use this company. So I still have a brokerage here. Okay, so you guys want to see something cool? Or you guys want to stay for the move here and see if we sell? If you have some time, we'll look at this. If you're a new trader, or if you don't trade options, or not options but spreads, I got something cool for you. We'll see what happens here. If we break out to the upside, we'll look. See if we can see if there's any kind of a pattern emerging here. I don't see one. To be honest with you, my hopes aren't up here. I'll be honest with you. I have zero faith in this being the big move. It might be. You guys can be right, man. I am wrong sometimes. I mean, this is contextually. This is bullish. Trade below, right? 1, 2. I'd be looking for something like that, though. That's the trade that I would like to take right there. But I know some of you guys are like, nope. I know some of you guys are like, we had the 1, the 2, building some momentum, and then we're just gonna rocket ship. I can see what you're saying here. I won't take that trade with you, but you can. If you wanted some confirmation on this trade, you would see this, you'd trade it to here, wait for the break above, and then look for the squeeze. So you would take profit right where we are right now. You take this profit here, re-enter the trade somewhere in here above. So you take your money in here, you wait for this breakthrough and breakout, and then you take the leg higher. I might enter that with you if you break above. So here, we'll look at it. We'll get really close on it, see if it starts happening. It's a good buy down here. Another good buy down here. VWAP's coming up. This is nice. This is all positive. Moving averages in the 1 minute. Let's look on a 5 minute real quick. Yeah, I mean, we're trading off. This is a 5 minute chart, right? We're trading off the 100 and the 120 right now. We're getting a reaction on it. We traded below it. Caught support. This is actually pretty bullish. I mean, if you look, oh, you guys can't see this. We're trading off the confluence of the 120, the 200. The 100 is pretty bullish, right? Traded below, found support right at the 200 down here on the 5 minute chart. It's looking like it wants to go higher. I got to give it to the bulls in this one. They might get the move. We'll keep the book back up to you guys that are long right now. If it does begin to fail, there's some places for you to look to capture it. Be like right here, somewhere in here. VWAPs right here. Maybe you get that breakout right there. It's bullish. Adam's coming to spread the bullishness. Debit verticals. Yep. We'll look real quick. I've got a website open called. I have no affiliation with these people, so I'm not trying to push these people in any way. I think they have shitty fills too. I think I tried these guys out and they had really shitty fills. Couldn't get fills when you should be able to get fills. This is called options.ai. We can look up SPY. It's a neat way to set up a trade. You don't have to execute them here. If you've got like a Robinhood account or something, you can. This is let me go to their homepage. There's a search page. Search for companies. A scanner. Positions. Can you guys see all this? Let me see if I can bring this down so you can see it. I don't know if I'm doing this right or not. Hold on a second. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a minute. What was that? Shit. What the fuck is going on? Hold on a second. Okay. Is that where you want to see it right there? Right there. I'm going to mute or hold on here. Okay. So this is options.aa. I don't use these guys. I don't recommend using them. They have horrible fucking fills and on trades. That's really cool to have an account with these guys because you can do a quick and dirty. You can do a quick and dirty search on a company. So you can look at SPY, especially if you're just new on spreads. We'll just use SPY as an example. Let me bring this to a different screen so you can see the entire screen. Hold on a second here. Give me just a second here. Give me just a second here. I think I got a with. All right, this is better. Okay, so you can now see me. So can you see the, yeah, you can see it. Okay, so right here, you type in SPY, right? We already did that. Type in SPY. Pick the SPY. We're already on it. We'll scroll through so you can see all this. But you have the bulls expect 421, 421.50. So there's a time frame here. You got a week. What the bulls expect. So right up in here and right over here, right? You got what the bulls will expect and what the bears expect on a different time frame. This is a week. This is a month. This is 3 months. And this is a year. Okay? So the bears are expecting us to come down here, and the bulls are expecting us to come up here and retest, right? So let's say we're at the top of the market right now. So you think we're at the top, and we're going to go down. So let's take a look at a 3-month spread. Look at a 3-month spread. And we'll click Trade SPY. And it's going to ask you, are you bullish, bearish, neutral? Okay? This is really simple stuff. This is like video game, arcade stuff. So it's going to say to you, are you bullish, are you neutral, or are you bearish? And let's say you're bearish, right? You're thinking, even if we come up here, that we're going to come back and at least retest this over here, right? And you're going to give yourself strikes that are, or expiries that are available. So you pick March 17th, let's say, or you pick March 31st, let's say, and you're bearish. You could be neutral too. We can go through neutral and bullish and what you think's going to happen. But let's say you're like, I think that even if we go up, Cap, we're going to at least try to retest these lows down here at some point. And I want to put some time on it, so if the bulls are in charge and they fucking bulls suck, I hate them, we're likely going to at least retest this level right here, 406. And you're like, I don't know how to trade spreads or how they work, but I can understand this simple chart here, right? It's a simple diagram. And you're bearish down here, so you're going to generate trades. Now, this is for an entry-level spread trader. I guess they have puts now, so they actually offer you. I think when this website started, they didn't offer just puts. So, but they do have 3 options for basic spreads, entry-level spreads: debit put spread, credit call spread, credit call spread. They list for you your risk, your max gains, and your probability of profit. Right? So let's just start. You can go back and forth. Like you hit the back button, the forward button, and you can check each one of these strategies out and see which one's going to work for you. This one's pretty juicy, right? We risked $900 for a max gain of $2,000. It's almost 2,000% profit. I bet some of you don't win 39% of the time. So we'll do this one, and it brings up this this neat little graph right here. This is like a fucking video game. You can look at just this chart right here, and scroll your mouse around, and it'll tell you your chances of max gains, right, losses, and time. Down here it shows March 31st. If I take this trade now, and we trade the market up, I'm at max losses, right? Now, if we come back down and at any point come down here, I'm going to start gaining money. On the right-hand side of the screen, you can see it says $55, $450, $600, $800, and at some point, this bottom line, I will break and stop gaining, right? You see this line right here? I'll be at max gains. So in that timeline, if we blast through here in the next month, I'd be at max gains. If it takes until the end of the trade for me to blast through, I'm going to get max gains. Now, there's rules that I use, like I take profit at 50%. There's this whole time thing where normally you don't get that profit if you entered the wrong time. Sometimes you'll be like, fuck, I entered it wrong and it's going up, and they won't actually print that for the full 100% until right at that expiry, believe it or not, or the expiry afterwards if you don't time them right. So, but this is an easy way to look to see how a debit put spread works. Now, the neat part about this program is you can click the edit button up here, and it's teaching you what a debit put spread is. You can see on the left here, it says buy a 405 put, sell a 374 put. And you can change these numbers to see what your profit loss is going to be. So right now we're at what? We're at 405, right? And you say to yourself, you know what? I think we're going to come back to 405. So let's say we'll give the bulls a shot at closing the gap above at 421. And I want to raise my retest at least. If you're like bearish but not fully bearish, you'd be like, let's just say we come back at least and test the top of that key. We could actually look and see how far down. It's probably farther down. It's probably like if we come back to test the top of the negative downward channel for the year, it's probably lower at like 390 or something. But you can just pick 405, where we are right now, and you put an until March on it. So 421, 405 put March 31st, right? You're risking $734 for a max gain of $866. You now have a 54% chance of profit. Down here, right? This is all like video game shit. Simple. If you can't figure this shit out, you shouldn't be in the market. It's real simple. And you know what's neat is like Thinkorswim and Tasty Trades makes this shit hard. If you're gonna be like really fast on the ball, you can usually run through the calculations on this program, and then you execute them wherever you trade. You don't have to execute them here. You just use it to run a quick analysis. So boom, there we are. Now we come out of that chart, right? And we're looking and we're saying, okay, so the fucking bulls come up here and they fuck around up here for a little while, but I fucking know where they're coming back down. All I needed to do by March 15th, or March 17th? March 31st. Look at that right there. Between now and March 31st, all I have to do is get below 405.62. Anything down in here, right? Well, I'll start gaining some profit. Does that make sense? And as the time passes, I have more of an opportunity for it to come into max gains. Does that make sense? You can be as bullish as you want. I can be like, you know what? Fuck you. I'm going to fucking, and it gets really juicy here too. If you're like hardcore, I'm a bear. I guarantee. Can we go back here? I guarantee Cap are going down to at least try 350 one more time by March. Okay, so let's edit it and let's do 350. Let's do 350. Save that strike. Let's say you're like dead set on it that at some point cap in the next you can suck at cap. We're going down there. So you have a 360, 350 put. Now you just go through here and like use different numbers. Start to learn just a debit put spread, nothing else. Not a credit spreads, just debit puts, call puts. If you're bullish and bearish and you're like cap no matter what. So and you don't want to deal with theta burn, and you don't want to deal with holding fucking 0 dates, and you don't want to deal with having to buy a 6-month expensive option. You're like, oh, I want to buy a in the money fucking put that's like a year out, and hopefully it'll print, and that shit's gonna cost me big money or something, whatever that shit is. You just buy yourself a put spread, and cheaply too. This put spread costs $142, and if at any point we touch or go below 358.24, you're getting paid. 18% chance of profitability. There's a risk here that you could get. There's a risk that you'd have to cut a leg they'll end up closing it on you. But you get my point, right? So if we start breaking through levels, you cut one side off and just keep the fucking put side, and that shit's just gonna keep fucking burr. You guys understand what I'm saying to you? So it's called options.ai. I do not recommend them as a broker. I don't even like when I say I don't recommend them as a broker, I'm not saying I'm not affiliated with them. I'm saying do not execute trades for these people. Do not. They have horrible fucking fills. I prefer that you execute these trades on a prime bank brokerage, or you at least use it on a broker that can help you. Thinkorswim, Tasty. I execute my stuff on those. Thinkorswim, Tasty Trade, or Prime Bank, if they have that brokerage that you can use. You can execute all these trades on I don't think you can sell spreads on this stuff on options AI either. I don't think you can. We can look at another one. You can do Tesla. Yeah, you can use you can just use this to find implied moves too. If you're like a dumb trader, easy. You want to find an implied move on a ticker? Here's your implied moves over time. Here's your implied moves over the course of a year on Tesla. If you want to trade Tesla and you're bullish on Tesla, but you need time on your hands, or you want to do neutral on Tesla, you guys want to look at they offer condors. What do we got? Let's just do the 13th. You don't think the Tesla's going to be above? You don't think that, or you go here, right? And it's going to give you an iron butterfly and an iron condor. Very simple. I don't recommend you trade these as they are. There's better trades than iron. If you're going to go own an iron butterfly, there's lots of rules with flies and condors. You should look that up, but because you can manage this trade all along its lifespan. But this is just for January 13th, and you need it to. Normally, I wouldn't do this on Tesla. Tesla's too volatile. But if you find a stock like Clorox, let me look up Clorox real quick. And you can do searches and find out stock tickers that tend to trade sideways. Clorox bleach. I think they used to trade them a long time ago. I'll make Clorox. Like you want to see a beautiful ticker? Look at Clorox. This is like a fucking. This is a Theta Gang fucking special right here, right? This is total Theta Gang special. Look at that. Doesn't have a lot of liquidity, but there are tickers out there that you can trade butterflies, condors on that have low volatility. Sometimes they have volatility, but not often. You find a ticker that goes sideways, and this gives you simplicity. You can go back and do, what do we say we're going to do? A call spread? No, we'll go back one more. We'll do SPY again. So you look at Trade SPY. and you're bullish on SPY, and let's say you're bullish into end of year. You want to do end of year? We can do September. Wait a minute, let me go back. I think that's all. So this is all that's available here. These aren't even all the strikes. When is this right here? Hold on a second. Yeah, this is end of year, September of next year. We'll do it in a sooner. Well, you guys probably aren't trading spreads that far, but let's say you wanted to. Let's say we melt up in a December 31st. Take a December 30 call spread. Generate some trades. You've got calls. I wouldn't recommend ever buying calls through them. Debit call spreads, credit put spreads. You can review them here. Let me see, 75% chance of winning this trade, right? You want to look at the simple trade. This is all you have to do by December 30th, as long as you close above 392. You'll make your $23. I don't recommend this trade though. This is a dog shit trade. You'd alter this much lower. Let me see another debit call spread. This is if you're directionally biased, bullish. Don't want to deal with theta burn. Don't want to deal with the zigzags all the way up. Max risk 594. Max gain 906. How do you apply these? I'll show you how you apply these trades. Okay. Let me get out of this real quick. So how you would apply that trade, or how I apply those trades, is on a year chart. I'm looking for, here, let me go back to the 1 day here so you guys can stay with the regular, and I'll bring something else up. But that'll tell you what to do, right? You're going to sell a put, you're going to buy a call. You're going to buy a put, sell a call, right? That program gives you the basic understanding of a call spread. You can visualize where your profit is and your loss is. You'll know when to cut your losses as you head down into a loss area. You can execute them on most trading platforms, whatever you use. And if you have zero understanding of basic spreads, not selling them but buying them, that's your gateway drug into simple spreads. Having a little bit of a failure here on SPY, but this is how I use them. So if I'm gonna trade SPY spreads, right, I'm gonna buy a call spread. I'm gonna be looking for weakness down here, right? If we're in oversold conditions, I could put a call spread on right here with, let's say, 3 months on it, and I only need it usually to go from I usually only need it to get 100% win. I might need that area right there. I might need to capture just this, even though the market goes up into a topping, right? Where it tops, I probably only need to capture just this amount. So I'd buy, if we were down here, I'd buy a call spread, right? It'd be like 363 maybe to 380. And I only needed to go like this high for, like right here for it to print me 200%. So if you're looking for like oversold conditions, overbought conditions, and you want to buy a spread because you're sure that we're going to come back and retest, or you're sure that they're at least going to see an oversold bounce, if you're going to do neutral trades, if you're like, oh shit, the SPY is likely going to consolidate for 3 or 4 days, you'll see Theta Game come in and they'll buy or sell, depending upon if they think it's going to rip or dip, or if it's going to trade sideways and consolidate for 3 or 4 days. Butterflies and condors. Thanks. I'm having problems with my things shit here. Hold on a second. Let me turn my camera back on here. Hold on. Do you guys understand what I'm saying here? Who just tipped me? You guys tip me or just subscribe? You subscribed? Right on. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Let me get my camera back up and rolling here. Hold on. I got like the heat cranking in this office, and I got to turn the heat off. I think I overheated my camera. Let me turn the heat off. Hold on. I got the heat blasting in here this morning. So My point to you is, if you don't understand spreads, you're like, I'm a new trader. I don't know what I'm doing. I go on. I read these books, and they've got all these weird graphs and stuff, and I don't know what's going on. What's going on? I'm not seeing what you guys are saying in the chat. I missed a bunch of stuff. Oh, Joey's in the fucking house, dude. Let's see what you guys are just talking about here. Options AI. I feel like we need Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Hi, Cap. I love Options AI. I got a lot of put spreads for March and June. Oh, so some of you guys are already using it. So this is directed towards anyone that does not understand the mechanics of a spread. So if you don't understand any mechanics of a spread, if you opened up a book, went to a website, watched a fucking video on YouTube, and like 5 minutes in, you're drooling, and you're like, I still can't put 3 plus 5 times square root of 30 together and come up with an answer. Or I went to options profit calculator and it was all numbers. Or I went to Tastyworks and their graph system's fucking, what's this big bell curve thing they're talking about? Max profit time. How long do I stay in the trade for? All that kind of shit. You're just like, I just need to have a basic understanding of the mechanics. Go to Options AI and just fuck around with their setups. Look at their setups, change the numbers around, look what the profit potential is, run them through different stock tickers, start searching for stock tickers that move sideways over time. When you hear people say we should have consolidation for a few days, Theta Gang's ears pop up. They're like, what? Consolidation? When are you expecting that consolidation? I'm expecting it tomorrow into Wednesday. I'm not really, but if I was, a Theta Gang member would be like, oh, fuck yeah, it's time to fucking do spreads on the SPY. And we're going to fucking smoke all these bulls and bears for like 3 days. And they have times that they open and close them. They like to open them right at the opening bell. Boom, volatility, jacked up prices, jacked up premium. Because all these bulls and bears are thinking we're going to rip and dip. They swoop in, snatch a spread, and then they steal all your money for like 3 straight days. And they close them usually. Those are time sensitive. So they'll end up they'll open them for like 1 day, close them right at the end of a day. So there's some things you need to know, but if you're just setting up or learning the mechanics of a spread, if you're a new trader, especially if you're a new trader, just holding naked fucking puts or longing fucking calls, anything of that kind of nonsense, there's so many easier, simpler ways to express that trade where you won't get fucked. Especially if you're directionally right. Especially if you're directionally right. If you're like, damn, Cap, I knew I had it right, but I got smoked because I bought the wrong option or because I had the direction right, Cap. I just, we had a monkey wrench thrown in or some algos came in and destroyed my option. They fucked my shit up, Cap. Then I would, look towards basic spreads and just keep it simple until you learn the mechanics. Best times to open them, best times to close them. You'll add that stuff as time comes on. You'll probably be more successful as well. Trading spreads in general. Delayed data. They have delayed data. I didn't know they had delayed data. I love some of those diagonals and buying lottos. Let's see what you guys are doing. Yeah. Hey, Joe, how you feeling, brother? Yeah, Rivals saying they are slow fills. I don't trade with them. I don't trade with them for another reason. I think they're part of Benzinga, and I'm not a fan of Benzinga. So I'm not giving them any fucking money anyways. I'm going to assume that they are order fill selling. So I'm going to assume that they're scumbags. No offense if anyone likes Benzinga out there, but my gut feeling is that they sell order flow on a just like at a rate that like Robinhood does. Monkey Brain wants dildos. Theta Chads are zen as fuck. Yeah, it's free. Hey, Benny Mac's in the house too. Everybody's in here, huh? Chaz is in here. Joe's in here. Nice slow day. Benny Mac's in here. All the heavy hitters are in here. Whoever subscribed or tipped or whatever, I appreciate it. Sergio, you subscribed. Thank you. Pankaj Rupani, you subscribed. I appreciate it. Texas Ways, DB, Edward Oliveris, Braveheart, Bull for Bear, Marek Benke, Mike Shangri-La. Just some guy, baby. He tipped yesterday. Please like and subscribe to these videos. If you're learning anything, try to help support the videos. There's a donate button down in the description. If you're a poor trader, you don't owe me shit. Don't ever tip me. If you start making money though, try to help support the channel. It does cost to put the stuff out. Spend the time with you guys here every day. We're in a slow day today, so it's a good time to do some schoolwork, right? Especially for new people joining us. And if you're poor, at least give the thumbs up. Tell your friends about what we're doing. Go out there and be like, hey, I know this guy that's live streaming. He sucks. I fade him every day. Go tell him that. So tell him whatever you want. Give me the 0-8 IV to my veins. We're going to do a class at some point that I'm going to record with you, and I'll package it up and push it out. We'll do like legit classes. We should do this today, but I wasn't thinking about doing it today. So what we'll do is one of these days we'll start making classes soon. Today would have been a perfect day. Oh yeah, Benny Mac just tipped. Benny Mac out there supporting the cause. Fucking love you, bro. But you know, anyone that doesn't, if you're just like trading stock and you want to get into options, if you're just Tony Cheese baby, Tony Cheese just lit me up with some cash. Did you light me up with the 420.69? Was that you that gave me 420 the other day? $4.20. That was awesome. Whoever did that. Tony Cheese, the man. So you know, if you're just a stock buyer seller, Joey Harper, brother. Joey Harper just supported the channel. I read your message just now, Joe. Give me a shout later. But when if you guys are losing money all the time on options, like I just bought a bunch of weeklies on SPY. There's so many better ways to express that trade, especially with spreads. Credit spreads fucking rule. Credit spreads are directional. They start fucking cranking. If you're in your direction, you'll watch your spreads just start printing. They're not as well. You get a lot of time. You gain money on time on credit spreads, but if you've like the time's burning out and it's going in the direction that you want, you'll have like a credit spread that's fucking basically worthless, and it just starts fucking hammering, printing, hammering. So I don't know, and you'll get it. You don't need to be everybody. People complicate how to interpret or use spreads. Just practice. I don't think that you can paper trade on that company, but if you at least if you spend $100 on a simple trade for a $300 payout, and you're not hitting 300% wins all the time, what's $100 on a spread? It's easy. It's a no-brainer. You'll see people in the market, they'll trade spreads like if you don't know the direction of the market, you'll see them buy like a put spread and a call spread. Put a little bit of time on them, and you hope both sides hit, right? The first side hits, you get paid 300%. Take that money. Get paid for your other one, right? So yesterday, you could have printed the call side. Right? Now we're talking about strangles and straddles, but you print the call side, and then you've got a free put spread now. And you just hope that it comes back down to print it, or at least get out of it, so you don't lose all your money, right? And you can start developing strategies to catch both moves. Catch the up move, catch the down move. Put enough time on both those spreads, and they'll both fucking likely hit. I love doing strangles and straddles with spreads. Love them. Oftentimes, people will just buy the call and the put. That's a very stressful trade to manage, and you don't always capture a ton of money. But like a put and call, straddle in the market is fucking baller. And those aren't that complicated either. And then once you figure it out, you'll start to manage both sides of that trade within what you're owning and selling, depending on which way the move is going. If there'd be a couple basic rules if you've never traded spreads. Number one would be trade a stock that closes to cash, and it's best if it doesn't have dividends. Those would be the basic rules. And it's liquid, not illiquid, but liquid. The last rule would be on the expiry of that spread, always close it. I don't care if you close it at fucking 359. You close that fucking spread on the day of expiry. Don't ever, ever let that spread expire. You can write that down on a piece of paper, that stuff. Share or stock that's liquid has lots of people coming in and out. These are directional spreads, bull and bear. Liquid closes to cash. You can look that up on a ticker. Does this ticker close to cash or not? Preferable that it doesn't have dividends. Always close your spreads at least by the last minute of the trading day and expiry. I think that would be my rules. And you can look that up on your own, why that is. I'm not going to explain that to you why now. You can do that on your own. But just getting into spreads, that's so a prime choice would be SPY, IWM, QQQs. You don't want to be buying fucking condors and fucking flies on highly volatile tickers. So that's another rule for sideways stuff. When you start selling these spreads, right, you're going to need to get a margin account. And I'm not going to talk to you about selling spreads because it can be very dangerous. If you ever find that a broker has closed a leg of your trade, one warning I would give you if you've never traded a spread, I want you to take this to the bank, okay? I want you to imprint this in your brain. These are like two more rules, a bunch of rules. Like another rule would be if you are in the money. So number one, a rule that I have, most spreads. Let me explain this to you. Okay, so can you see that? No, you can't see that. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second here. I want to give you one more rule that's important, or a set of rules. If not always, but like debit spreads, if you start the spread here, and this is where the spread ends, most spreads you're likely going to see, if you're directionally right, you'll see like 50% of that trade within the first quarter to a third of its life. Not always. Sometimes you'll hit 100% before. You likely won't see the rest of it until the end of its life. So for me, I like to close them and re-enter a second one, a third one, and a fourth one with big time on them, but I'll collect the 50 like 4 times. It's a horrible number right there. Does that make sense? Rather than staying in the trade the full length, right, of time, they'll be buying the same amount of time in each trade, but I'm closing them before. Like, boom, I hit 50%, I'm closing it. I'm taking my money and I'm running. 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 So time. Sorry. The other rule would be, let's say you can make $100 on your trade. you risked 100 and you're going to make 100. The moment you come in the money to that $100, the moment you're like your max gain, close the entire thing right then and there. If you don't, and whatever ticker you're trading in it with a spread, and let's say it's still going in the direction that you want it to be, a broker will come in the back end, and you'll see that your broker will close a leg of your spread, and your spread will show up, and it'll say like you owe $1 million today. People freak out and like kill themselves at nighttime, and not realizing the next morning that you didn't owe like $1 million. The other part of that too is you can be on the hook for that trade too, depending upon the circumstances. If it's going against you, you can get fucked. That would be the other side of that rule. If the trade's really going outside of the bounds, you might have to cut a leg loose so that you don't get caught. That's with margin shit. I don't think you need a margin count for buying or just buying basic spreads. That doesn't really apply to you. Yeah, I close my spreads at 50% gains. If you go to 100% gains, do not hold them past that. Like right when you hit 100%, you close them. And time is money. Absolutely, Tony Cheese has that right. If you're selling spreads, that's a completely different animal. That would take like a series of classes because there's real danger in selling spreads. And it's not something I'm willing to discuss with a new trader. I'd make a video or something you could watch it with a bunch of disclaimers on it. There's a guy that I like more to describe that stuff. If you want to get into complicated trading strategies, there's a guy on YouTube from Tasty. He's got blonde hair and glasses. I forget his name. I do recommend him. I love covered calls. Love cash covered puts. Cash secured puts are awesome too. They're fucking awesome. But if you just have no idea about trading spreads, start to learn how to trade a debit call, a debit put spread, then learn about credit spreads. Start trading those with small money. If you can pick the direction and time, those are two simple things, right? Two simple things to find information on the internet about. If we're oversold, if we're overbought in a time frame, you place that trade for that time frame, you have a high chance of winning. If you're taking a spread on a year time frame and you're in oversold conditions, you have a high rate of winning that trade. If you want to learn some goofy, complicated shit, watch CNBC at 5:30 on Fridays. Every week they have an options-only show. It's only 30 minutes long. Winky's putting that info out. Thanks, Winky. Theta Gang is ruling the day today, H-Bomb. Theta Gang is just smoking bulls and bears, picking directions. We're in consolidation right now. We ain't got shit going on in the market. We charted AMC earlier. Yeah, there ain't nothing going on, bro. Not a thing. Do I still use Spot Gamma? No. I like their data. I don't like their view on the market. I'll leave it there. I'm not a fan of the view of the market. I feel like they poison my brain. So now I get my own data from the CME every morning. I download the CME data every single morning. And I pop it into a spreadsheet. And I have my daughter's working on supposedly she's working on some gamma tools for us to have. So we'll have free gamma tools. It's going to be kind of cool. Yeah, I can't do it, man. Like dude, Brent's fucking awesome. I can't do like they were hitting me for like it's like $30 for this, then it's like $69 for this fucking hero indicator, then it's like, oh, you want this new thing? It's another $150. Now you know it. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm spending $200-300 a month in this fucking service. And then, of course, I'm reading their daily briefs. Winky's in the chat right now. Winky and I used to dissect those fucking things. Winky and I tracked the daily briefs and then the day briefs. And Winky's here right now, so he can attest to this. They would always miss a critical move, like a day. And then you're like, fuck, I missed it because I read that stupid fucking brief. So I don't know. They're great guys. Tons of respect for them. If you guys find value out of them, that's awesome. For me, I feel like they're $1 late and a day short or something. So Winky, if I send you the script, would you help me with it? I think I'm having problems with where I'm having the problems is I think it's because I'm using I remember I like Spock Gamma. I like how they come. You are always on the inverse, and the guy was like, "Actually, we gave you both the up and down." Yeah, that was the other part of what I didn't like about Spock Gamma. Spock Gamma was never like, that's a fair point, Winky. I remember that. Spock Gamma would be like, how they worded their daily briefs. They worded them. They worded them first so they could get out of saying, "I feel like this" or "I feel like that." So you'd read it and be like, "Oh, they're definitely leaning towards we're going down tomorrow." And they would have like some disclaimer in there. And then, of course, you're biased that way. So then you come back, and the one that burned me, what pissed me off was that you'd be like, "Hey, man, you were biased this way. What happened?" And instead of just saying, "Well, this happened, and so we changed our bias," or updating, "Hey, we're changing our bias here," or any way to change bias, they would instead fucking double down and be like, "Fuck you." And so I was like, "Hey, you know what? Fuck you then. I'm out of here." Yeah, their number one goal was never be wrong. Or it wasn't. I never really had a problem with them being wrong. I had a problem that they couldn't come to you and say before it even happened, "Hey, look, Cap," or "Hey, subscriber, I've changed my bias," or something happened. You wouldn't hear about it till like a day later, or after market close, they'd say, "Fuck you too." So it was like you get the wound, and then you'd get the fucking salt in the wound. And I was like, fuck you. How about that? I don't fucking need to be doing this shit with you. It was it was the double speak and then the hammer, and then the worst part was that there was no outlet for them to get to you and say, "Hey, look, we've had a gamma flip," or "Hey, look, the market went the other way. We want you to know right now as it's happening." So you could at least be like, "Oh shit, thanks for the heads up." Instead, it was, "Did you get fucked right into the close? Did you get fucked right into tomorrow? Well, fuck you too." So you'd be like, "God damn it." If they changed that aspect of their service where they could instantly email you, instantly text you, or they had a fucking live stream or a fucking their Twitter handle is like kind of there sometimes and kind of isn't. Sometimes you get the changes, but sometimes you don't get them. So you're like, who's running the ship over there? Like fucking, who's really running the ship? Is there some guy there all day, every day? I don't know. That would be fine, right? That would make that service fucking baller. I would go back in a minute. If they could literally have a way to contact you in just a quick text message, "Hey man, our models have flipped. Hey man, our models have changed." Just that warning would be fucking great. Then their shit would be fucking tits. Tits, McGee. Because they don't do it. You stay in it going, they're right. I'm sure they're right. Hero indicator takes time sometimes for the roll to happen. All it's showing is monetizing of calls and buying of puts, or like selling calls, buying puts. Selling puts, buying calls. That's what it's inferring. And sometimes it takes time for the roll to happen or the bottom to happen. I'm not shitting on them either. They do good stuff. I don't want to sound so negative on Spot Gamma. They could be one of the best services out there if that was the one part. I guess you get some of that in the Discord. The Discord somewhat knows what's up, but I don't like the Discord community as much as I used to, or at the time. So I just didn't think it was worth the money. I was like, you know what? Rather than getting their bias, I'd rather just get the gamma data every day, look at it, and say, okay, this is where all the gamma levels are. Winky, I'll try to text you or something how I'm doing this. I'm thinking I'm having a problem because I'm not using Excel, and I'm having like data transfer problem. Or maybe I'm not fluent enough in the Google version of Excel, in Google whatever it's called, Sheets. I'm having like data clunkiness. I'll send you the stuff, man, and maybe you can help out. Maybe you can help build it. And maybe you can help my daughter, because my daughter's in all these coding classes, and so she's doing it as like a learning project. So maybe I don't know. Maybe we can work something out or figure it out. And I just want to give it to people. I don't want you to have to pay $30 a month or some nonsense. We'll put it in brief every morning with the levels so that you can actually see it. And then we it'd be really cool. We could write some script for TradingView so that you get the level. If you get those gamma levels, if we get those gamma levels every day, you could just copy and paste into a script, a Pine script on TradingView, and you could have the levels every single day ready to go. It'd be free. It'd be fucking super cool. Yeah. Yeah, what you do is you'd open up TradingView in the morning. You'd open up the Pine whatever Pine script you'd write, and like the top left hand side, you just click on it and you'd cut and paste the gamma levels in every day. As a matter of fact, if we did it every morning, and you just give access to, I don't know, supporters or something, they could just come in every morning and have access to those levels on SPX and NQ and RT and all that shit. Yeah, so you get the data. You can download the data into an Excel sheet. You create these tables, and it implies it's an implied where the gamma is. You don't know exactly what they're doing, but it creates these tables, and you take the tables and you write a simple script for it, and it expresses it in a chart, in a gamma chart. You can actually express it a bunch of ways. There's a bunch of different scripts you can use. You can make really cool looking ones, simple ones for the crayon eaters. We have that at TradyTix. Shout out to TradyTix. Yeah, if any of you guys know about coding and Google Sheets and want to reach out via DM, I need some help, and we'll make it public. So we'll put it out there for you every morning, and we'll grab the data every day and we'll post it. Same thing with Pine. I know a little bit about Pine Script Editor. My daughter's just learning it, so hopefully we can get there. And Apple just turned green, huh? Or they're turning red, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, just turning green now. Apple fighting back, or losing a little bit, I guess. Maybe turning red. So yeah, that's some of the stuff we want to run up or get to you guys. I'd really like to release that data to you and not have. I'd really like to release it to you and not have a bias on it for you. Just be like, here it is, it's raw. You decide what it means on your own. Because I always feel like that the gamma readings can be wrong. They have a high probability of not being wrong, but they're like a useful tool. But I wouldn't base all of my trading on that tool. You want to go back and look at AMC? Here's AMC. Riding right off that 100 day. 5-minute chart. If they don't double top here, you're going to see a squeeze higher. If all these trap sellers up here don't fucking, if they can diamond hand. No, I know guys that do, Troy, but I don't. Yeah, they've got some places above. They're above, they're above their implied move for the day here. There are some spots above. You want to see them? They're really high. If they break out of this, if they break out from here, they've got targets of $16, $19, $23. I'm doubting that happens. But if they do break out here, it's going to get really squeezy above here. Like really squeezy. Like moonshot. Moon. It'll fucking moon. It'll blast off anything above here. This is the implied move. We measured this earlier. Wait a minute. So you guys can't see all this. Hold on. So we measured this earlier. And this is about half of the move down from over here. So we measured this move. This is about 50% of the move. It's like 60% might be like what is that? $10? 70%? $12. So it'll start cranking. We think I think 50% is right around $9. It's like 5 over here, and then the top was 840 or something like that. And this is what you're looking for here. You can see this area right here. All right, they bought the dip. They got trapped. There's like a bunch of trapped people up in here. You got a couple of levels above, some closer ones. You got one right here. Bought it, pushed it down. So they bought it here. It's a big one. Bought it, trapped, trapped, trapped. Somewhere in there. Somewhere in there. So $10 is the next spot. Be looking for like $10. I wonder how many trap bulls are like, get us up here, please, please, just get us up here. So if you break out above and you start squeezing, next target above, $9.34. Next target above that, $10.15. $10.39. You start blasting, $16. I got some wonky shit going on in the background here. Yeah, you do. We'll monitor it. Those would be the levels that you start selling. Yeah, I wouldn't be buying that up there. No fucking way. I want no business with that. I don't want any business with this. None. I would short this, though. I would short the fuck out of this. But I don't short AMC. I don't short GME. I'm not gonna give any fucking. I'm not gonna fucking give anything to these shitty banks. CNBC and media outlets are staying to put your money into the market now. Thoughts? I don't fucking watch CNBC anymore. I feel like they poison my brain. I don't want anything to do with them. I made a video in the summertime where I said buy 350 with 20% of your money. No one was saying that. So I don't know. I don't know if you should buy it today. If you're looking for a place to buy the market and you haven't bought 350 yet, I would say you have a pretty decent chance of buying in the market in March. That's when I would buy it. If I'm going to start thinking about buying actual stocks, I'm looking for like January, March. I want some confirmation still. I'll trade the market until March. But if we're going to get like a trend change, I posted yesterday on Twitter something, and I don't think everyone understood my point. I made a post about us being at the bottom of a new move higher. And my point yesterday on that post wasn't to be like a smartass. It was more implied that if we're at the bottom of a new trend, you have plenty of time to confirm it. You just have to trade each level and get some confirmation. There'll be plenty of time to enter long. Same thing if we have a crash. Like if we crash through 10,000 on fucking NDX, you're gonna have plenty of capture down to 6,500. Same thing goes for measured bullishness here. I'm bullish here. I'm bullish for a bottom, this being a bottom, but you want some confirmation before you start fucking hand over fisting into the market. I think you have time between now and March, and I think there are places between now and March that will give you opportunities. I'd be looking towards weakness on Fed minutes. Fed meetings, where if you see any weakness in either of those two events, I'd be looking to start a position in the stock market. If I was going to pick something, it would be SPY, SPX, SPY, whatever, how much money you have. You can sell calls and sell fucking puts and that shit for the rest of your life. Hand it off to your kids and your grandkids. Which chart app? So I'm like a, if you look at me, I'm like a I like keep things. I'm like a collector of things. Like I really like TradingView for research. So I chart on TradingView. I really like the speed of Webull charts. They have some of the fastest data, and it's free. I love Tasty. I do market profile on Thinkorswim. So each platform has its qualities. So I'm always like, well, I use this one for this stuff, and I use that one for that stuff, and I use this one for that stuff. So each platform, like, what kind of charting are you asking about? TradingView is research. Like I do research on TradingView. I don't trade on TradingView. Yeah, if you're paying for data on Bookmap, there's no reason to pay for data on TradingView. There's all kinds of weird things. Everyone wants all your money, so you're like, well, what am I going to use this platform for? And what am I going to use that platform for? I place my trades on Tasty because fucking you place a trade on Tasty and something goes wrong, you can call those fucking guys up and be like, hey man, what the fuck is going on? And they'll fix it if there's a problem. If there's a technical issue, I've had some of the best customer support experiences on Tasty. They're not an affiliate of. I'm not affiliated with them at all, but some of the best customer support I've had is by Tasty, hands down. Oh, look at AMC, dude, cracking the top, starting to get squeezy, peaking above right now. Just slammed through 8.99. Look at that. Look at that move on AMC. Blasting. So I kicked in the door and started blasting. Look at AMC. Just kicked in the door and started blasting. Told me we weren't going any higher. Look at that nastiness. Just moving. Rip face right off of just ripping. Slam down, off and running. Here comes the squeeze. Breakout squeezing. 905, 906, 909. They hit 934. Look at that. Green bars to heaven. 910 now. 912. Bear anal probing. Engaged. Anal probe hedge funds. Engaged. Apes love that shit, right? Winky. You liar, Winky. Anal probing. Let's stick our finger up in there and find out what happens. Well, look at that SPY. Got a little bit of a bear flag within a bull flag over here. Consolidation flag. Bears are getting crispy over here. They're like, please, please, please just sell it. Please just sell it. Bulls are like, we're gonna take over here. Fucking AMC traders, fucking some of the shit that I hear from people, I'm like, really? Come on, man. It's fun though. It's like a soap opera. It's fun. It's like watching it's like watching a fucking every conspiracy theory known to man. So I came in and started blasting. Oh, look at AMC. We'll go back to AMC. We'll stay on AMC for a minute here. Jimmy, get me the jumper cables. The only short that I don't have a true short. I've got a long put position in triple leverage Dow puts for March that I'm fucking. Oh, you mean to look at it and see how bad it is? I don't want to look right now. I will though. I'm gonna fucking throw up right now and see how bad this is. I'm gonna start. I'm gonna have to get some. Just fucking full on sellers coming in. They're just like, get me out of here right now, please, Lord Jesus. Just let me get out of my. I bought it the wrong time. I bought it at the wrong time. My ears are hurting. Hold on. Hang tight here. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Dude, there's some diamond handed bears out here, huh? There's some fucking bears that don't give a shit. I'll tell you what, you know what I like about the bears? They fucking diamond hand their puts until they're worthless. They don't give a fuck. Fucking bears. Son of a bitch. Look at that. Fucking bears, man. I love bears. I gotta give it to them. I fucking love them. The fucking diamond hand. I'm in a position where there's a lot of other people in the same position, and they haven't sold shit. These fucking bears. They'll fucking diamond hand. You give a bear puts, man. They'll fucking hold them. They'll fucking hold them. They'll fucking hold them. They'll fucking hold them. They don't fucking care, and I love it. Yep. I fucking love it. My position's not as bad as I thought it was. I'm pretty happy right now. I'm smiling. I'm glad that I didn't fucking sell yesterday. I'm glad I didn't look yesterday. I was really scared to look yesterday. And I'm very, very happy right now that I didn't. These fucking bears aren't selling. These fucking bears are going to hold their puts right to the fucking grave. I love it. Yeah, I don't know how I want to hold them. I mean, I paid for them yesterday with a trade, so I'm gonna hold them. I'll just consider it insurance because if they hit, they're gonna fucking be huge. And if they hit, they could hit in March 17th and they'll be fucking huge. Those fuckers will print right into the last day. So I'll keep holding them. All right, let's see what's gonna happen here. We might get a move into the bell. This red bar has come down now somewhat. 409. 4090, so that's like $1.30. That's 4060. So it's right here. We could break through here. This bar is even smaller. It's only right there. 4062, right about there. Could get a squeeze here. What do you guys think? Let me look at the options chain. I might take a trade here. Ooh, I see why. Wow, am I in the right? Hold on a second here. Spy. What do we got going on here? Ooh, we might get a rip. There's 277,000 puts on today. There's like 9 cents left on them. 408 in the money. 36 cents. And we'll see what happens here. Maybe we've been waiting all day long for this to happen. I don't know. Our rate's going back to 0. I think that I think the reason to watch the minutes is because you're going to want to see the path of rates to lessen, and you want to see like an early pause You want to like you want to see us. They're getting to. We're starting to squeeze right now. Those 408Cs are now 41 cents. We're starting to break out here and squeeze for a move higher. We'll see if the bulls can maintain here. Make a nice fat squeeze here. Price target above. Right here. 409, 408. They're losing some. They're going up 42 cents now, back down to 37 cents. This looks like burn, man. I don't like when I see this. Now they're down to 32 cents, 33 cents. Not enough push. I'm not interested in this trade right now. Not yet. There's no premium kick right now. Now they're down to 32 cents. This is just burning fucking options. I don't want anything to do with this. I've got one set up. Let me set up like fucking 10 at least. Okay, so I'm looking at 408Cs. But there's a lot of burn going on as at the end of the day, you're going to see a lot of burn, a lot of risk here. If you believe in the holiday trade, you could always put I always recommend holiday seal. I don't want to do a holiday trade until like the 3rd or the 15th. But bull spreads are nice. They just print slowly over every day. Every day passes and they just print and print and print and print. Days like today, we burn a day, you print a little bit. No, I'm not talking about January. I'm talking about the minutes. I'm talking about when the minutes come out. You need to look at the meetings between now and March and the minutes between now and March and start charting them out on your own charts at home. So they have to tell the truth in the minutes. So they have like after the meeting, right? They do a talk, and in the talk they are bullish and bearish. You can actually track the times that we trade up into a meeting and then trade down into minutes or vice versa. And my expectation is that they're going to be looking for the minutes to explain what their path going forward. And so we're going to expect into March that the path is going to be altered come by like summertime, fall, and into the end of next year for 2024. Now, how does that impact you now? The implication is that the economy is going to strengthen at the end of 2023 and into 2024 and possibly even in 2025. Now, you would think that the stock market wouldn't go up before then, but the reality is they will front run the stock market before we get there. Now, along the way, if we have failures, let's say you're like, oh, the fucking economy is going to blow up in like the end of 2023. That's okay. They'll still front run it because of the data that's actually there. That just isn't being expressed in it's not there. We have like 1 year late data. They will still run it up because they don't want to be caught with their pants down in case it does get better, even if it's for a short amount of time. Remember, we talk about timing, right? We always go back to timing. Is there other things happening in the market while the market is about to crash? There should be other things happening, and we're not seeing those things happening right now. So if the market can only crash so far, the market will change direction and go up until it can crash far. That's why you see people out there that say like, well, we're going to see 2,400 by January. They have to promise you 2,400 just to get down to 3,200. The probability as you get down deeper and deeper, the promises have to get to be like, hey, the stock market's going to zero. So let's say you're at 1,600 and they're like, we're going to zero. They have to promise you that, or else we're going to turn around because they're going to want to capture that money all the way back up. So market conditions should match or implied to match or implied down the road to match forward thinking where the stock market's going to go. And we were on track, right? We had crazy inflation. We had crazy shortages. People not working. We had low pay and pay. We've had pay increases. It's implied that people couldn't purchase things. Now they're saying, well, if inflation comes down and if shortages come down and if jobs are still plentiful, and if wages are going up, if people are starting to become willing to accept higher prices for things, demand more money from jobs, the economy might be okay. And if the economy is okay, what are you going to do? Crash it while it's okay? No. You need some like other things to happen, and then they're just not happening yet. How long can you pin the market before it starts to rip higher? You can't. It's going to rip higher. Chicago Fed zombies about to drop bomb. Thanks. Yeah, fuck the dot plot. Dot plot don't mean shit. You can see it in the money supply. You can just look at the money supply. Oh, hold on a second. Well, that's the thing, right? GP 8008 saying so 50 BPS in December, then 25 in Feb, then maybe 25 BPS in March. But by then, inflation data should be way lower. Yes. So they're going to front run that shit. Yeah, and that shit's lining up too. Like you shit talking about a presidential election lining up. I'm not trying to take political sides, but if they run, I don't think DeSantis is the guy. But if there's a guy that the Republicans can run that's going to lie and fucking cheat and be like, everyone loves him, and not be divisive, but be like, hey man, I'll pump the economy up again. They're gonna front run all that shit. Just the running for that position, promising that shit, they'll front run it. It's gross. It's not right, but they will. Yeah, they serve at the whim of the president. It's greed, baby, greed. Your question is like, how do they pop it without popping inflation? So there's, I want you to know that the Fed does not fucking stop inflation. That they have nothing to do with inflation. All they do is destroy poor people. That's it. They can destroy demand, but that's not really inflation. They're buying time for you to accept inflation is what they're really doing. If you're an old fuck like me, you know it. Because you'll know that, like, I don't know, fucking hamburger meat used to cost $1 a pound. Then it cost $2 a pound. Then it cost $3 a pound. Then it cost $4 a pound. And then it cost $5 a pound. Those permanent increases all took place during inflationary periods. And it was more of a time issue for you to accept and people to pay you more for those time periods. You heard, just like when we sold the top in December and why we bought the bottom in March 2020, you're seeing, and you see out front run in spec growth, right? In 2020, not 2022, but in December 2020, if you watched closely, they started hacking away then, right? That took a process of 2 years. Everyone seems to think, I seem to see a lot of people that are like, well, we've only been selling it since this year, Cap. Hey, Cap, we've only had a down market since December or January 4th or whatever, 7th or whatever the fuck it was. I'm like, that's bullshit. We've been fucking cutting the fat in this market for 2 years. 2 years. It started 2 years ago. So it's not improbable that they're going to start ramping the other way here right now. And it'll probably take another 2 or 3 years. That's right, Lord Pente. They won't. They're just trying to buy time for you to accept inflation. Well, you accept it. People adjust to it. And it's gross. I'm not saying it's not gross, but that's what they're attempting to do. That's what they attempted to do past 2 years when they were selling the market. And you saw them front run spec growth 2 years ago. They front ran some of the market 2 years ago. And they front ran a bunch of blue chips midway through 2021. And the only ones they really left that held up were the big heavy hitters that had corporate debt bonds. They held those up into the beginning of the year. I don't know. I don't know what to say to you. Yeah, it's and they have nothing to lose by running it up, because if the economy still goes to shit, they can go, look, it's going to shit. We're gonna sell it down now. Did you get it? You're zigging while they're zagging. You always have to zag when they're zagging. They're the counterintuitive. Now, the market crash, they will try to prevent it. Does that mean we don't get a market crash between now and March? No, it just means that they're going to fucking try. And it's never been more manipulated. Our Ponzi scheme has never been more manipulated than it has right fucking now, the past few years. Some of you guys know, like in 07, 08, right? They promised themselves that this shit would never happen again. You guys should go back and watch some of the documentaries, read some of the books on what took place behind closed doors. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. Fascinating. I mean, by the logic of we should have a crash, we should have fucking not only crashed in fucking 2020, we should have fucking went to the depths of hell. We should have traded down to like 1,000. That's that same logic. The same fucking logic. There's no difference from that logic. And the same logic would be that in March 2020, we should have traded down to like fucking 0. Fucking small caps. We should have had fucking bankruptcies everywhere. Instead, we had like one person in a room claiming to be a fucking, what, a $50 million company? And taking fucking payments from the government. It's a fucking Ponzi scheme. And you're trying to fucking tell me that, not you out there listening right now, but I'm saying like the zeitgeist is trying to tell me that fucking they're not going to try to stop that. They are. Fucking right there. At all costs. Just fucked up, but yeah, you see this shit with SBF? I mean, come on, man. It's fucking scum, dude. This is all like pure greed. And they'll do it till it breaks. They'll do it till it breaks. And they'll try not to break it along the way. This is fucked up. Totally fucked up. Man, look at this. See that grind over there on the SPY? I was like, I might buy some. And then I'm looking at the options. I'm like, I ain't fucking buying that. I'm going to suck my balls. The whole entire system is seemed to design to create naive bag holders. Yeah, on the top and bottom. So take as much money as possible from everybody. Yeah. Yeah, Bear and Lehman were. They were punished. Yeah, I think this is as this morning as the start of this morning, this looks like a consolidation day, and I would expect. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm going to expect it though for tomorrow, for Friday. I would like to see the VIX come up a little bit for a run higher. I would like to see a sell off into tomorrow and maybe Monday. I'd be really happy with that. Not a huge sell-off, just like cool the jets, send the VIX up a little bit, get a nice Christmas rally. I'd be fucking stoked for that. Or we attack higher, sell off, and then do a Christmas rally on the 15th. Be down with that too. Let me know what you guys think we're gonna do tomorrow and Monday. If highly probable here. Let's take a look at a larger time frame for Friday and Monday, so you guys can get an idea of what we're thinking, or at least what I'm thinking. This is a powerful move, right? This is fucking bullish right here. Would I like to see a squeeze up higher tomorrow? Yeah, I would. I mean, I'll be honest, super fucking bullish move. Man, look at that. Come down here. Let's take a look at this. Let's see if we can see something. I mean, we're super fucking bullish. I'll tell you that. We could leg up tomorrow or Monday. It's not a bad time to think about. Where's our 3 up here? Way up here. Look at that target above. 420 fucking 5. Holy shit. We could gap up tonight. I haven't looked at the it'd be a sweet trade. December 2nd, December 5th. You can see. Or you trapping late FOMO bulls. December 2nd for tomorrow. There's a lot of fucking money on a gap tomorrow. 410 for $1.41. The dealers are implying that we have a fair chance of a move up to here. Just at 410. They're charging for, you ready for this? For 410s, they're charging $1.42. That's a lot of fucking money. For a 0 date. A lot of fucking money. $1.37, $1.36, $1.35 for a 410. The safer trade here is, I'll tell you what the safer trade is. If you like Cap, I think we're going to gap up tomorrow and we don't, right? Let's say you spend the $1.35 in here. And let's say we roll it. Let's say we don't hit it. Let's say we're like, we roll this over. Let's look at the bear case, okay? We roll it over. And then we come up here and hit our 2. Or even our 3. Over here, right? And let's say we get the gap up tomorrow. What's the safest trade? You guys know what the safest trade is? Safest trade's a call spread, right? And put like a week or 2 on it. And I'd put like 2 weeks on a call spread. And I'd have like a target of at least 412 to 425. Maybe put a month on it. Even safer. And if we roll over, you're not coming into the stream tomorrow and saying, woo! You're saying, I'm diamond hitting Cap just in case they come back up here and hit it. As a matter of fact, I said put it up here. But you could just do it in the money call spread. If you do like a call spread that's like a 2 weeks out. And let's say you did 405, 412. That's a beautiful fucking thing right there. All you needed to do is go above it at any point. And if the expectations of the top are lower, I'd do like a weekly call spread in the money to 412. That's a fucking great trade, I think. If you're bullish. If you're directionally bullish here and you're like, I want to trade the gap. I want to trade the gap up overnight Cap. I want to trade. Yeah, and the best part is if you lose that trade overnight tonight, you're going to fucking have like 7 more days to make that trade print. I think that's a beautiful fucking trade. What do you guys think of that trade? Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat if which is the better trade. Do you buy the 0 dates at the bell for a chance gap up overnight? Or do you, if you're bullish, I'm saying if you're bullish, if you're like, hey Cap, I'm fucking bullish into tomorrow, into Friday, what's the better trade? Let me know in the chat. Give me 2 seconds. I got something I got to do. Just a second here. Hey, there's a lot of volume in the market. There's a ton. Should we take a look at the profile? We're making a move right now. We'll come back. Sorry about the chart. Hold on. I'm looking at a different chart right now. I apologize. Just grinding higher right now. Breaking through right now. Look at that, grinding through sellers. There's a real bid in the market. I want you to know that. If you don't know that, there is a bid in this market. Smashing and bashing. We're starting to break through. We'll see if we can keep breaking through these sellers. No, we're squeezing right now. We're fucking squeezing right now. These sellers are still here. These are hidden sell orders. Start squeezing these bears up in here. I wanted to put some more tags above here, over here. So I want to see these. So there's, I don't know if you guys can see this, but there's some shorts that are in here. There's some shorts up here at 408. Some more up here. You'll start squeezing above here. Some squeeze zones if you can get there. They shorted this down. Got pushed back up, buyers. Come back down here. Lot of volatility up in here. Not volatility, just lots of pressure up in this area here. Whole lot of pressure. There's a lot of work to be done here. They got 410, man. They tagged 410 today. You know, this tag up here is important. This is a position. This is a short position. This is going back to, let me see if I can go back and show you the last time. It's not quite a bull trap here, but it's hey, I'm going to take a short at 410. And as long as we don't get above 410, I don't care about these squeezes here. But there's a lot of volume in this market, man. This is like we're forming a bottom. We need to form this bottom. Squeezing now higher. Looking for 408.44. Smashing through resistance right now. coming to into the first resistance point right now. 408.05. This is the close right here. I should snap this one in for you. This is the actual close yesterday, right where this bar is. Let me show it to you. Squeezing higher now. Now breaking through the this is very bullish in the market, just a heads up. We have a new high, or it's not the we had a high at the open at 410, but we just broke through the closing price from yesterday. Coming to some resistance right now. If you look at, let me see if I can. I'm just gonna come into some. I'm not gonna move it right now. You guys are probably in a trade. But there's a couple places, a couple signposts you need to know. We just broke through the closing price of yesterday. This next level here at 408.44. This is where during cash market, some shorts came on, or after hours, some shorts came into the market right here, right about here. Fighting our way back to trend, an upward trend. And we've got some more shorts above here at 409.72, 410. I don't know if you can see that back here. Right there. It's right where that close is right there. If you see my cursor over here. Bears are going to want to hold on to this. This is definitely big news. This is very bullish, by the way, if you don't know that. Recovering this, we tested a low, and we came straight back up. I mean, this is very bullish. So no matter how you look at it, this is very bullish. Very bullish structure. Just smashing sellers. Smashing. Normally, under these conditions, we'd be selling the rip here, right? You just get a rollover in the market. See, this would roll. You've got market participants that are saying, we're going to roll this whole thing over. And the buyers are saying, nope, we're not done yet. Very strong move. Indicative of a positive gamma environment. We're going to look for this cross up here as well. Look at this one here. Coming right into here, 408.44. And just a slow grind. This is awesome. Just melting up. Consolidate down below. Grinding and melting, staying on this trend line. Just grinding and pushing. Look at that. You guys watching this right now? Unreal. Broke right through any kind of resistance that was right here. Now you've got sellers coming in right here. This is the group of sellers from later in the afternoon, like 4:30 in the afternoon, 6:30. If you break through here, we'll get another squeeze. Next target squeeze is above. If we break through these sellers, the next target squeeze would be up here, 409, 410. Good move by the bulls. Are bullish. Super bulls. Crazy. We are above VWAP. So you can see here, if we come back and test, bulls want to push into this close. All very bullish structure here. All looking to squeeze. Looking to squeeze some bears here. Looking to squeeze some shorts. Gap was closed down below. All good, constructive bull looks here. Bulls want to attack R1. I mean, did we even go down to the pivot point? Didn't even go down to the pivot point. They're like, fuck you, we're not even going down to test S1. That's wild. That's strong. My God. What a beast the market is right there. This is a beast move right here. It's like pumping. We're not making huge progress, but dude, this structure right here was vicious. This is a vicious move right here. Let's talk about a grind, huh? This is a nasty. If we see this into the end of December, I'll fucking shit my pants. You just see constant grinding up. I don't know if we'll do it, but if something like that happens into March, man, whew, you look back and be like, shit. Just pure melt up. Just grinding. Let's give me a second here. What time is it right now? 2:59. We got the power hour coming up right now, right? Uh
for higher overall bank capital level, according to Fed's bar.
so Barr is speaking right now. Watch out for some sellers here.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick.
Hold on a second here.
Free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Rail strike was averted.
Bank capital in Washington at the moment. Live videos on the feed.
Hold on a second here. Yeah, switch over to the bookmap view. You can't see the whole view. You gotta B-shaped profile. 394. 3959. Hold on a second here. We're going to look at a 5-day profile here. Or on the chart. 394. That's they're claiming. I don't know, man, that we get that low. You know, there's like two ways to interpret this profile. So keep your eyes on this profile. Then I'm going to go back to a candlestick chart, and I'm going to explain. I want to show you something. Okay. Sorry about that Papa Bear shit. I have to get rid of that. Yeah, like then look at this chart right here, okay? I want to show you a couple charts, okay, on different time frames. This is a 5-day or I think this is a 5-day 15-minute. Yeah, so this is a 5-day 15-minute chart. Man, yeah, I'll tell you what, it's like Thursday, Friday. What day of the week is this? 1, 2, 3. There's like 3 weeks, right? When was this? Yeah, there's like two ways to look at this. Let me go back to Bookmap real quick. So you can see Bookmap. We're coming to some heavy selling right here. And there's a reason, there's something I want to show you here, which is important, okay? On a longer time frame. I'm going to switch over. We could start selling here. I want to talk to you about, we're at a pretty important moment, okay? Be very careful if you're long calls right now. And I'm going to explain it to you here better. But it's a tough, so there's two ways to interpret the information here, okay? Let me see if I can show it to you. Give me just a second here, okay? There's two ways to interpret this in. From the market profile is this showing. There's two viewpoints on this, okay? So we traded down over here, right? And or you can see the time that we spent in I should show us in a better time frame. So we spent a lot of time down here, right? Pushed up, didn't find the support that we needed, came back down, right? Pushed up and found support. So the implication would be, if you're watching my cursor, right, that this is the new level. And this level's 402, okay? See my point here? And so there's an argument to be made that we'll sell down here somewhere. Now they're claiming 396 is the value area before we settle in on this being the new zone. We kind of already did that down here, man. We've done that a couple times. So there's a small argument to be made that no, all this new volume in the market, we're going to try to beat up and create a new level. Kind of leave a gap down here. Not really a gap. I mean, we spent a lot of time down here. You see what I'm saying? This chart shows it better. So we spent a lot of time down here. That's a fuck ton of time. And so there's, there's that from a market profile perspective, you're saying, well, we've got, that's the constant fucking bear argument. And, the bear argument is like, well, we spent all this time here and we just defended this, right? I want you to see this. It's important that you see this because what market profile is going to tell you, and is gonna tell you, Volume Pro is gonna tell you is, no, we're gonna come back down here and just check this one more time and then make a move up. It's always constant. Come back and check. Come back and check. So this is like this new level above us, and you see this move right here, right? Well, the claim would be, well, we've already done this, but there's a lot of coiling in here, and it hasn't been a huge move higher. So there is a possibility of a squeeze up higher for us to actually have a higher level. So if you're looking at what I've got written there, right, you'd say, well, we're really not at a higher level yet. So maybe you're actually not looking for distribution down here. You're actually looking to fucking break out into a new trading area above here. So you'd get the squeeze, and then you'd come back down and do some distribution in here, or at least try to create a new level. Now, if you talk to a bear right now, or even a market profile kind of guy, they're going to try to tell you, well, no, we're going to come back down in this zone. This is all you get, bull. But dude, that volume yesterday would disagree with that, and they're going to tell you it's actually up here, accepting a new level, and that fucking new level. 402 to 408, they're saying, nope, this is your new level, 10 points, that's it. I think normally I would agree with that. I don't know. This is a tough place, man. This is a tough place because I think the argument for distribution in here is, under normal circumstances, I would say it's possible. For the volume that came into the market yesterday, and of course people are like, market structure is fucking dog shit right now. You want to see the fucking market structure? You fucking see this fucking market structure? See that giant fucking green bar right there when we should have rolled the market over? I told you, no, we're going higher. We should have not have had that green bar yesterday. So I don't know if the market structure is completely dog shit. As a matter of fucking fact, you see this declining volume over here? After this move, see this one right here? We still went up, down, and then smashed higher. So we could see something like that, but still this grind higher and then a smash. Even if you mimic this right here, there's still this first leg, and then see this bar right here? This is the extra squeeze higher that they got. This is the second day of that squeeze. See what I'm saying? So you're not going just right here. You're going to actually push up and smash up above and then consolidate above. Now, this is a tricky place for the market right now. I can't really say where we're going. If we're going to I can't really tell you that, that this is going to get rolled, or if it's done creating its new trading zone. I think, so the argument would be, well, if you want that new level, it's going to be 400 to 4 goddamn 10. And I'm like, I don't know. I think the new level is could be 410 and higher. You'll know if we fucking break up there, it'll sneak attack up there. I don't want to say the PJ traders, but the robots will push it up there and see if we want that, because you can see we tried it here. We made an attempt and it was immediately sold down. I would say they're going to make at least one more attack for 410, and if they get told no, then we'll come back down. So they're going to make one more attempt, at least. If they don't find it, I'll give you your rollover. So I would say to you here that if these sellers stay in charge, right? If these sellers that are here telling you, hell no, you're not going to trade 410, 420, right? You're going to need at least a second. You're not doing this. And then you'll get your distribution, or you'll try to hold 400 to 410. And we can look at that. We can look at that bearish case. I'm down with I don't mind looking at the bearish cases. Hold on. Not bearish, but consolidation case. So if you had like 3 or 4 days of consolidation, or 5 days of consolidation, it doesn't turn into distribution, you're going to be looking for let's redraw this stuff here, because we can, because of where we are. So 394, I think. Just call it a flat 400. This is kind of the bearish bullish case. This is the reasonable bull case too. But what they're trying to say is that, or the market profile is trying to say, I'm saying they, that 410 is a no-go. Somewhere in here. You could even argue that it's somewhere even lower, and that it's it's right at 410. So you could just argue it's 410, and you make this red. Let me give you a visual representation of what levels we have, and the argument would be that you have to spend some time down here, bulls, before you can make your next leg higher. I'm not in disagreement with that, but I have you can easily go back, and the volume that we had yesterday and this volume push back there, it's nothing to. So there's an attempt right now to go like what's happening is there's an attempt to say, nope, we're going up, we're gonna get smashed down, and this is our new level to trade, to make that attempt to close a gap in the 20s. You see what I'm saying? So there's an attempt to go higher, to definitely get rejected and consolidate. And there's another thought process that we actually spend time here. This is where you get bearish right there, where consolidation turns into distribution. Market structure. I don't know if the market structure is that bad though. Do we have a volume B profile? Do we have a B profile? I don't know. I'm not gonna tell you that I'm like a fucking expert on market profile. And I know for a fact that you can definitely squeeze up here and then come in here. I think I saw Chase say something about the DeMarc. His point would be that you do something in the overnight, you squeeze up, and then in cash market, that's where they sell it down right there. And then you fight for this. If you can't hold it, then we'll start going down. I think that's the argument, that it could be scary up in here. I agree with that. That works for me. I can get down with that. I feel that. I feel you, Chase. And then there's the other trap, right? That's the bull trap. That's what happened here. You had the potential to go up, and instead they set you down, and there goes your consolidation right there. You see that right there? And this would be this argument right here again. So this would be a repeat of this move right here, right? But man, I'll tell you what, this is where we're already here. We already did this shit. I'm kind of like, I would suspect that this could get bearish quick down here, because we've already been here. I don't know. Maybe it does take 2 or 3 weeks to consolidate at this level. I don't know what to say. The way that speech was, and the way this volume was here, I have a hard time with not having a gap up into tomorrow. I mean, I get it. I understand. We're already selling off here. Get rid of this. I don't know what this line came from. And they're gonna want us. If you want to trade, if you're gonna bear and you want to take this trade into like next Wednesday or Friday, like a 5-day consolidation or a 3-day down day, I'll tell you what, man, we had a 1 day of up. We go 3 days up, right? You get three bar pattern, fucking 3-bar trade, you get fucking smoked. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is right here. I'm trying to figure this out in my brain here, and I'm not in a trade, so let me know in the chat what you think. They could fucking blast this off. Do you guys like hold on. You know, this is basically a 3-bar trade. I'm going to show it to you. You like get this fucking initial pump right here. Let's see if I can do this. You get this initial pump right here, right? You get some kind of a red candle right here. And we didn't even go down here. We didn't even do this part. Shows strength, right? And then you'd go right to a fucking bam. Or not, that wouldn't be bam. It would be right here, right? It could even be at the open. Might not even be overnight. Just right there. And you just rocket ship up. You get a 3-bar trade like that, right? You're gonna get fucking smashed. 3 days. Bye-bye. Smote. Straight smoted. Smite. 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 So I don't know what to say to you. You ever see that video, Smite? Let's see what you guys are saying. If we break today, I'll change my name to Super Bowl. Bulls got tired. No, I don't think they're tired. It's consolidation. In my view, this is strong consolidation right now. But right now, 40% long puts, March 3. Chop my nuts off. Bulls aren't giving up. Let's see if we break. Yeah. Hey, buddy. Okay, I think we move up on Power Hour. No. I think there's either a zero date. There's like a couple trades here. There's a couple trades here. There's some kind of a call spread with time on it, 5 days.
And it lacks the votes to require railroads to offer 7 days of paid sick leave to union workers. Voting does continue though.
There's some kind of a consolidation trade in here, like a call spread for higher numbers.
TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
So there's some kind of a hold on a second here. So there's some kind of a call spread where you could take it now, and if we green bar it straight up tomorrow, you get paid. If it rolls over, you'd have to be disciplined to hold it for the time. Maybe the next Friday or something. A Friday expiry for next week, in case we show some weakness and some consolidation down here. There's a case to be made to take a put spread into Monday down to here. But if we go up, you're fucked. You ain't getting that back. That shit's gone. So I don't know. There's wait and see. Sit on your hands and wait and see what happens. You miss the trade if it goes higher, and then you short it. You definitely short it down. You definitely buy puts there. For that, there would be consolidation above with 100%. If you get the 3-bar trade, you then start a put position. So if you're looking at options, you could sit in your hands, wait and see, and short the gap tomorrow. The gap up. You could sit on your hands and short that gap up, or you could, if we go down instead, you would want to enter a long call spread here. If you didn't want to sit on your hands, call spread's probably the safest with time on it, like a week next Friday, because you capture either or. The put spread or puts here, they have a good chance of printing, but not guaranteed. If you get the gap up, they're burned and gone. If you do like 0-day calls, 0-day puts tonight at the bell, there's a good chance of one getting torched and not the other. If you look at the market profile, it's telling you we're going down to consolidate more. But there's different B-shaped profiles. There's like, we're trying to accept a new level, and then that's a B-shaped, we're fucking definitely going down, we're looking for distribution. I don't know what the answer is right here. I know you're looking to me for the answer. I would say at the close, buying in the money call spread for next Friday. Something like no higher than like 407, 408, something as low as like 396 for next Friday. See if you can catch the swing. If it blasts off until then, you're either going to be waiting on time or you're going to be waiting on price action going way higher. Let me see, did anybody give me a second. Nope, hold on. It's a tough call here. Let me look up let me see if anyone thinks there's a 3-bar play here or not. Let me do a search. Yeah, no one's calling for a 3-bar play. Everyone's thinking consolidation. Well, I can't say that. No one's calling for a gap up. So everyone's calling for it. Well, I want to say the market's calling for consolidation. Sell this down into next week. So yeah, sell the close. I'd want to be a buyer, right? Where would you want to be a buyer here is like halfback trades right here. Hold on a second. Let me see where you'd want to be a buyer. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm fucking telling you. This is when I look back in time, I'm like, I don't fucking know. You guys are where are we at? We were rejected off 410, so here's 400. Big boys are trying to tell you we're not going big boys like you cannot enter. I don't know. This and then this. So you're kind of the safe bet is some kind of a path like this. That's the safe trade. If you want the safe trade, that's the safe trade somewhere in here. We tagged it. We tagged it back. We ran up, tagged the top of the channel, traded all the way down, had really positive news. And so that bull argument is, I'll tell you what I'm telling you, the 3-day bar trade, I'm going to tell you what the gap, fucking A, man. When I look back in time, I'm like, it would be nothing for us to gap this up tomorrow. Nothing to gap this up tomorrow. There's nothing stopping us from fucking going straight to the moon tomorrow or overnight. And usually it will be in like futures, you'll get it. You see that big beefy Hulk dick right there? And you come back later and you're like, oh, I totally saw it. Just a giant, sweaty green. Now, does that mean it's going to happen? Probably not. The market's telling you no. The market's telling you that we're going to come back down here, and then you'll get your big green giant, Hulk penis sometime later in the week. So this is Thursday, right? Friday, Monday. Maybe you have your down Monday, turn around Tuesday. You see that trade right there, right? It's probably what everybody's thinking, right? Get some vol going on Friday. Non-farm payroll comes out. It's dog shit. We open on Monday. We blast down here. All the fucking doom bears are out. And then we buy this close, and it's just straight ripper. I'm assuming that's what bears want. But that 3-bar trade, man, the 3-bar trade is the one that fucking And you might be like, this can't happen, Cap. And I'll be like, oh, yeah, you want to see where it's happened? Here's one right fucking here. Fucking, there's one right there. Slam. And then wham, 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 wham. Then bammo right at the end. You see right at the end? Consolidate, try to push, consolidate, try to push, and then slam. They just slammed it up like 3 days later. That's not a 3 day. That's not a 3-bar trade, but that shit took what, 1, 2, 3 days of consolidation. And the mark of this, the mark that I'm trying to point out to you is, see how we weren't weak here, and see how we weren't weak here and weren't weak here either. Bulls aren't giving this up, right? They just smash it up right here. They just smash that shit up. So this could smash up in 1 day, or it could take 2 or 3 days. That is a problem. If you don't see weakness, you'll end up seeing it. 1, 2, 3, I guess. 1, 2, 3. This is the real part of it, though. That's the meat of it. That was the start to finish right there. Look at that. Tap, tap, all the way up. Crank. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. But I know where bears get smashed is up in here. I know he sold it over here. I see the sellers on BOOKMAP. So the BOOKMAP sellers are vicious right now. I'm going to show you the BOOKMAP sellers. They're coming down. So you see them coming down right now? They're trying, I mean, right here, right where we're at this zone right here, man. There is a huge fight right here. They're wanting to roll this down into tomorrow. And I just did a couple quick Twitter searches. Everyone's bearish here. Everyone's fucking bearish. Everyone's like bear suits on. Roll this shit over. And you guys can look up a 3-bar trade, 3-bar play. You would fuck some people up with a 3-bar trade. It'd be crazy. Yeah, you guys see like that 3. You guys see it, right? You'd have like the bloodbath and bloodbath into Friday. No, not bloodbath, but you'd have like traded sideways for 2 or 3 days. Bloodbath on Monday, turn around Tuesday, and we're off and running for next week. It starts. Trading plan starts not right now. It starts. You're looking 3 months out, then you're looking 1 month out, then you're looking a week out, and then a day out. And you're looking for certain things to happen. I don't know. It's a tough call on the close. I haven't placed the trade on this, so I haven't placed the trade fucking all day long today. I kind of figured that my posit for today was a day of consolidation. There's 2 paths for us into early next week. I just laid them both out for you. It's your choice as to the risk you want to put on or not. I'm not going to tell you what to trade. I'm going to tell you that, probably the wise.
The early market on close imbalance currently sitting at 398 million to the sell side.
Oh yeah, so we got some MOC sell side imbalance right now. We got sellers coming in. If you want the safest trade, it's probably. Let me mute this. The safest trade is not to trade at all. But like, we can confirm for sure that there are sellers here trying to sell this down. The safest trade is some kind of a slow, gradual move down. This is Friday where my cursor is. This is Monday, right? Some kind of a slow trade down. It brings the VIX back up into a reasonable area. It gives the opportunity for this trend change move up, or at least to slap up nice and high, make the attack. If we start breaking through this stuff here, man, get your fucking bear suits on. But I don't know. The safe trade is to, the most lucrative trade is probably a call spread that's super in the money with a next Friday expiry on it, like this, like capturing all this. It's probably the bull or the safe bull trade is this trade, and you don't really care at that point if we gap up. You don't really care if we consolidate as long as we hit these upper levels. As long as you break out of this box, you're going to be fine. That's with a bullish. That's probably the safest trade right now. The riskiest bull trade is you just slap some fucking 0 dates on the bell. You just slap some 0 dates on the bell in the money for tomorrow. What do those cost? They're expensive. People are buying them. I can promise. I can see it right here. People are fucking buying December 2nd, and the dealers know it. Like, you can't even get like a 60-cent call on the bell is $4.13. $4.13. 60 cents for tomorrow. That's stupid. That's stupid. That's just, if this works, it's called the 3-bar trade, and it's gonna take a giant shit on market profile. If it doesn't work, you're going to be like, we should have known all along, Cap. We were going to totally fucking trade this back to the pivot point, grind down to 403, possibly 400, and then we'll make an attack later, Cap. So, yeah, if you wanted to get aggressive, if not miss the move at all, buy a fucking in-the-money call spread for next Friday. And you'd have to fucking diamond hand it and not worry about it going below possibly and becoming worthless, because more than likely going to come back and print for you anyways. The look is up. I don't want to hear shit about this. I want to hear shit about this structure sucking. This structure doesn't suck at all. And if it sucks that bad and it needs to consolidate, it's going to consolidate into a fucking fair smooth. We just had this ass blaster. This wasn't a short squeeze. This is a volume coming into the market. I don't want to hear any noise. See that volume right there? Right there, bro. That's not a short squeeze. So I don't know what to say to you guys. This is a tough call right here. This is a really hard call. If you see 2 or 3 more days of us not selling off down here, you're going to likely see a gap up in one of these next 2 or 3 sessions, even if it's in the overnight. If you see 2 or 3 days of this right here, and you're trading futures, I would get the fuck out of the way. Get the fuck out of the way, because you're going to get your shit pushed in, guaranteed. If we saw a little bit more weakness today, I would give it to a bear. I'd be like, yeah, we got some weakness going on, but man, this is, I don't know, man. I'm seeing either like some consolidation for a push higher, or I'm seeing a gap up one of these next few sessions. It's one of those. This isn't as weak as it looks. I don't think this is as weak as you're thinking. You let me know in the chat what you think. Yeah, Doug Fuller's making a good point. No edge, no trade. And I agree with that. I have no edge in this trade. The only edge I can see here, the only edge that I see right now where we are into this close is an in the money call spread for like 5 or 6 days. And if you start to break below that if we start to break levels, you just start shorting the market and make it back up. That's the only thing I can see here. That's the only like logical option that you can predict with some safety and some insurance if it goes the wrong way on you. It's all I can see here for a trade. I haven't placed a single trade all day long. I haven't even traded these levels here. I could have traded all this. Didn't have no wants in here. The options chain is not printing enough money for me to care for it. So I don't know what to say to you guys. I know you guys want an answer. I can't give it to you. I can give you like the probabilities. Your best probability is for us to continue to consolidate with a weak moment, hopefully by Monday or Tuesday. That's the most probable outcome. There is a risk of a gap up overnight tonight. If we don't gap up overnight tonight and we don't give up anything for 2 or 3 days, there's a huge risk of a gap up in a liquid environment like futures type situation. So I don't know if I'm walking you guys through this, what this setup is here. Market profile would tell you no, we're going down for sure. you can see right here. You can see on BookMap that we're this is a very volatile level. There's an attempt to break through to a new level. Is what we're doing. I think it's called the B volume profile. I could be wrong. You can look that up. B volume profile or something. It's when we're making an attempt at a new level or a higher level. We did spend time back in this level down below, man. So, there's some argument for a break above here. And because of where we are with major resistance here, we have no reason to be up here at this point. Other than JPOW yesterday, we have no reason to be here. This market should have rolled over. And we've spent a lot of fucking time here now, right? We're starting to spend days up in here. Normally I would say that's distribution, but you guys, so on a year chart, right? You guys know how this normally goes, right? So no, normally up here, we ting the top and we fucking start smoking down like. So I guess if you're really bearish, this is it, right? If you're like super bearish, this was the last day. We're going to burn the market down right now. Because like what? You look in the year, right? Here we are. You know what happens, right? Bloodbath. Right? We've actually broken above at this point. Are we above right now? They're trying to push us down on it right now. So there's an effort to slam this down. So I guess if you're a real bear, we hit our price target. The bulls are done. Start rolling it over. Let's take a look at the previous tops here. It's a pretty high volume day. Not a high volume day like this day though, right? You see that? You see how low volume this was back here versus today or yesterday? We'll keep looking. Maybe we're missing something here. This wasn't that big of a day. See the difference in volume bars? See where my cursor is right here? The volume bar on this day is up here. This implies, see this volume bar right here? I mean, this implies a giant fucking push. And yeah, man, I don't know. This is a tough call. This is a really tough call. You want the best trade? I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to tell you, right? Probably the best trade is a call spread in the money 5 days out. I think there's real risk of a fucking 3-bar play smashing overnight into tomorrow. If you were like, nope, we're rolling the market cap, you're absolutely wrong. And you want to take a bear trade here? I would say you have to have confirmation of the roll first. You have to have the confirmation of that fucking roll. You want to see you want to see selling the rip. If you wanted to throw some money away, 0 to 8 calls overnight. 0 to 8 fucking calls into tomorrow. It would be a big pair. But they're asking a lot of money for that fucking trade, and I don't want to do it. I don't want to wait. I want to buy these calls for like 30 cents or 10 cents.
Still sitting at 398 million to the sell side.
I don't want to buy like I'm not willing to buy $1.45.
The Fed is quite focused on bringing inflation down. Inflation far too high.
Yeah, I bet they are. I bet they're focused on bringing inflation down.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures,
I love
forex,
hearing
and
that
stock
shit.
instruments.
Such bullshit.
Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Fucking Fed's not doing anything for inflation. Fucking lies. Non-stop garbage from the Fed. Just buying time and talk the market down as long as they possibly can. I don't know what to say to you. I know that the Fed can't lie anymore.
Fed's bar says we are now at a point where we can pay more attention to the rate we are getting to, less on the pace. Says we may shift to a slower pace of rate increases next meeting. It's smart to modulate the pace on rate hikes.
Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. Thought we were fucking staying on pace. Thought the rate hikes were staying on pace, bro. I thought they were staying on their pace. Yeah, I'm watching them. I'm in if we can burn them off into the bell like 4 o'clock, 4:15. If I buy them, I'll fucking post it on Twitter. I'm eyeballing them right now. Here's 136 fucking thousand calls right now for tomorrow at 4:10 C. Someone's loading up on them right now. I can see them, right? You can see them live loading up on them. They're loading the fucking boat right now on 4:10 C for tomorrow. Some fucking whale out there doesn't care if he loses all of his money. He's taking the risk. There's a fucking whale right now fucking loading up on 4:10 C for tomorrow. Loading the fucking boat right now. And they're expensive as they're fucking, dude, $1.40 for 3 strikes out on a 0 date for tomorrow? Fuck, that's a lot of money. That's a fucking fuck ton of money. What did they say? Barr saying, ready for this? You guys want to hear what Barr said? You guys ready for this? Fed's Barr.
To the bill to block rail strike and impose terms of...
At the next meeting, we may slow the pace of rate increases, and it is smart to modulate on rate hike pace. I.e., we ain't fucking raising, we might raise late rates less than 50 BPS, and we're going to slow the rate of adding any more in the future. That's what they just said. This was 2 weeks ago. Fucking Uber Bears going, yeah, we're going to tighten, like, we're going to 15%, 20%. Fucking, we're going to destroy everything. I'm going to buy some of these fucking calls. I'm going to start a position. I'm in a small position. Fucking small. All right, I'm in. I'm in calls. You can suck my balls. We're going straight to the fucking moon, baby. Give me that fucking gap up. Smash it. I ain't buying this bullshit. Give me a 3-bar fucking face ripper. Touch the top of the key. Close some fucking gaps up above. I'm a fucking bull. Fuck you think I am? It's hard to deny this strength, man. This is fucking, I'm telling you. Look up a 3-bar trade or a 3-play trade, 3-day trade, 3-bar trade. It's not, I'm not saying it's here. This shit could just gap the fuck up overnight. This is a gap possibility here. When I hold 0 dates overnight, it's rare now. When they present themselves, it's definitely here. There's a real risk of a gap up overnight. Just fucking smash a bear. No offense to bears either. I'm in at $1.42, by the way, if you're wondering. $1.42 on 410 Cs. We'll see if this holds or if it reverses into the bell. We have some resistance up here, but dude, look at us. We're just muscling. We fucking spent time down below. We've fucking spent time consolidating. You got Barr over there. Barr just admitted publicly that they might slow the pace of rates and the rates that you're getting in the next FOMC in 2 weeks. Not 2 weeks. Unreal. I can't believe they're saying that shit. I got to put some stops on my shit. Hold on a minute. I don't want to get smoked in this trade. I got stop. I'm going to put a stop of $1.20. I'm only willing to lose like 20 cents in this trade. I'm not getting smoked in this trade. They just said, Barr just said, Unreal. Fucking bar. I can't believe that shit. No. He said two things. No. He said two things. Two separate things. Two separate things. The pace and the amount. What are they saying, poor Badger? Bar, we are not at a point where you can pay more attention to the rate. We are getting to less of the pace is smart. Modulate rate, price. We may shift to a lower pace in the next meeting. Jesus. AMC's selling off into the bell. So the exact words, the exact quote was, oh, wait a minute, we have more rate work to do this year and next year. In general, colleagues believe that the federal policy is currently restrictive. The bill at the next meeting, we may slow the pace of rate increases, and it's smart to modulate on rate hike pace. I got you. I got you now. Feds Bar also said we are now at a point where we can focus more on the rate we are approaching and less on the pace. Okay, that's kind of like a. He's got like Two-Face going on again. Did you see that one too, poor Badger? Weekly claims report. I'm looking at that right now. Claims going down. Nice. Hilarious. Strong work market. Yeah, man. There's some fucking. You wait till you see this. You wait till you see unemployment claims going down. You see unemployment claims? Did claims just go down? It did. Fucking A, man. They're going to start having all this good news being, this good news is going to start slapping them in the face. It's going to be like, you should go out there and you just throw like dildos at them. Some wild clothes going on right now, right? I'm still in calls right now. There's a fucking power move into this bell. You seeing this? 755,000 buyers. I mean, this is huge volume right here. This is crazy volume. This is abnormal. I've got a stop loss at $1.20. I keep going up and down in the I've made like 20 cents at one point, I think. I didn't close them. I didn't raise my stops either. I want to see. I'm taking this trade for a gap up. I have a feeling we're getting a three. You know, the risk is that we don't. You know, there's risk that we don't get a three bar trade, but there's like that small chance. So if you're like, you don't buy zero dates every night. And they're probably going to want to sell futures because we're in a positive gamma environment. But if we get a gap, there's a chance of it. I hope I don't fuck them. I hope I get kicked out here. We're going down a little bit. If these burn, I'll wind up fucked. Look at those sellers coming in right now. This is a wild close. Doesn't show it on the chart, but this is a wild close without a doubt. This is not normal. Look at those sellers coming in, man. They are fuck. Hold on a second. These sellers are trying to get out of their positions right now. I don't know. It's risky. It's a risky trade here, right? There's a ton of sellers coming in right now. You see all those sellers? Make sure you set a stop loss on your trade because this is a very violent move. They're going to try to roll it over. You see all these sellers coming in? Sellers are in mass right now. I wonder if there's something going on in the news. What's going on in fucking FinTwit? Yeah, someone's saying not much edge in tomorrow. There isn't really a lot of edge in tomorrow. If there's any edge, it's into. I don't see an edge in the market for tomorrow. We could trade down easily. We could gap up easily. We can look back and say, oh, we should have seen it. But in truth, there's both are probable. Let's see what Mike DeSilva's saying. Yeah, Mike DeSilva's calling for a rollover right now. Which makes sense. I'd like to see the VIX get up there. Like for the safety trade. Rally yesterday, breakout. Let's see what Adam Mancini's out there talking. Yeah, they're talking about a hedging right here. I might close them and ride some puts. Someone's talking about grabbing a hedge here. Someone I trust, Palk, saying to grab a hedge. I agree with that. I just got kicked out of my trade. I had a $1.20 as a stop, and I just got stopped out. We're at that bottom tick. Lots of people calling for yeah, I might grab some. Fucking. How much are the puts for tomorrow? 402s. $401s. All right, so I'm gonna put some 400s on just in case. I'm gonna put some 400. I'm gonna put 10 400 P's on for tomorrow. They're 28 cents. Someone's saying buy some insurance. You got it. 27 cents. 400p. You got it, baby. For bloodbath. If they fucking bloodbath this shit into the bell tomorrow, will we drop like 100 fucking points? It's not that bad. 70 points down in a day. They're dirt cheap. 402's down there. All right. I got I got a hedge on for tomorrow. I'm sitting on some 400 Ps, and I got knocked out of some calls, which sucks. But whatever, we'll see. Silva's been wrong a lot lately. Yeah, he has. I know. Well, he hasn't been. He's, it's like when it's eventually we're gonna roll over. We all expect that. It's not like we're not gonna roll over. I agree with it. It's just a matter of when, right? There's some argument to reprice the VIX too. That the VIX should get repriced. Yeah, I was thinking of the VIX at I was looking at the VIX earlier today, and I mean, there's like an argument the VIX could be repriced. VIX is now at 1980, dude. It's both sub 20. So this morning we talked about the VIX, and I was like, we could start doing a repricing of the VIX. Let me mute it into the bell. I got some puts. I'm on some puts. Well, hold on a second. I'm taking the advice of another guy that I'm looking at on Twitter right now that I trust. I don't trust a lot of fucking people, and I trust this guy. And this is my point here, is you see this down here? Start to see like maybe a repricing. But you see how low we are down here, man? This is like 1858 maybe. If we gapped, that's what we'd probably open at. The VIX would slam down to like 18. Reprice the VIX, man, down to 16. We've done it before. January. So I'm in puts for tomorrow. Do you reprice the VIX is a question? I don't know. I don't know if that's real or not. The repricing of the VIX. Start to sell it down. But I agree, we're close. I mean, it's close, right? Or it's something really nasty, right? Something like this. Something like that would the fucking market would move. It's weird how you make those decisions in the last 5 or 10 minutes. SPY puts are up a little bit. Okay. So I'll check in with you guys tomorrow. Have a great evening. Thanks for showing up. Please like, subscribe to these videos. Not really a big day today, right? We didn't really have much going on today, right? Basically all this was what we expected from this morning, right? Some consolidation distribution. Still really don't know what it is. I think you're left with the thought process that there are some paths here, right? If you look at market profile, it's going to tell you that we're going to distribute down here, consolidate, hopefully for another move higher. There's another argument that we've already spent time here. And there's no reason for us to come straight back down to 403 or 400. There's some argument made that that's a 3-bar trade to get us even higher. So we actually come up a level. We start trading 410. I mean, I can agree that we haven't traded 403 to 410, but there is a bullish case for a 3-bar trade, even if it gets rejected again. I'm in puts for tomorrow. They were really cheap, 30 cents. I'll take them. They were 26 cents, I think. Let me check I don't know what I paid for them. I paid 26 cents. That's really fucking cheap. So puts are cheap. If we can get this down into tomorrow and maybe close the day at 403, I'd be happy. 402, I'd like to take the initial whatever that move is. I'm going to take the money right off and get rid of them. So if I can get that move down, I will. But I think the gap up is on the table too. I don't. It's hard to make a decision here on like where I think you've got to. I'd say you have a 35% chance of a gap up and a 65% chance of consolidation at least into Monday, Tuesday, or Sunday, Monday, let's call it. And we've got non-farm payroll tomorrow. If non-farm payroll comes out the fucking wrong way for a bear, we're getting the gap. I'll get torched in those puts. But there's a guy on Twitter that I trust, a CFA that I trust on Twitter that's like, get yourself some protection. Not Palk, another guy. And I trust him a lot. So you guys have a great night. We'll check back in with you tomorrow morning. We'll find out more. That's my position is puts for tomorrow. 0 dates, dirt cheap, 30 cents. Throw them away if they don't work. We get a B-shaped profile right now. So, but there's two kinds. There's like a bullish one on volume, and there's a non-bullish one. I hope you guys had a good day with me today. It was a slow day today. I wasn't expecting much today either for this market to go anywhere. I'll catch up with all of you guys tomorrow. Thanks for supporting the channel. Please like and subscribe. Please ask your friends to join us. If your friends have anything to add too, we always love having people on board or with us that can lend insight to where we think we're going. We're here to help each other make money, not lose money. And I'll talk to you soon.